Hey guys, and welcome back to another episode of Mountain Blade Bannerlord. Today we're going to be doing a guide on formations and tactics once again, but this time we're going to be looking at our enemy Sturgia. Now we haven't declared war on him, but we will do with this party. Now he has roughly 120 heavy Sturgian forces, so we're going to be going against this guy, showing off some just very basic tactics and formations that we've learned that deals with these guys the best. Now Sturgia, so the snow-hardened Viking-ish kind of people that they lack massively cavalry and archers, but what they do excel in is have very, very heavily armoured and armed troops. Now their infantry, their heavy axemen and heavy spearmen are very, very formidable foes. Their armour is probably one of the best in the game. They are very hard men to cut down. And where their archers lack, they make up for in the fact that their troops, most of whom carry javelins. So I think from the very second upgrade that you give them, they start throwing javelins at their enemies. So these guys can pack a pretty big punch against your forces. So one of the main things that we need to look at, having a good amount of cavalry if you're going to go against a war against these guys is something you definitely want to look into. So you definitely want to have a higher mounted number than these guys. Although their elite or noble unit is the Sturgian Brigand, and these are exceptional cavalry, but they're not the best cavalry. So what they do have is they have, their, like I said, their javelins, which they get a few good hits from, but once they're out of javelins they turn into just pretty regular cavalry. They're not that strong. Their armor's pretty weak. I'd say they're probably in comparison with some mercenary horsemen. So they're not the best cavalry in the world. So if you do have a strong mounted force, both horse archers and cavalry, you should be okay with going to war with Sturgia. So like I said, their focus is on having very slow moving, heavily armoured infantry. But actually saying that, the top units of theirs are slow moving and heavily armoured, but their lower units are very fast moving and have their javelins. So they have very focused strength in dealing damage, and also very focused strength on having high armour. So although the javelin men have no armour, they're fast, so they're fast moving, so they have quite a mix, but the focus is on their infantry mainly. So if you have high amount of mounted troops, you should be fine with going to war against Sturgia, but for this battle we kind of have a balance of everything, more focus on infantry and archers. But if we had more cavalry, this battle would be a lot easier for us to win and take these guys out. Now bringing in archers against these guys is probably something you definitely want to do. Crossbowmen is something I'd recommend against these guys, because like I said, they're very slow moving, they're top troops, and they have very high armour. So having crossbowmen in your formations, having that long range, but more importantly, having that armour piercing punch, which you can then send your bolts into the enemy and really start to pierce through their heavy armours, that's something you want to consider. So if you're going to war with these guys, you definitely want to bring more crossbowmen. Now I've got a few, and you'll probably see in feed that they get a few more kills. But most of my forces aren't going to be regular archers, but what's something I should definitely do, and something I recommend to you guys, is bringing in crossbowmen against these guys. Just purely because of their armour, crossbows are definitely going to be the way forward. You want to bring these guys down as quickly as possible. These guys in the background here, his bodyguards, these are the heavy spearmen. Big threat. The heavy axemen are just as bad as these guys. They take a lot of hits to kill, and you need some pretty good weapons to actually deal damage to these fellas. They're very, very strong. But like I said, they don't have much cavalry. The cavalry they do have, the Sturgian Brigands, they're very fast moving and they use their throwing weapons to deal damage. But if you can take them out nice and quick, use your archers to bring those guys down, you should be fine. And they never have too many of them. Like, their main focus is on having infantry. Now their archers aren't the worst in the world. I'm making them seem worse than they are. They're not the worst, but obviously they're not the best. The Sturgian archers can have a lot of armour again, but they don't do much damage. But that again is another problem with these guys. They take a lot of hits to kill. Their main focus is on armour, so their archers can be a problem. If you don't deal with them quick enough, they take a lot of hits to bring down. They really do. If you're somebody who uses a glaive like me on horseback and starts to strike, gets one hits on most enemies, you'll find that going up against Sturgian bowmen, you don't always get one hits on these guys. A lot of the time, it takes a few. They are very, very strong troops. So we're going to jump in. We're going to deliver our demands and offer him one chance to yield or die. Now we're going to attack him. Like I said, 1-2-1. We've got 1-3-7, so we're just above him in number here, and the power levels are much in our favour. So probably not the best example, but there you go, 116 infantry. Unfortunately he's got 48 recruits, so we'll just do this battle quickly. But then I'm going to do another one after this where I'll find somebody who's got more of a built-up force. Now the problem with this world at the moment, I'm trying to find a battle, but these guys are in a lot of wars, so most of their party leaders don't have the best units. Now this tends to happen with Sturgia, they usually find themselves in a lot of wars. So I will find another one after this battle, but we'll just go ahead and show you the gist of what formations and tactics we're going to use against these guys, and then we'll find a better battle to actually put that to the test, see if it works. So we'll jump in here, and like I said, first things first, what we want to do is basically we want to negate their javelins. So we want to split our infantry. Now we're pretty much from the get-go we're going to be doing a reverse tactic that we used against the Vlandians. In the Vlandians we had our archers to the rears and we had our infantry focusing the centre. Now in this we're going to be splitting our infantry into two groups, and we're going to put them on the far left and far right hand side. But we're not going to be putting them into any specific formation. There's no circles, no squares. Now I just realised I've jumped the gun a little bit. The enemy is waiting for us to attack. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and bring them towards us. We're going to set up our units down the end of this field and prepare for the battle. But essentially what you want to do, and I'll have to get this in the next one once we get attacked, which hopefully will happen. Now that we're at war with them, we should be able to find quickly somebody who tries to come against us and attack us. But essentially what we want to do is we want to make a nice V-line. So we want to have our infantry on the far left, far right, and we want to have all of our archers in the centre. Now this way we can send the enemy javelins and the enemy heavy armoured infantry into our infantry, but yet leaving the middle secure enough that our archers can shoot through it. So we'll get our footmen there, and then once they're all here we'll sort our formations. So we've got a couple of cavalry, not a huge amount, but we've got enough. Now the enemy's holding that hill, but like I said, 116 of that is infantry. If we try and get a nice close look, we can run through what kind of forces they have. Yep, there comes out the javelins. Gotta dodge that. They don't throw any at me, luckily. One or two, but nothing major. All very heavy shields, heavy armours, but unfortunately for us there's a lot of recruits in there, so probably not the best example. And we're going to be using our assault tactics against these guys. So they're holding quite a nice shield wall. Obviously they've got some very strong shields protecting them, but once we are in position they will begin to charge at us, so we can still use our formations and tactics properly, but just not straight away. Once we've done enough damage to their infantry they'll begin to push towards us, so we can get everyone in position. And we want our infantry, like I said, one on the left and then one on the right. I don't know what formation, they're in a column for some reason. I don't know when I did that, which is probably why they're so far away. And then we want our archers in the centre, more or less. We've killed one there, so once we kill probably a couple more they will start to move in this direction. We've got one of our infantry units on scene now, so we just need to get the other one here and we should be fine. Your infantry unit number 1, and we're going to get these guys into a shield wall, get a few more kills. There we go, so the enemy is starting to move. So we probably want to push these guys up a little bit further forward. Our other infantry force hasn't quite made it here yet. We've got quite a few crossbowmen there firing away, and as the enemy infantry you can kind of get a grasp from looking at this angle what's going to happen. So they're going to move into our infantry there, and had we had infantry on this side they would split down the middle. So as their infantry is moving to our right flank, which hopefully we might be able to get them to do, actually I don't know if it's too late, it might be too late, but we kind of create a funnel. So as they split and hit the left and the right flanks, we're getting a good view at their side profiles. So our archers are firing dead in the centre of that unit, hitting both flanks. Probably want to move our infantry on the left back a little bit. We might be able to urge them to split up, moving our cavalry just back a little bit. But as you can see, our archers again, our archers are carrying the way. Now they're beginning to go more into the centre. Looks like they're coming towards our archers. Now what should happen, if the plan goes well, is they should start to split apart. And if they don't, it's not the end of the world, because you know what's happened? Our infantry is now in a flanking manoeuvre. So our infantry is just going to hit them in the backsides. Now they are charging dead towards my archers. They're holding that shield wall, which means they're not using any of their javelins. Now we can send our infantry in, And it worked out even better because all we're going to do is hit their entire force in the flanks. We're going to run our archers away because we don't want them to get caught here and killed, although they're seeming to hold their own either way. But our infantry now comes in. Well, they should have come in and hit them in the flanks. But now that the enemy's running away, we can send our archers in and again hit them in the other flank, crushing them in the dead centre. So if we didn't outnumber the enemy, if we hadn't attacked them, what would have happened is, like I said, what should have happened was the enemy would have split and hit the two infantry formations with our archers then hitting them in the middle. That would have been the ideal situation, and that would have been what happened. But what happened here wasn't that much worse. So they, moving towards our archers, infantry somehow managed to gain a flank, and they can hit them in their backsides of the shield wall where the enemies aren't going to defend from them. And it's not like our archers are the worst in melee combat either. We've got some decent guys here. We've got a lot of Palatine guards, a lot of crossbowmen, so quite heavily armoured guys that can hold their own while our infantry do most of the work. Plus, most of the kills come from the archers, as always. But no deaths, no wounded, absolutely annihilated them. But now what we're going to do is we're going to go and find a party with some better quality troops and repeat these tactics and use them a little bit better. So I'll see you guys in a moment and we'll get on that. Okay, here we go. So as the best I could do, we've got 3 lords here, including Ragnvad, the leader of their party. As you can still see, he's still got a fair few recruits. Out of his 114, 20 of those are recruits. So we've managed to pick up a force that outnumbers us quite significantly, and that should make up the difference. Unfortunately, again, he's got 40 recruits. But it just seems that in this playthrough, most of them seem to be quite weak. So hopefully them outnumbering us will make up the difference. The power difference is more or less in the middle. So we'll go ahead and try this again. Like I said, they should have a lot more top tier troops, as there's 3 of them, and we've got the leader in there as well. And I know for a fact he has got the top tier troops in that party. So we'll move on. Right, they attacked us as well, so that means we can use our tactics more efficiently. Split our men in 2. Now, we've got a little bit of a hill here. Issue here is with the trees, so we want to move into a clearing down here. Get our infantry into 2 separate locations, with our archers seemingly taking the middle position. Hopefully just there where they can shoot past these trees. Now if we've got enough time, we can move forward a little bit more. Like I said, they're probably holding a shield wall and moving forward very slowly. As you can see, they are moving forward, but very, very slowly. They've got a couple of cavalry either flank. But again, they never usually have that many cavalry anyway. So our infantry is going to hold both those sides. Archers are going to push forward just to that tree line, so we can use them more efficiently. They're going to push infantry is going to form a shield wall, so we can use them more efficiently. Infantry is going to push up, and we're going to angle them just ever so slightly to create a kind more of a funnel effect, like that. Much nicer, much better. Should be able to hold them. And then we've got this formation, which we need to shield wall. And same again, just have them face inwards, that fraction more. Their archers are going to run to the front here, probably get a few Sturgeon woodsmen. Let's try and twist around a little bit more, fellas. Perfect. And then what we can do is just have our cavalry here, horse archers here, and then they can protect that flank because the enemy formation is running a little bit wide. Now they're not holding their shield wall formation, and as you can see, kind of splitting down the middle here, but a lot of them are pushing towards the infantry units. Got one of these guys to see. I actually killed him quite easily. Doesn't usually go that easy. As you can see, the enemy is being absolutely slaughtered. So it's hard to find a really good example of a well-built up Sturgeon force. There's a few good troops in here, and they're getting a couple of kills. Infantry is being absolutely underdeveloped here. Enveloped, but now our archers have slaughtered their guys. They're going to resume their positions. Right flank can start charging, they've slaughtered their guys. Archers are going to start hopefully firing onto the left flank, although they're killed there anyway. And you see there's a lot of axemen, most of them have got their javelins. When they use them properly, they can do massive amounts of damage initially to your formations, especially the archers. But as I said, as long as you've got a good force of archers, you've got some fairly decently leveled archers, you should be absolutely fine with these sorts of formations. If you're using a formation like this, which kind of puts a lot of focus on your archers, keeps them wide open. Then you want to have them quite bunched together, possibly even in a shield wall. It just makes sure that they're more protected, because in formations like this, they will be entering melee. It's not like, that's just part of how it works. Obviously the infantry on either side, they take a lot of the infantry out of the equation, and then they protect the flanks of your archers anyway. If you've got a huge amount of infantry, then you can put an extra formation behind your archers and use them as well. Again, likewise, if you've got a lot of cavalry, a lot of horse archers, you can use them to divert a lot of attention. But that's the main thing with these formations, guys, is you want to try and take away as much of the enemy attention as you can. You want to distract, you want to diverge, and just send them off in different directions. You want to take off a massive chunk of that huge infantry, and you want to send it in the complete wrong direction, so that when they actually engage your infantry, they're dealing with so fewer men that they can win a lot easier. Because when you've got all of the enemy, you've got hundreds of them crashing down on your poor little infantry formations, they're going to get overwhelmed. But if you can split up the attention, in this case 3 ways, you've got 3 points of attack, with our archers dealing massive amounts of damage before they've even connected, then you should be able to win fine. And if you've got your horse archers on one flank, cavalry on the other, then you can support both of your infantry formations, and again divert a lot of attention away. So yeah, this is just another tactic that you can use. It works best against these guys because they just focus so much on their infantry. One of the best things you could do, we're using Imperials, so we don't have them unfortunately. If we had a lot of men of Leotons, so they're two-handed infantry with no shield. Now I know I said obviously the Sturgians use a lot of javelins, which pack a hell of a punch. So what you want to do, I think I mentioned this as well in the Valandian tactics, you want that shield wall formation. You want a lot of like legionaries, heavy shielded infantry in the front, and then in the rear you want a lot of two-handed spear glaive infantry, and especially against these guys. So the Sturgians pride themselves on their infantry having heavy armoured, heavy weaponry. So what you want to do is you want to counter that as best you can. Having good cavalry, yeah, probably your best way to go with the Sturgians is having heavy cavalry and a lot of them. You'll probably wipe these guys out because they're slow moving, they're not going to get very far. Horse archers, probably your best bet over cavalry, just keeping away from their loose formations and doing damage from afar. But otherwise, if they're charging you, heavy cavalry, easy, done deal. But if you're focusing on taking them on in infantry, you want a lot of two-handed, unshielded infantry, because you want to pack massive amounts of damage, and you want to kind of create more phalanx formations all over the place, as many as you can. But with these guys, don't keep your infantry in one place, because they bring the heavyweight, they bring the unstoppable force. So what you want to do is you want to split that up as many ways as you can, create a long line of all these different positions that they have to attack. And yeah, they might take down a few, they might defeat a few, but ultimately you'll win if you can keep splitting them up. Because if they get to move in a form of testudo, keeping all their shields and heavy armour, blocking all your arrows and all your hits, as soon as they connect with a formation, that formation's going to get wiped out. But if you split them up, have them sending in all different directions, you're getting your arrows in there, your infantry's moving into flanks, even if they outnumber your infantry, as long as your men can manoeuvre them, you'll be absolutely fine. So otherwise guys, I hope this has helped. I'm going to end the video here. If you've got any suggestions, comments, tips, anything like that, if you've got any tactics you use yourself against these guys, any strategies you use yourself against these guys, make sure to drop them down in the comments below. Let me know, and then let everyone else know as well. It's just helpful, you help everyone else out. This is just one, again, this is one tactic you can use against these guys. There are many others, like I said, focusing on different cavalry. If you guys want to see more of these tactics, if you want me to show you as many formations as you want, using different factions against different factions, I'm happy to do them. There's so many tactics and formations you can use in combination with each other that all work. There's absolutely so many different you can do. This is just one of the more basic ones. This is probably one of the quickest, easiest to learn. That is somewhat efficient. It does work. It is efficient against these guys. And yeah, so let me know what you think down below. Let me know if you agree, disagree. And yeah, drop a comment. Make sure to go ahead and join us on Discord as well, where we can have a chat there as well, and you can have a chat with the community, and you guys can share your opinions and all sorts of things like that, and share your playthroughs, and let me know how they're all going as well. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. It just supports the channel out massively, and you can keep up to date with all the content that's going to be coming out, and it's going to be coming out every day, guys. I'm going to try and get some more playthroughs going. I'm going to try and get some different games up on the channel as well, and loads more tutorials and how-to guides. Just showing my opinion and my playthrough, my tactics that I use with these sort of games as well. Otherwise, guys, I hope you've enjoyed this. I hope this has helped you out in any way, shape or form. Please let me know if it has, and please let me know if it hasn't as well, and I'll get back to you and hopefully we can fix that. Otherwise, guys, I'll see you in the next episode. Have a good one. Goodbye.
Hello there, my RPG lovers, and welcome to another video. After around 50 hours in Bannerlord, I feel like I can give you some proper combat tips. It seems like a lot of people are struggling with combat because there is no auto-blocking mechanic in the game. But Tailbirds confirmed that this feature will be added in the single player mode with some future patch, so there's that. But despite this, I think that you should absolutely try to learn how to block manually, because it's a really rewarding mechanic and the game is pretty much meant to be played like that. It's absolutely essential if you want to play in the multiplayer mode as well. After you finish the tutorial quest, the first thing you should do is find the nearest city and enter the arena. Practicing in arena is the best method to learn how to fight one or two enemies at the same time. It's a little bit different when you're on the field with a lot of soldiers, but we'll get to that as well. This is very important for a few reasons. You will learn how most weapons work and how AI works. There is no penalty for losing fights, but you can win some gold if you bring down a couple of opponents, and if you win, you'll get 250 gold, which is pretty good in the beginning. Anyway, let's learn how to block. For a couple of fights, just go in there and try to block every attack. Don't attack at all, just find your opponents and try to block every attack. There will be archers that will bother you, but even if you die, just start again and do the same. And you should block with your weapon, not with your shield. We'll get to the shield as well, but for now just use your weapon. Once you learn how to block with a weapon, blocking with the shield will be much easier because it's more forgiving. You can set the difficulty for damage received however you want, but I recommend you to set the AI difficulty to good. I would say it's not a huge difference in these fights, but good AI will try to use some tricks like faking their attacks. And this also means that AI will behave smarter in huge fights as well, so keep that in mind. My damage settings are realistic here, so it only takes a few hits to die in arena. But like I said, keep practicing blocking with a weapon for at least 10 or 20 minutes, and it will improve your defense quite a bit. After you're done with that, you're going to practice blocking with the shield. Even though blocking with the shield is more forgiving because you won't always have to block in the direction of the attack, it's still recommended to try and block in the right direction. Why? Well, it's simple really. The angle of attack is equally important as the attack direction. Here are a few examples to show you what I mean. I keep hitting these NPCs to the protected side because I'm aiming really high with the weapon. If I would attack at a lower angle in the same direction, they would easily block my attacks with the shield. So yeah, angles can be really important for this. There will be situations when NPCs hit at similar angles, so it's always best if you try to keep your shield in the direction of the attack. Although these situations are not so common in single player, but you can definitely use these angles to your advantage in fights. I think the shields are the most useful for blocking arrows and projectiles in general, and protect your back from projectiles as well, especially in big fights. Once you're more comfortable with blocking, let's start doing some damage. Self-defense approach to combat is a basic strategy, but you can find a lot of success with it. This means to never attack your enemy first, block their initial attack, try to hit them, block the second attack, and so on, you get the picture. It will work for a lot of encounters, but it's not always so simple, and it depends on the enemy you're fighting and the weapons you're using. For example, if your opponent has a slower two-handed weapon like a spear or an axe, and you're attacking with a smaller one-handed weapon, you can use a different approach. Once you block the initial attack, you can try and hit the next two attacks in the row. If you successfully land the first hit, there is a high chance that you land the second hit as well, because your opponent won't have a lot of time to react properly. And your chance to get hit while performing this 1-2 technique is really low because, again, you have the speed advantage. But it's really important to block the initial attack first, so keep that in mind. However, if your first attack gets blocked, you shouldn't try to chain the second attack because there is a high chance that you'll get hit. Only try to chain two attacks if you successfully land the first one. Bannerlord allows you to cancel your attacks at any given time by pressing the block button, so if you think you're going to get hit before your attack lands, get your block up. This is definitely a little bit trickier to pull off and you'll need some practice. Needless to say that playing aggressively and just swinging your weapon like a maniac won't get you far. All of this is much harder to pull off in fights with multiple opponents, of course, but it's not impossible. When you fight 2 or 3 NPCs at once, you should try and move to the side and keep your eye on the closest opponent. It won't always work, but I think it's the best way to handle multiple opponents. Unless you have more than 4 NPCs on your neck and you're not on your horse, then you're pretty much screwed. One more advanced technique that I like to use in certain situations is the 360 spinning attack. And I assure you, this is not only to look fancy, it's actually a really good move. I usually try to pull it off after one successful hit, and more often than not it works great. Even if it doesn't land, you're creating a bit more space between you and your opponent. Here's a couple of those situations.
Archers!
And it works great in multiplayer mode as well. So those were some of my personal tips for improving your attacking and blocking in smaller fights. Now let's go over some tips for bigger fights. Keep in mind that fights like this will mostly depend on how you command your troops and not by your individual skill in fight. I had the most success with one particular tactic. I leave all the rank 1 recruits in the first group, then I take all the stronger infantry and place them all in one separate group. Once the fight starts, I order the stronger infantry to follow me and to push my recruits to move forward while we try to flank the enemy. Archers should always be separated somewhere, and if the terrain allows it, you should put them on some hills so they won't get mowed down by enemy cavalry. This is not a huge fight, but this tactic works in bigger fights as well. It's especially good in the beginning, when you finally gather around 50 troops to fight for you. Even if you don't have a lot of higher ranked troops, take some recruits and put them in the separate group that will follow you. Now, of course, this only works if you're playing on foot, but I actually think that playing on your horse is really hard in the beginning, especially when you don't have your own cavalry. I have lost a lot of recruits in both of these fights, but those who survived will get upgraded. And if you look closer, I only lost a couple of higher level troops. The last thing I want to mention in this video is skirmish PvP. I know that a lot of you won't be interested in multiplayer, but hear me out. If you play a couple of matches in skirmish mode and you learn how to block versus human opponents, when you come back to single player, it will be much easier to block versus NPCs. And not just block of course, but fight as well. Multiplayer is really fun in Bannerlord and you should definitely try it at least. And that would conclude our basic combat tips for Bannerlord. Don't forget to subscribe for more content and click on the bell icon so you don't miss any future uploads. Special thanks to my Patreons, and if you as well want to support this channel in the long run, consider checking out those links in the description. That will be all, and I'll see you in the next one.
A large portion of Mount & Blade 2 Bannerlord takes place on the battlefield, as you would expect in a game that is essentially a medieval combat simulator. But one of the big things about Bannerlord is that battle system is quite complex, and there are a number of ways that you can actually execute your attacks on the enemy. From simple commands to a whole wide range of formations and approaches. So if you have no interest in learning the battle system, pressing F6 is a pretty carefree way to approach combat right now. Up until this point, I think I was just letting my units charge in anyway, so you don't need these advanced tactics until you start fighting bigger and scarier armies, ones with more unit diversity that require more finesse. Hopefully, this should help you get there. To start this video, we aren't going to jump directly into the battlefield, but instead, we're going to jump into the party screen. The proper execution of tactics relies heavily on setting yourself up for victory out of the gate, so let's start there. So here we are at the party screen. Again, this is where your success is going to start. And one thing I want to note is that in Warband, you could simply organize your party through this screen and it would have an effect on what things went to hideouts and how the actual battle map formed up. It's not that way anymore, unfortunately. So what you have to do is, I've got all my guys organized by tier and then their respective unit type. You don't need to do that. I'm just anal retentive. But let's go ahead and click on these Imperial Trained Infantrymen. In the upper right corner here, we get their level, we get their wage, but we also get their formation number. So what you have to do is then set the formation number to all the things you want to your corresponding, what I'll just call control group. You think of a control group in your standard RTS, it's the same as it is in this game. You're not pressing 1 to control that group directly, it's when you press F1 to then issue commands. You'll have them pre-set up to their formations. And the game has some cooked in formations. 1 is infantry, 2 is ranged, 3 is cav, 4 is horse archers, 5 is skirmishers, 6 is heavy infantry, 7 is light cav, and then 8 is your heavy cav. Now you can do it that way if you want. I'm not going to. I just did everything a little bit easier for myself. So all my infantry, I'm going to set to 1, and then all of my archers. All my archers should be set to 2. The game will just auto-assign these sometimes. So keep in mind, it should set them properly, but I think there's enough bugs on the system that it'll set them really nilly. So one last note though, before we jump into the actual battlefield, is that take a look at your characters to your companions. They can also be set to formations. Yarly Coalbiter here is a beast with a 2-handed axe, and he's a really good rider. So I'm going to set him to my cat. Para Willowbark is a pretty decent range combatant, so I'm going to send her to 2 in my ranged units. So make sure you set your companions to their respective formation as well as in accordance with their skills. But this is how you really kind of bake in success for your battlefield. Alright, so here we are on the battlefield. So before I actually get going with some of our battlefield commands, I just want to give you guys some real quick little tricks that I learned. And this one actually comes directly from the comment section on my 9 useful tips. I'll link that in the upper right corner. But if I press W, it'll trot forward, and if I press S, it just kind of stops. Well, if you double press W, you will immediately jump into a gallop, and if you double press S, you will immediately come to a stop. So those alone are like total game changers for me. So another little thing I want to show you guys is if you hold down Alt on the battlefield, you can see where your units are, the corresponding unit type, and where the enemy is, as well as the distance relative to you, the player. So I think this is a really good idea as far as giving you a good sense of where the battlefield is and what your allies are around you and where your enemies are. So let's also bring up F1 here real quick. So you see at the very top our formations, 1, 2, and 3. So how do you select all of them? Well, all you have to do is press a number that is not bound to a formation. So for instance, we don't have a 4th formation. So pressing 4, everybody listen to me. I get the whole entire group selected. So this is a great way to select the entire army on the fly. If you just don't remember which numbers are selected, just press F1, then press a number that you know is not a formation. Boom, set. Also, let's say you don't want your cav to charge or you don't want your cav to do anything, you can select just a set number of formations. Holding down Control, then pressing 1 and 2, oops, sorry, 1, 2, 3, however you want, allows you to stack up as many formations as you want. Let's say I've got 1 selected, I hold down Control, then press 2, and now my archers and my infantry are selected. Or let's say I've got multiple cav forces and I want all of them to charge. Well, I can select all of my multiple cav forces, hold 2, and now my archers and my infantry are selected. Want your cav to do anything, you can select just a set number of formations. Holding down Control, then pressing 1 and 2, oops, sorry, 1, 2, 3, however you want, allows you to stack up as many formations as you want. Let's say I've got 1 selected, I hold down Control, then press 2, and now my archers and my infantry are selected. Or let's say I've got multiple cav forces and I want all of them to charge. Well, I can select all of my multiple cav forces, holding Control, then give that order. So this allows you to get a lot more flexibility with your formations. And now one last little quick trick is our dialog boxes on the left. This is what we're going to be clicking through and moving through to make our commands across the battlefield. So by pressing F1, I can bring up all my positions, then I press F9 to go back, 2 for facing, F9 to go back, 3 for form, F9 to go back. Well, you don't need to press F9. If you bring up movement, you can simply right-click and it will go back to the parent menu, and so on and so forth, or further down the route. So if I press F1 again, though, and you see that I've got F1 through F7 bound to commands here, well, if you press F8 or any F key that is not bound to a command, it'll jump you back a menu. So, for instance, F2 facing, oh, I'm just going to press F4, jumps me back a command. So you have a lot of flexibility with that. Don't think that you're bound to pressing F9 to get everything done. That helps you out quite a bit. But let's jump into movement, our very first portion of this, and we have a number of different ways to do this. So before we really get into movement, I want to talk about how easy it is to actually move things on the map. And it's not really laid out this way in the tutorial. So if I press F1 to movement, it makes you think you have to press F1 again to make them move to that location. You don't. You just press F1 and then you press left click. Boom, there you go. I mean, you can press F1 and then hold down Alt and do it too, but you don't really need to do that. Just press F1, use your movement flag, and then left click. It's going to make it so much easier on you to just get things moved around the battlefield. Now, another thing I want to talk about real quick with movement is holding down left click. You're probably familiar with this when you take a look at other RTSs and making formations. But you see these little green flags that denote where your characters are walking and running all that action. So if I were to bring up F1, I'll bring over here, and I can see all these flags. It shows me the direction they're facing. If I hold down left click, though, I create an axis point, and AXIS, and I can move this around to make this a wider or a tighter formation. And we'll see how this expands out in the formation portion, but that's a quick way to get your movement done quick and easy. So jumping down into follow me, we can have all this unit follow me. Now the way that this would be explained in the tutorial almost seems like a guard stance. It is not that. This unit will follow you no matter what, maybe attacking what comes in contact, but if you push through a unit, they will attempt to fight their way out. So basically use follow if you want them to attack what you're attacking, not if you want them to go off and fight things as you come in contact with them. That's a different command. Let's move these guys back here and look at our next one. So we've got charge. Old faithful, right? This is what I'm sure the majority of us were pressing to get things done. Now the tutorial lays it out as the best way to get your units in combat. Wrong. Charge sends all units, well, whatever ones you have selected, regardless of class, into melee. This means any archers will pull out swords, and hybrid horse cav or javelin infantry will not use their ranged abilities. We want to avoid this unless we're explicitly selecting a melee unit instead. So that's what I say. But if you want to do a little bit more, you want to use advance. So think of advance kind of like attack move for other RTSs. This will replace your muscle memory for charge. This allows all units to immediately move forward towards the enemy, and even if you aren't giving them a command in that direction. So if I face over here, let me just press my archers, because it'll exemplify the next point. And I press advance, and I follow my archers here. They will move to in range of the enemy, and then they will attack. And that's the important thing here. Actually, they won't attack because I have them on. Not fire will, so that the enemy won't charge me. But still. Advance allows it so that all of your range units will get in range and then use their ranged abilities. Melee and cav will immediately charge into combat. But one thing I've noticed with this command is that archers will skirmish, you know. If something gets into range with them, they will attempt to maintain max range and they'll run backwards. So it's really, really useful. I cannot stress this being the new norm now that I've discovered how it really works. Moving over further into our list, we have fall back. I'll press fall back. They're not going to fall back to that distinguished point. So fall back is nice because it's not a full-scale retreat. Your unit will maintain a distance from the enemy and fall back in an orderly fashion, attempting to maintain unit cohesion and some semblance of a formation. The nice thing is that this is not dependent on any set direction from you. You just select it and we'll take care of the rest. Advance and fall back are very strong in that regard. You can really use fall back if you're dealing with horse cav that you want to keep just outside of reach of the enemy. You can use fall back. They'll continue to shoot with their bows and arrows and stay out of reach. Now your next one here, pretty self-explanatory. It's stop. It stops the way that I play sieges, but be wary that it does moving backwards. Moving backwards. And all right, so let's take a look at some. You want to select your whole army for that. So I think a lot of this is going to.
Archers! Everyone, charge!
Alright, time to play some Mountain Blade. Press the buttons. Here we go. What is up, everyone? Load up our Botanian playthrough. Great Cram, what's up, man? How you doing? Michael Kenyon. Hello, Kevin Black. Olivier, how are you? Johnny Smith, what's up? Thomas Arnold. Good morning to you, dude. Dude, patch when? I hope today. Mr. T, how are you? Brian Neighbors, what's up, bro? Like, I'm hoping that that patch lands today and we can cover it and go live with everything. Just really express ourselves through the fine art of interpretive dance. Okay, so let's take a look at where we were at. We just became a mercenary here of Britannia, and we did make a tannery, which is just producing, or an ironmonger, which is producing garbage. But we'll see how this goes as we progress through. It's still pretty recent in its production. We can change this at any time. Let's have some fun. We've been doing some fun little siege battles too, so it's been interesting. I'm really liking this whole foot playthrough. It's a lot more challenging than normal. I think it makes for a nice little tweak on the old nipples, as they say. France, or other places that I don't know about. I'm just going to stick with that. And as always, I apologize. My allergies are hammering me. Yeah, I'm not really liking the Ironmonger so far. The game does need more factions. Guys, I'm almost done with the community wishlist video. Well, not the video itself, but the compilation of all of your suggestions. Just to kind of show you guys where we're at right now, because there's a lot of cool stuff with it. Oh, Skulls for Skull Throne, it's out today. Okay, so bring this up over here and do. Okay. So I'll obviously kind of make this look a little bit prettier when I'm done with it. But what I've got right now is what I've really narrowed down to 49, or I guess 48 some odd suggestions, or I suppose actually 47. Whatever. Be that as it may. And the way it's going to work pretty much is that I'm going to compile everything. I'm at... So here is everything. Here's all the suggestions. And it goes down to line 2,145, and I'm on line 1,059. Obviously, there's some dead room here, you know, so it's like per suggestion, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 lines, but only one line is actually pertinent, so take that as you will. So what I'm doing is basically taking everything and compiling it down to a common denominator. Like, oh, someone says, I would like to see different types of Volges and a different two-handed swords. Well, that goes into new weapons armor. Affixes, variations, sets, different types, etc. Or someone says, like, you know what, I want to see roads. Well, that goes into fief management expanded. Roads, petitions, governor, freeze, party slot, customization, revolutions, workshops, NPC governors, so on and so forth. Or, hey, you know what, I'd really like for roguery to have its own type of playstyle, or for you to be a bandit king. Well, here you go. That goes into my bandit and roguery playability. Bandit kings, subterfuge, bribes, and recruitment. So it's not done yet, and I'm gonna probably color code it too by like, okay, these are campaign fixes. These are like balance fixes. Like I've got stuff here on like Aserai troop reworks and Sturgian troop reworks, Britannian troop rework, companion relations, aesthetic. Oops, no. Aesthetic tweaking such as towns, castles, and so on. So what the fuck is going on there? Jesus. So a lot of it will kind of, it'll be a little bit more presentable once I'm finished, but this will be pretty much all of the suggestions compiled by you guys from that one video that we did. And then when I release the actual community video, I'll say, hey, here is a link to resubmit your suggestion for what you'd like changed. And what I want you to do in this video is to just copy the suggestion word for word that you want to vote for, basically. And you can vote, I'll just say like up to 5. And this way I can do a post video. So I imagine this video is going to get quite a good amount of reach because I'm going to post it on the forums, on the Reddit, everywhere, and then we can total it all up. So the developers will be able to see this document kind of growing live. It'll be going live, and they'll see, okay, well, When the video came out, it had 18 requests for new weapons, but now that it's got a much wider reach, it's got this many more votes for this. And in total, that maybe equals this amount of votes for new weapons and armor. And now we can see that a lot of the community wants these things over these things. And I know that the developers look at all these videos, they watch streamers, they watch what you guys put on forums, so this should help out in the future direction of the game. But we shall see. Okay, but back to the game. I just want to show you guys what I'm working on and why it's taking so damn long. Is it really a female peasants thing, Johnny Smith? You've got Sword Sisters. They're right here. So there's some things that I did not actually put in this list that people requested. Someone said, I want the ability to fight like a champion or something like that. Well, there are troops that are like, contender? Yeah, old contender. I don't know who or what creates this situation, but these guys are in the game. So I think that there is something in the tournament system that is supposed to include these guys. What's up, Sebastian? How are you? Spy Quest has them? Okay, I've never even touched the Spy Quest because it was so bugged at the beginning of the game's launch, so I haven't touched it yet. What up, Andrew? Hello, lol hi. Hello, lol haha, I mean, hi to you, lol haha. Man, my allergies are fucked today. Okay, that makes sense. And I was like, man, what's the point of this? I don't ever see these guys. And these guys doing their thing. Little tip dancing. Happy dance. So I just sent an email out to I sent an email out to Paradox to hopefully get early access to, oh man, this couldn't be darker, to Vampire Masquerade's Bloodlines 2. We'll be having that on the channel when it comes out in due time. Hey guys, please do make sure you're pressing that like button. I know it's like an overly beaten to death trope, but it does help out any YouTuber you watch. Like I've said a million times, you're pretty much telling the YouTube algorithm that, hey, this person's content matches their title and it is in fact good content. Okay, alright. Missing for missing. There it is, right in the head too. It's like a machine gun. Oh, I'm sorry. No, don't run from me, don't run from me, don't run. Oh! Oh. I didn't even see that arrow's going. Who got some levels? You got a level, and you got a level. No, it's diverse, Mr. T. I actually have very few fiends. I've got 1, 2, 3. Just 3. You know what I'd really like, RJ, is if they did like some sort of system where night battles had like torches or something, so it's like you couldn't really see, like they made it even darker, so you had to like really, you could use those night tactics to your advantage. I think that'd be kind of fun. A little too highfalutin, but still cool. And whippersnappers. What's up, Best of Freya? Where's my army going? Traveling to Dradois, Dradois. I went to Amatatus. Ooh, let's go to Amatatus.
Soldiers!
Where is Amatatus again?
Give them hell!
It's really weird that they always go over that direction. Mark Carter. No, they're just the publisher. They're not the developer. Fire Arrows Espen is in my community wish list. Heladog has created an army around here. Oh yeah, guys, let's go do some besieging. Callahan dropping a $5 donation. What if did you say? +1 to the suggestion list for expanding on religion in Colorado. YouTube voices, heaven be praised, etc. The Embers of the Flame, minor faction, does support the concept. I have religion on there, I think. It's, I think it only has 2 votes though. It's probably one of the more... It's probably one of the lower requested features so far. And there's been certain things that people have put on that... absolutely, yes sir, I'm glad you're enjoying them. That people have requested, like, hey, I want the banners fixed. Well, the reason I will put that in the suggestion thing is because they've said, hey, we're not happy with the way the physics are, so we haven't put it back into the game yet. Great Graham, I didn't even know that was the thing.
Attack!
Okay, you know what? Bump that up to 2. Okay, I'll put 1 for you. Aha! Building a camp that sieges. Before this army randomly is going to disperse. Right now. There it is. Let's go this guy. Oh! We're taking a fight? We're taking a fight? Or we're going to pussyfoot around over here? Yeah, pussyfoot around. Great. Cool. Awesome. Bam! I'm sticking with this 100. That's a little bit better. Okay, advance on you. You will go shield wall.
Side by side, but all of you, man, hear me.
Oh, look at all their guys over there on their haughty horses. Aha! Hee hee! Oh god! Whoa! Stop it! Get away from me! Shield wall it up, bros. Hey, ow! That really hurt! That really hurt me! Run! Run away! Run away! We are not doing well. Oh no. We're going miserably. Oh! They've got 26, or they've got 60 left. Oops, that was my guy. Let's just, can't I retreat here from here? Can I retreat? Run away! My guys got really beat up there. Holy crap. Man. Oh, I forgot to load in the proper stuff. That's probably a good thing to do. Oh, crap. That was brutal. Okay, note to self, don't take fights you think you can win in situations like that. Holy crap, we lost so much. Now we have to go rebuild. Oh, no. Ooh. Well, just going back to home base here. Just as that worked out just as I planned. That was perfect for absolutely nobody. Whoops. Recruit some troops. We're gonna need a lot of these guys. No, we're not right now, Lunith, unfortunately. You abandoned our men over there. You're right. And it felt good, because I'm alive. Rubber Pedigree, it's not out yet, though. Like, it is, but... So we'll get... For winning, we will get the thing we made. So, let's see how that goes. Remember we made that together as a team? Oh, this is gonna be fun. What's up, Colonel Burton? The old from behind with a big ol' axe. You're damn right I'm not full health, but I'm not high on the health pool right now, or on my treasury. My treasury's not. This isn't good. Oh, see this Battanian hero can do, because that guy's got like, great. Battanian hero did nothing for us. This is good. These are going well right now. Oh no! Can I sell anything? Oh yeah, Christian. You better be tipsy. Come up my stream like that. I know we don't have a lot of money, but I also need those men. I can spend my focus points. I may be a little confused by your question. Help me out, Stefan. No, God, no puns. Oh. You want red prices when selling. Correct. Do I forget that a lot of times? Absolutely. Am I a smart man? Not at all. We'll pump up charm a little bit. Everything else is kind of increasing as I want. Yeah, I mean, I could make another thing to sell. But it just feels dirty. It feels dirty to like go, oh, create this, this, and this, and like, boom, there we go. Easy money, easy money. Like if I forge one of these. Great. I think these actually, this is actually pretty. Yeah, see, that's not too bad. Give me a pretty good amount of money right now. Nah, no cheesy cheeses, Neil. The only cheese I want is if it comes out of a tube. Eh. Okay, what does our army look like? Is that, like, we lost a lot of our pickled warriors, which sucks. These guys should be a number 2. I think we lost all of our cavalry, too. We have a little bit of cav left. You're damn right, RJ. Lot of volunteers. Okay, so let's arm with the Garfax. We're gonna come back from this, guys. Just watch. Just you watch. It's gonna be like a glorious phoenix. Why is every fucking fight at night right now?
Salt lower arrows!
Yeah, good. Lower the arrows. Charge in. Beta or stable launch? Bobby, I'll be honest with you, the beta is pretty stable. The issues with both is that both are kind of they have their fair share of issues right now. With ooh, that's a wrong here. Just crowning these guys. Hopefully achieve. Volunteer has died. I mean, my daily change is just... Oh, okay, let's look at that. Oh, workshop is still abysmal. So... Amitatus is taken. What do I want to make? Make a javelin. Make a really long javelin. Make a javelin that's so long. It's long as a javelin. Money bag. I think it is, but it still suffers from some problems, Thalia. That'll help out. That's pretty much all I'll need right there. That should be good. What's a big ol' bear? And that peace and declare war option are going to come. Bronze, they're here in the beta. We're just waiting for the beta to move into the primary branch. And I think Turkey has a... I think the holiday was today or yesterday. So we should be seeing that move in the next day or two. Hopefully. Does the king have trouble finding women? Does he have trouble filling his bed? Alright, and let's move this guy to a tannery. I think that's just like the way to go right now. Change production, tannery, boom. Alright. And we'll make another two. Okay. We're at the beginning of the stream. See if we can get any recruits going. Oh! Hey, Dermont. Oh, nothing for you, huh? Phoenix, you try to eat a gratuitous amount of cheese with clothes on, and you tell me how greasy your shirt gets. You go ahead and do that, and you tell me. I promise it'll get greasy. Yeah, man. It's like when you get a really bad stomach ache, and you're on the toilet, and you just end up doing like one of those situations where one leg out of the pants, and then the other leg out of the pants, and then you just kick the pants to the side, and then you just kind of start moving through your phone. Because, this is obviously a crescendoing stomach cramp, stomach pain. As you move through your phone, though, you're like, who am I going to call first when I start dying? Okay, let's get one more because an even number's great. I bought a whole new computer just for this game. Bronze Dar. Well, welcome to the family, dude. You're going to have a great time. Welcome to your new life in Colradia. Hey, Stephen Lee, how are you, dude? K Van Lin, what you might want to try then is if you can't do it through the little button down there, go ahead and use this link, and this will go through PayPal. This is probably the best way to do that. Dude, look at that. It's got blinged out. Mengus of Bogbeth.
Oh, Ibris will never fall.
Huh, interesting. I could actually have my Mincer to do that one. Is 1500 for a gaming laptop okay? It's my first laptop I bought with my own money without any support. Mr. T, can you tell me the processor and the GPU as well as the RAM, and I will tell you if it's worth it or not. 1500 is pretty good though. Oh man.
Infantry!
I guess we're all not waiting here.
Soldiers! Footmen! Infantry!
Alright, so they're gonna come in all hot and bothered. Go ahead and take this little
Forward! Armed
Field
soldier! Move! Infantry! Stand apart!
Remember when I released a video on how to like have better tactics and then I just lost miserably? Alright guys, you know, you're just kind of running in all willy-nilly over there. Oh shit, that guy just got fucked up. Aha!
Infantry! Onward!
Yeah, desktops are definitely the better route to go, but I mean,
Cut
yeah, just go and charge in. Go for it.
Footmen!
And line formation. Hey, look, I can get a horse. Guys, I got on a horse. This is not very Battanian of me. God, they got pushed up against a thatch house and destroyed. Good lord. The video's for you, yeah, not me. I mean, I already know these tactics. Shit. What's up, Chris? Alright, well, didn't get much more. RJR, I don't have an answer for you. Okay, that's a good processor. What about the GPU? GPU is a 2060. What about the RAM? Oh, keep the coin, god damn. Angry. How did it do that? Just use warriors? We've been going Bizarre Life for 37 minutes. Unlike other Robin Hoods, I can speak in a British accent. If there's an option for 16 gigs of RAM, try to get 16 gigs of RAM, Mr. T. Somebody wants his daughter found. That's a good point. This is... So, Aster is our location for some nobles. Good stuff, but... Oh, allergies are rushing me to... Extortion by deserters and extortion by deserters. Like a good extortion.
The Calradian Empire has been in a long state of decay. Invasions have weakened the Empire, and their enemies have been taking land piece by piece. Internal strife has also left Calradians in a vulnerable state. To make a bad situation worse, the Calradian Emperor Arenikos has just been murdered by an unknown assassin, and due to his reluctance to name an heir, the whole empire has exploded into a civil war. To the north, the Calradian Senate under the leadership of Lucan claimed to be the true heirs to the empire and wished to restore the ancient rule by Senate. Before his death, Emperor Arenikos had supported Republican ideals of the past and empowered the nobles of the Senate. The Southern Empire is led by the widow of Emperor Arenikos, Empress Regalia, who claims that hereditary rule is the only legitimate choice and that the Emperor's daughter should rule once she comes of age. The Western Empire is commanded by Gyarios, a prominent general who fought against the enemies of Calradia his entire life. His men rallied around him in his call for imperial conquest, and they believe that he should rule because only he is strong enough to defend the empire. With a new civil war already started, the weakened empire is in a precarious position. Far to the south is the Sultanate of Azerai, ruled by Sultan Unqid, who rules over the Bronze Desert called Nahassa. The lands of Azerai were recently a collection of various rulers, each with their own petty fiefdoms. But with the weakened empire to their north, they have band together as a confederacy, electing a sultan from among the richest clan. The surrounding desert acts as a shield of aggression from the empire, who wouldn't dare send their legions to be harassed by the expert Azerai cavalry and be cut off from their own supply lines. Instead, the empire has previously suppressed the Azerai by establishing power in the region through making clients and allies among the clans, keeping them divided among themselves. Now that the Azerai are united, they look poised for conquest, but the Sultan must always be wary of the many other ambitious clans. In the dense forest northwest of the empire is the home of the Battanians, who are the native people to most of Calradia. The Battanian people are strong warriors and are masters of archery and ambush attacks, an essential combination as they have been subject to relentless raids and invasions from neighbors in every direction. Throughout the long history of Battania, there has always been a crowned High King at the capital of Dunmanon. Their current High King is Caladon. Their High King is a fierce warrior, and like many of his people, he idolizes valor above all else. But the position of High King holds less authority than many other rulers. It's said that if you go to any Battanian hill fort and ask the local noble, "Whose kingdom do you live in?" his reply would be, "Mine, of course." The High King Caladog has made efforts to centralize power and increase his authority, but time will tell if it's enough to stabilize the Battanians against their numerous foes. To the far north in the frozen woodlands is the warlike people of Sturgia, who have mastered raiding with their excellent swordsmen and axemen. The many different cultures that make up Sturgia joined into a confederation just 100 years ago. Though Sturgians are fiercely against monarchy, they are led by a prince named Ragenvad. The title prince was traditionally used for military leaders, but in recent years has effectively come to mean king. Over the last centuries, Sturgia has grown rich from trade, with people venturing from the south to purchase honey, iron, and most importantly, furs. Their woodlands have proven to be a very valuable resource, as the fur trade has founded many major towns along the rivers, which saw huge economic growth from the trade. Ironically, their own wealthy lands could be the target of many raiders. On the western coast is the Kingdom of Vlandia, ruled by King Derther. The Vlandian people are not natives to Calradia and came from overseas to seek their fortune as mercenaries. They came to be known as Vlandians after their most famous warlord, Villain the Bold, or Vlandian in Calradic, gained fame throughout Calradia. Not long ago, the Vlandians were loyal mercenaries to the Empire. Their heavy cavalry fought alongside the Empire's soldiers against the Azerai, the Battanians, and other enemies. As time went on, the Empire could no longer afford to pay large amounts of silver to their Vlandian mercenaries. Instead, the Emperor would pay in land. But over time, the Vlandians occupying this land formed families, built houses, farms, and fortresses, and became a very powerful faction within the Empire. When the time came, it was relatively easy for King Ulsric Ironarm to rally his barons and declare himself king. He captured the old imperial capital of Baravanos and secured much of the Western Empire. Now, with the Empire once again in shambles, the Vlandians may again take more of the Empire, but internal strife between the Raudoks and the Nords may prove a challenge. In the eastern steppe is the Khuzaids, renowned for their horsemen and their archers who have prospered from raiding the Empire. The Empire had not taken these raids lightly, Many ambitious would-be Khans ended up perishing from the blades of an assassin, or found themselves at the mercy of another ambitious clan paid by the Empire. However, just 2 generations ago there was major change. Due to another conqueror rising further east, the nomadic tribes consolidated under the rule of Khan Urkun and expanded westward rather than be crushed in the eastern conquest. Now the land that the Khuzaits once raided is the land they call home, and after the death of the Great Khan, the stability amongst the various clans has lessened. His descendant Khan Munchug still rules, but many of the clan leaders have aspirations to become the next Khan. Thank you for watching. I'll be hosting a Bannerlord giveaway starting in the next few days, so stick around to be notified for that. Hope to see you next time. Goodbye.
Hey guys, and welcome back to another episode of Mount & Blade 2 Bannerlord. Today we're going to be doing the final strengths and weaknesses episode, and well, for the foreseeable future I might go back and change the other ones, because I know probably didn't cover as many points as I should have, and I probably didn't cover them as clearly as I should have, so I might redo those in the future and just try and make them a little bit better if possible. But essentially what we're going to be looking at today is the strengths and weaknesses of the Empire, and not just one of the 3 factions. We're just going to be looking at them as a whole. So first off, when creating your character and selecting, you have your character culture, and picking the Empire gives you a 20% construction speed bonus to town projects, wall repairs and siege engines. Now this isn't really useful at all for the early game. There is nothing really you can do with this unless you are very lucky, or not really lucky, but you get a town when you join a faction. If you join the Empire and they give you a faction, or you join Britannia and they give you, sorry I'm saying faction, if they give you a town, sorry is what I meant, then this isn't really that helpful for the early game, and more for the late game when you start to take your own towns and castles. But what it is really useful for is your 20% construction speed bonus, which goes towards building siege engines. So town projects, wall repairs, yes, useful, but the siege engine's a majorly useful component there, because one of the hardest things to do, especially if you're out on your own, is trying to besiege a castle, because you want to do it as quickly as possible without having an army turn up to try and kill you. So having that 20% extra construction speed towards building your catapults, trebuchets, battering rams or siege towers is incredibly useful, and will majorly speed it up and allow you to assault the castle or town before the enemy can show up. They still probably will show up, but it does make obviously 20% difference, and it can really make the difference between winning or losing that settlement. The wall repairs as well, again, very useful. It allows you to rebuild those walls that you've just torn down a lot quicker, so trying to defend your newly captured castle or town, it will be a lot easier when you can finally repair those walls and stop the enemy from coming straight through into your town or castle. So as a skill, not the best in the world, but pretty useful when it comes to starting out your own kingdom or empire. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next thing. Okay, so here we are, we've arrived at Donestica. So it's put us into the Southern Empire. We did this on sandbox mode, so just bear in mind, I don't know if it is random. This is the first time I've really done a sandbox with the Empire, so it could place you in any 3 of the empires, but for me it's done at the Southern Empire. I don't know if this is the same for everyone. This could be completely different. What we're just going to do is pick up some recruits here, just so we don't get attacked by any bandits along the road. So the first thing to bear in mind is the strategic location of the Empire as a whole. So it's the largest faction if you don't separate the 3. They cover the entire central part of the map, and obviously yes, you have the 3 main factions. They're not too different, obviously all the units are the same, but what they really differ in is their enemies. So whichever faction you decide to align yourselves with, you will have your set enemies. So if you're part of the Southern Empire, your main threat will most likely be the Khuzait Khanate. most likely. One thing I will say is the Empire loves to civil war, so more often than not you'll find yourself fighting against the Empire, which in terms of troop quality and troop type is quite easy because you know what you're up against. You don't really have to change up your tactics and strategy too much because you're going to be fighting the exact same men as you will have. So it's not too difficult, but yeah, you will find yourself fighting against the other Empire a lot. And their settlements and villages are very close and tightly packed together, so it will be quite an intense war with constant battles raging everywhere you go. Unlike where you go to war with the Khuzait Khanate, it's a little bit more further apart. So yeah, just bear that in mind. But yeah, a strategic location. There aren't too many natural borders that protect you. If you're part of the Southern Empire or Western Empire, you do have this huge sea coming through here, which gives you a lot of protection from the south. But the Northern Empire, you have a similar sort of thing protecting you from Sturgia, but you've also got the main enemy of Britannia, Sturgia, and the Khuzait Khanate, as well as the other empires to the south. So there are a lot of enemies, a lot of threats, and you'll find the empires usually get taken over on their borders fairly quickly usually, and try and fight quite hard to get it back. But they're still quite strong. They can form pretty big armies, and their economy is very, very powerful as well. Because they're sort of the central powers, the more central you get into these cities, the stronger their prosperity and economy will be. So they're also very good spots to set up trading like caravans and workshops and things along those lines. So very useful in that sense too. You're going to get very good armors and yeah, things like that. It's very useful. Very good places to own as well. Like I said, prosperity being very high is very useful. As far as troop types go, the best thing about the Empire, and it's sort of the new players' kingdom to join, is because their troop types are so varied. You kind of have access to everything. So unlike where you have Britannia and your main focus will be on your infantry, and you only can get the archers if you get lucky enough to actually find them. Otherwise you have access to no archers, or with Valandia you'll only have your crossbowmen. With these guys you have everything. So you have your, I don't know why that's stuck on there. So you've got your infantry, your basic standard infantry, sword and shield. Then they move off and they split into two. So you can either go for heavy infantry or you can go for two-handed polearm infantry. So straight away you've covered two pretty major parts of the world there. So like I said, with Britannia and Valandia you've got your billmen and your polearmsmen, who are obviously a lot better than the Imperial ones, but you do still have access to your polearmsmen here, as well as your one-handed infantry as well. And then when you go down the archer route, they give you just your bog standard archers. Still pretty damn good archers. The Palatine Guard are fantastic archers. Not the best in the game, but they're still pretty good. And then you also have your crossbowmen as well, which most factions don't have. In fact, this is the only faction along with Valandia that has crossbowmen. So the Empire really does cover every aspect. Now their units are not the best in the game. They do not have the best infantry, they do not have the best archers or the best crossbowmen. But they also don't have the worst. Now none of these units are bad. They're just not the best. But they're still pretty damn good. They're kind of just good all over the board. Everything is just good, and that's why it's the easiest faction to play, because you get every unit type to play around with, and they just cover every aspect of what you need to go into battle with, or to change up your tactics, or to learn how to use certain unit types. They even give you horse archers, which again, along with the Khuzaits, this is the only other faction that has horse archers, except for if maybe you counted the Mamluks from the Azerai, which are kind of infantry / horse archers. But these guys are actually horse archers, which most other factions don't have. Now you might be thinking they don't have cavalry. Well, they do, and their cavalry, I'd say in my opinion, is the best cavalry in the game. I don't know if we'll be able to find them because they're quite difficult. We'll probably have to go through this way of doing it. So we'll go cavalry, then we'll go to, where are you, Empire, and then straight away. So we've got the Elethroy, but you've got to ignore these because these are just the like mercenary units that you can hire. So the Imperial Vigler Recruit. Now, quite difficult to find. You kind of have to look for headhunters in villages to find these guys, but if you do, they are worth it. you get your Imperial Equites, and then you get your Imperial Elite Cataphracts down the end of the line. And I think easily these guys are the best cavalry in the game. They have exceptional armour, absolutely brilliant armour. They have a huge Imperial Lance. Their horse has got ridiculous armour. The Imperial Cataphract horse armour is probably one of the strongest horse armours you can get in the game. Like I said, their main body armour is also exceptionally good, and their sword and shield is also exceptionally good. Now these guys are very hard to kill. They're very hard to bring down. They're very quick on their horses, and with their lance they can deal serious damage. They're also amazing on foot, so if you need to use them for sieges, these guys are fantastic infantry as well. Obviously not with their polearm, but with their sword and shield, they're still very capable soldiers on foot as well. And they're absolutely fantastic, but also quite expensive, and like I said, quite hard to find. But as you're building up, you don't really need too much cavalry. It's quite a nice thing to build up slowly. You only need a couple to begin with, so you kind of build up to about 10, 20 as your campaign progresses. And because these guys are so heavily armoured and so good, they're not going to be dying very quickly. So yes, it is difficult to find them, but once you find a village that does them, just keep kind of trying to progress your relationships with those headsmen, and constantly trying to improve that as well, and really trying to increase relations, and you can get more access to them. Luckily as well, because the Empire's prosperity is quite high, you'll find that they're probably easier to get the elite units with the Empire, especially as you have 3 separate kingdoms, so all of these kingdoms have the same units, like I said, so you can get those elite cataphracts from any one of the 3 empires. So that does make their accessibility a lot higher than most other factions who might only have 1 or 2 villages that offer them at the time, whereas the Empire has 3 factions which have multiple villages that will offer these units up for you. So they are quite easy to get, and if you do find yourself at war with any other empires, you can defeat them in battle and obviously take those guys as prisoners, and that's another quite easy way of recruiting them too. So yeah, as far as the units are, these guys are good all over the board. Everything they have is strong, and you won't really find yourself lacking in any aspects. You really do have access to everything with these guys. So it's a very, very good, very easy faction to play with, especially if you're starting out new at the game. And economically wise as well, very strong and very easy to use. And like I said, strategically, on the placements, obviously it's probably the hardest faction strategically placed in the map, because you do have enemies on all sides of you, absolutely everywhere. No matter which faction you go to, there is no best faction. Every campaign is different, so every single one will have their different enemies. But like I said, if you're closer to the Crusade, you might struggle a little bit more, because the Crusade is a very strong, powerful faction that kind of steamrolls through most towns and villages with ease with their cavalry superiority. So if you are going for the north or south especially, you do have to look out for cavalry for the Crusade, and try and make sure you've got your tactics up to speed on how you're going to defeat them, and what units you're going to need to take them on the best. When it comes to the Azerite, obviously you've kind of got these choke points really, so actually going to war with them, you know that they're only going to be coming through Donustica or Vostrum, so you can anticipate and protect against them quite easily, especially if you kind of take the fight to Huss and Folk here. It's very easy to sort of defeat them in a war and get the upper hand. But yeah, a lot harder with the Crusade Khanate. Now, well, so yep, strong. Yeah, so they're very strong infantry. Like I said, they're not the best infantry in the world, but they do have very strong infantry. Their Imperial Legionary is probably maybe the second best infantry, the one-handed sword infantry you can get in the game. They're very, very capable, very strong, just all-round good units. They're very well armoured, all of the units as well, even the archers, they're quite well armoured. Like I said, Imperial Cataphracts as well, exceptionally well armoured. I'd say probably the biggest weakness of this faction is they're not very fast moving. Because they're so well armoured, and that goes for all of their unit types, they're quite slow on the campaign map. And I'd say this is probably their biggest weakness, that it does drag you down quite significantly. And the lack of just all-round cavalry options is, it kind of, it brings you down a little bit. But obviously that slow moving can be made up for the fact that they're very capable units across the board. They also do lack polearms. Like I said, you've got the Men of Leotins, which are your polearm infantry, but you are lacking. So it's quite a short spear, and they don't have shields. So they're not the best polearm infantry in the game. They do have their polearms, but they're not very long, capable polearms. They're more of just short spears. They do also have javelins, I think. Men of Men of Leons for throwing. So they also have that ability too, I think. Anyway, I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure they do. They also do have one-handed weapon too. But yeah, so they're capable, but this is kind of the only real polearm unit you have, and I wouldn't say that they're the best either. But not necessarily the worst. So the biggest strength of this faction is that it is just an all-round good faction. So every aspect of it is good, not the best, not the worst. It's just good. They're very, very average. And like I said, it goes across the entire board. So for all three of them, everything is the same. You'll have your crap villages and your very good villages too. It's just a matter of who you want to align yourselves with. And if you're going through the actual campaign method, you can either reignite one of them and combine them all, or you can take them over. Either your choice. But yeah, you'll find very capable leaders and companions with the Empire as well. And like I said, with their starting ability of that extra construction, is also quite useful. Their tournaments as well are very easy to win, so starting off, if you want to boost your renown and your skills, taking on their tournaments is very easy, and you can get some incredibly good kit with that as well. Now, as far as trade, they offer some pretty decent weaponry, not the best in the world. I think it's just starting out, so there's not too much good stuff here at the moment. It's just because we've just started the game. But you can get some very, very good armour, probably some of the best armour in the game actually. Probably body armour, maybe not helmets. And weapons, they offer some very good spears and sword types. So there's a lot of useful aspects to these guys. And like I said, workshops wise, you'll probably get some of them just more average good ones in the centre of the Empire, because their villages and towns are so good as far as prosperity is concerned. So you can make a lot of money with these guys too. But that's about it for these guys. Tactics with them, it generally depends on who you're going up against, but because you have access to such a wide variety of troops, any sort of tactics you work against anyone will work, because you will have all those different unit types which you need to counter everyone. You can literally counter any faction with the Empire, whereas if you pick a more specific kingdom like the Azrai or Kuzites, then you will have huge disadvantages, which means going up against certain factions will bring you down, whereas being part of the Empire, you can more or less go up against anyone, and it's a pretty even fight. So yeah, just generally an all-round good faction. You'll be very lucky to get a settlement with these guys, to get a town if you join them. But if you can get one of the more central ones, you'll be set really. Very, very useful. But that's about it, guys. I can't really think of much more else to say. I'm sure I've missed something. Please let me know down in the comments if I have, or if you've got any tips on how to use these guys, or just any knowledge of your own. Please pass it down in the comments below. I'm sure people will love to hear it. But otherwise, yeah, that's all I can really think of for the moment. I will cover anything else if I can. Like I said, I'm probably going to redo these ones and try and do them a little bit more clearer, and cover a lot more points and aspects. Try and show all the units in combat as well. I have made tactics and strategy guides for how to use every faction. It's only just one tactical strategy, but it is just like a basic one that you can kind of get an idea of how to use. And all of them work across the board as well. So they're just little ideas to help you out, especially if you're new to the game. But otherwise, guys, yep, I hope this has helped. I hope this has covered a few points for these guys. Again, if I've missed anything, let me know, or if you have any other questions that I haven't answered for these guys, please ask me down below, and I'll get back to that as soon as I can. But otherwise, guys, I hope this has helped. I'll see you in the next episode. Have a good one. Goodbye.
It's time for another unit guide. We've covered 4 of the 6 factions in the Sturgians, Battanians, Khazate, and Azrai unit guides, and today we are going to be discussing the Valandians, the precursor to the Swadians from Mountain Blade Warband. And this is going to be a pretty interesting one. I think that for a lot of people, Vlandia and in the Imperial Army kind of make up the 2 top tier armies right now, just because I think you have so many shock cav, or so much shock cav accessible through the noble line for Vlandia, and for Imperial you have so much armor across the archers, across their noble line with their cataphracts, and across their infantry. It's going to be a very interesting video today as we discuss all of the many units of the Volundian army. And if this is your first time tuning in, the way I like to do these is that we're going to go through each tier, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of just the base unit. Then we'll cover the nobles in their own line, the noble line as I call it. And I will be then ranking each unit within each tier, either low, mid, or high. And at the very end, as per the request of a lot of you guys, I will be putting up a picture that shows all of the rankings kind of summarized. So if you want to just go ahead and jump ahead to the end of that, you're going to be able to see the chapters and the table of contents in the description and in the timeline, so you can jump to whatever relevant tier you would like to. Well, let's get started on our unit guide for Volundia. As always, we'll be starting with Tier 2. We skip over Tier 1 because for the most part for every faction, Tier 1 is pretty much the same. Now this will be interesting because this is the first time we will be reviewing a crossbow unit in the Levy Crossbowmen, and then the other Tier 2 unit is the Footman. So crossbows are a pretty interesting situation right now in the current game. They are, for the most part, very accurate and they do high damage, but they are quite slow to reload. So in my opinion, crossbows really need a mass in order to really be successful. If you have 5 archers, I feel like they're going to be more useful than 5 crossbowmen. Whereas if you have 25 crossbowmen, you have so many shots being put down range, it really kind of balances out that slow reload. And especially as we kind of progress through this list, you're going to see that crossbow reload speed will start to increase. But right now with the Levy Crossbowmen, again, I think that they're only good in mass. They're only one of 2 pure archers at Tier 2. The only other one is the Imperial Archer, right? That's the only one that starts out at Tier 2. The rest kick in at Tier 3 or 4, depending on which faction we're looking at. And again, we're looking at something like this. High damage at 75 pierce damage, but slow speed at around 62 speed. And it's going to start to be interesting as we progress through these tiers, because you'll see that your speed is going to be 20 some odd speed less than a normal bow, but the damage should just around be double depending on what situation it is, or at least a significant increase. And the accuracy will always be very high. So those are the kind of caveats when it comes to dealing with crossbows. You are going to have high damage, you're going to have a low reload. So right now though, I would give this a mid-tier just because even though there's only one other option to choose from, I feel like the Archer is good in both low quantity and high quantity at this tier range, because their reload speed is just going to outpace the crossbow by such a high margin. Looking over at the Volundian Footman though, we get a pretty exceptional soldier. This has got the 2nd highest armor of any Tier 2 soldier. Also, they have a polearm and a sword and a shield, so they have a very solid kit here, whereas most units will have one or the other. So a very, very good all-around unit. And in addition to that, they have a static loadout. All 3 of their loadouts for the most part are the same, with the differing spear and helmet on this one, but for the most part, again, nice and simple. So you won't deal with a ton of variance when you recruit these guys, and they're more likely to progress to Tier 3 than a lot of the other Tier 2 units, which will tend to get cut down a little bit easier. But I think that these guys are a good high rank versus some of the other ones we've taken a look at in Tier 2. So just to recap real quick, we have a mid rank on the Levy Crossbowmen and a high rank on the Volundian Footman. Let's now jump over to Tier 3. Tier 3 I think is probably one of the hardest ones for Volundia. I think they struggle in a lot of places here, starting with the Crossbowman. Now, the Crossbowman has a good deal of armor, a lot more than its usual other archer counterparts, but again, it still is a crossbowman. With a heavy crossbow, you can see it's got a speed of 61 and a damage of 87 pierce. So if I were to compare this to a trained Imperial Archer, we can look at the mountain hunting bow, which is not too excellent, and the speed is 86 and the damage is 46. So you're basically looking at 25 speed difference and around double damage. So you're going to drop significantly in speed. Your crossbow skill is going to add only about, let's just say 5% more speed here, so you're not going to really be increasing a whole ton. And you don't have any real difference from your standard kind of archer. You're, for the most part, a guy on foot with a bow or crossbow, and a sword. So you don't really have a ton of things above that archer, and I feel like it's not as excellent. But it's still a considerable amount of damage if used in mass. So I think that these guys giving a nice mid-rank is still pretty fair. And I'm going to be honest with you, for the most part, I find that crossbowmen aren't terrible, but they just aren't great. And I'm going to explain that more as we jump into the hardened crossbowmen in the next tier. Moving over to the Vlandian spearmen, and also you can kind of parallel this with the infantry because they're almost identical units. Taking a look at the two, you can see they have almost the exact same loadout too. The only difference here is 70 one-handed, 70 polearm, and 70 athletics. Over here, guess what? 70, 70, and 70. I was kidding. There's not a difference. So these two units, for the most part when it comes to their skills or loadout, it's pretty much the same. The only difference is, of course, though, is what they're going to progress down to in tiers 4 and tier 5. And when we look at them, they don't have excellent armor. 16, 15, 19, 14. Other things by that at tier 3 just have a lot better staying power, especially when we look at Khazate, who has like a whopping like 50 some odd body armor. So the Vlandian spearmen and infantry, they just don't really have a ton going for them. The spearman, he has the same kit across all of his variations, so at least you get minimal variance. But when we look at the infantry soldier, he does get a sword, an axe, and an axe. So I actually, to be totally honest, I like that he has a little variance in here because I find that getting that variance can be pretty good for certain situations. Say if this infantry soldier was fighting against a higher tier infantry soldier with more armor, axes and maces tend to do a little bit more damage to that situation. They do get decent shields, which is a nice situation to deal with. You know, they don't have any of the Battanian shields, which are just small little circular shields, which don't really do a whole ton. And for the most part, they're just kind of bland. So I'm going to give a rank to both the spearmen and the infantrymen at a low, which is unfortunate. And I think that this is the kind of bottleneck for Vlandia, is that tier 3. The crossbowmen are not super exceptional, and the spearmen and infantry are just not good. With them both being a low rank and your crossbowmen at a mid rank, you're really relying on that noble line to push your soldiers into tier 4. And when we go over the noble line, we'll discuss why having a low rank tier 3 infantry is not as terrible when it comes to comparing against just the ball crushing awesomeness of the heavy cavalry of Vlandia. That concludes tier 3. Again, real quick, mid, low, and low. Let's jump now over to tier 4. Tier 4 is where things start to get a little bit different, especially for the hardened crossbowmen for Vlandia. Now, the hardened crossbowman is solid. It's got a lot of really good armor here, and it finally adds a big, nice shield to the situation. Now, with that shield, it actually becomes a very decent combatant if it actually gets pushed into melee combat, or if it's in a siege and it needs to scale walls, it at least has some protection. So I think that this kind of gives it a little bit more value in the long run. I would really like to see the AI turn their back to the enemy when they reload their crossbow, the way that these shields were intended to be used. Obviously they can't plant them in front of them. If they could, that'd be even better. Now, one of the biggest issues with all the crossbowmen, and I was saving it for this one to talk about, is that the bolt never progresses in rank. When you take a look at some of the other let's go to Azrai Archer. Some of the other archers, you get things that at least progress in weapon tier. The barbed arrows is probably a terrible example here, but still, when you're looking at the bolt, it is always 0 additional pierce damage, and it always is just one single stack of bolts. No matter what tier we're looking at, they only get 20 shots, no matter what. So when you take a look at these guys compared to pure archers, what is supposed to be their role, right? A ranged archer or a ranged missile unit, then they kind of start to fall short because you're realizing that almost every other pure archer gets 2 stacks or 2 quivers, and as they progress through their tiers, they get access to better and better arrows or quivers. The bolt still just stays the same. I think one of the biggest issues with crossbows is that they don't do what they're supposed to do, right? They're not doing more damage to armor than an archer does. for the most part, they do the blanket amount of damage, and it always seems to just wreck house no matter what. So I think the biggest thing that's supposed to be going for crossbows just doesn't exist. But again, like I said, they've got great armor and shields. And with their 100 crossbow skill, we're starting to finally get a little bit closer to the reload speed because of the bonus from the personal skill of a low tier bow. So at least things are getting a little bit better, but I would still rank these as a mid-rank just because I still think that a pure archer does better. Even the Stygian archer, the Stygian hunter I believe it is at this rank, which we rated as a low rank in the Stygian video, I still think can just pour enough damage downrange to rival these guys. But I think the hardened crossbowman still brings so many other things to the table as far as being way more survivable and having the ability to fight a little bit better in close combat with that shield. Edges it above its Stygian counterpart. Now looking at the Billman, we have another pretty interesting situation. He brings this nice beefy short bill to the table with 124 swing damage. Now the Billman we're going to be comparing against stuff like the Stygian Berserker, the Falksman, the Manavliaton, things that have two-handed weapons, and that is like their staying power. That is what they do, or the Mamluk Guard, which eventually progresses to the Palace Guard. Now, with this situation, we get a situation like I said 15 times. It's Jersey Shore over here. But the swing damage on this bad boy is 124. That's the second highest damage behind the Falks at 126. Also, he brings a decent amount of armor to the table at 16, 31, 15, and 20. And he gets good athletics. The only one that rivals this is, of course, the Berserker at 130 athletics, but he stays really good at 110, still staying above his competition. So I don't think he has the most armor, right? The Berserker's got better, the Manavliaton's got better, and the Mamluk Guard has got comparable amounts. But I think across all these other almost said it again, all of these other statistics, he still keeps that good, solid mid-rank. He's not the best like the Berserker and the Manavliaton are, because I think the Berserker can dish out so much damage, and the Manavliaton can take so much damage and also dish it out as well. But the Billman still kind of has a solid amount of armor, pushing it above the Falksman, and a really great amount of damage, keeping it in line with the Mamluk Guard. Now, mid-rank again for the Billman, but pushing into the light cav, we get a really kind of not fun cavalry unit for Vlandia. But that's to be expected, right? The noble line is where you're going to find the main staying power of your mounted army. These guys, unfortunately, have a terrible horse, just a disgusting saddle horse, which is just no good for anyone. They have very, very low armor at 16, 18, 15, and 29. Remember, we're comparing these to other non-noble line mounted soldiers. Now, that would be stuff like the Battanian Scout or the Khazate Lancer. Just to give you a comparison here, we were comparing the Khazate Lancer to noble line soldiers because it was so decked out and so good. The Khazate Lancer gets 100 riding, which is great, and this progresses even higher to the Heavy Lancer that gets 150. So the Khazate Lancer also gets a war horse, very similar to the Battanian Scout, who also gets a Battanian Pony. I thought he got the war mount, that's the horseman. So at least the Battanian Pony compares a little bit to the saddle horse, but not really. And at the same time too, the light cavalry just doesn't get that much armor. He does have a nice good spear with a long fine steel spear, which is one of the longest reaching spears in the game, which is good. Gets a nice good shield with the reinforced cav shield and also a ridged arming sword. But one of the biggest kind of Achilles heels for this guy is he gets 100 throwing. Where's that going to go to use? So it's got to be swapped with one-handed. And we do have a number of situations like this too, where the Oathsworn has a kind of offset skill, and that isn't really awesome. And I think that once skills kind of get rebalanced, it would help this soldier out. But as it is, he gets a low rank because of the offset skills, terrible armor, not a great horse, and just kind of an awkward placement across the entire board here. Moving over to the Vlandian Swordsman, we get a very solid soldier in the tier 4 ranking. Now, he has a wide range of weapons. Of course, he starts with just a simple sword, but another one gives him a mace, which is really great against heavily armored units, especially at the tier 4 and tier 5 level. And he gets an axe, which is that kind of nice middle ground. Also, on top of it, he's got a spear. So this guy can really threaten all range of opposing units and be very solid in sieges as well. I think that's one I really enjoy about a lot of the higher tier Blondian soldiers. They have a really awesome kit. We're going to see that with the Sergeant and the Volgier in a little bit. But their ability to kind of be a jack of all trades in a lot of situations, I think is a really big strength, whereas normally it would be a detractor because it kind of reduces their specialization, but they do a high amount of damage too. Their sword is one of the highest damage swords out there. Of course, the Battanians have just tanks for swords. They also have a decent amount of armor, and I think that once you get the infantry soldier to the swordsman, that's your real big reward there, because the sergeant really kind of takes things off from there, and the swordsman can really hold the line in the way that the infantry soldier, I wish, did. I think the biggest issue here is there's such a huge jump in quality from tier 3 to tier 4 with just the Volondian infantry, and I think that's pretty unfortunate. And I would give this guy a mid rank. So quickly recapping, we're going to be mid for the hardened crossbowman. It is going to be mid for the billman, low for the light cavalry, and then it is mid for the swordsman. Let's now talk about tier 5 before closing things out with our noble line. Tier 5, let's talk about it. Now, we are talking about the sharpshooter, and it's going to be the same thing we've talked about with some of the other crossbowmen. It's still just one stack of bolts, and that bolt doesn't have an increasing tier, so it's going to suffer. But with the bound crossbow, we get 100 damage and 100 accuracy. And that is worth noting. With every shot from a crossbow, it is hopefully on target. Of course, they're going to miss, but it's trying to say that what you're aiming at is pretty much going to hit as long as that thing doesn't move. With a bow, you're shooting from the chest. It's got a 94 accuracy, so there's still a 6%, quote unquote 6% margin for error. I know it's not actually percentage here, but it's saying that what you're directly aiming at the center of the reticle is going to have a small, slight kind of deviation. Now, one thing to take a look at here is with crossbow, at 130 skill, we're getting a 9.1% reload bonus. So that's going to bring this thing up quite a bit. Let's just say 6, round it to 10 for easy math, bring us to around 69 speed. It's quite good. Now, when we look though at the Aserai Master Archer, which I consider probably one of the best archers outside of the noble lines, it has 160 skill, giving it a 17.6% bow damage on top of his step recurve bow and the 4 piercing damage of the piercing arrows. This comes out to like something like 75, 76 total damage. So it's not that far behind the sharpshooter, and he's just going to be able to get that many more shots downrange. I know I'm kind of beating this point to a pulp, but I think that this keeps the sharpshooter at a mid rank, even though he still gets a nice good sword and that good shield that he carries over from tier 4. Now looking at the Volgier and the pikeman, we get a very I think what's wrong here is the Volgier is amazing and the pikeman is terrible, and I think the pikeman relies on a mechanic that has not yet been put into single player, with being able to brace your spear. The pikeman uses a pike, and that pike relies on being braced to really do damage. So when I even compare these two units against each other, the pikeman just doesn't have the amount of armor to even compare to the Volgier, and it does a low damage because the pike itself doesn't have a ton of damage. So it's unfortunate, but when we now look at the Volgier, it is amazing. It's got an awesome kit. It has got a Volge, it has got a broad two-hander, it's got a ridge-tipped arming sword, and it has throwing axes. And if I kind of vary this around, for the most part, it's all the same. So I really like this unit. And even comparing it to the other ones in its class, like the Ulfhednar, like the Elite Manavliaton, the Veteran Falksman, the Palace Guard, it's still, I think, even though it doesn't have the most armor, it can threaten such a wide range of units that I think it kind of gets a little bit of a leg up because of that. Doesn't have terrible armor. It still has decent armor here, but I think it's so well-rounded that it can be really good in an open field fight. It can be great in a close quarters field fight once things really kind of get into a strong melee, and it can be very great in sieges. I love this unit. It's one of my favorite ones, so I'm going to be giving it a high rank. And the pikeman, you guessed it, it's a low rank for that little guy. Moving over to the Vanguard, we get just a huge upgrade from the light cavalry. But it still suffers from having a terrible horse. That saddle horse has stayed with him from tier 4 into tier 5. Also, though, he gets a braceable spear. He gets a lance, Blondian lance. Now I'm going to bring up the heavy lancer because this guy is like the cream of the crop when it comes to non-noble line cavalry. And he has really good armor, 42, 60, 52, 28, real solid. This guy, really not terrible at all. 40, 46, 43, and 36. I think he has a lot of really good qualities about him, but I think that when comparing him to the Heavy Lancer, he just doesn't stack up 100%, especially because Blondie relies on its noble line for really its heavy shock cav damage. So the Vanguard gets a nice mid rank from me. I think it could be a high rank if it had a little bit better of a horse or just something that kind of tipped it over to the to that high rank situation. When we look at the Heavy Lancer, it gets a step war horse and it gets that 150 riding, so it is already kind of outpacing the Vanguard by comparison. Now our last unit here in tier 5 is the Vlandian Sergeant, and this is another one I've always really liked. It has had its kit changed a little bit since launch, when it used to also have a two-hander very similar to the Volgier, but now it has a mace, which we know is really good against armor. It has a sword and it has an axe. So I like the amount of damage, again, that the Sergeant can do. It has a really good amount of armor. It doesn't compare to the Imperial Legionary, which has the most armor, but at 41, 44, 42, and 34, it has a lot of great staying power. In addition, its skills, 130 one-handed, 130 polearm, and 130 athletics. So its skills are all in line with its quote-unquote use case, which I really like. And it has a very long spear, yet again, with the long, fine steel spear, giving it, like I said before, the longest reach of a spear that isn't a lance. So I absolutely love the Sergeant, and in my video discussing my favorite units per class, I said the Sergeant was grade A, top of the best of the best. It isn't as good as it used to be because of the way its kit has changed a little bit, but I still give it a high rank because, like I said before, it can threaten across such a wide range of additional units on open field, melee, sieges, every kind of scenario you would want him to be in. He can really prosper in. Also, he has a huge shield, man, like a massive shield. Look at the guy, reinforced oak and kite shield, just very bueno. Now, going across the line one more time to recap, the Sharpshooter is mid-rank, Volgier is high rank, Pikeman is an abysmal low rank, the Vanguard is a mid-rank, and then the Sergeant is a high rank. Now let's talk about the Noble line for Vlandia, which I'm sure we all know is amazing. The Noble line, the cream of the crop, the top tier of Vlandia, and really the biggest driving force behind them, right? These heavy shock cavalry style units that everyone loves, especially the AI when they're pushing against Sturgia. Now, one of the standout things with the Vlandian Shock Cav, or Noble line for this matter, is that their tier 2 unit is on horseback. When I compare this to the Sturgians or to the Imperials, they both start on foot. The Imperials get mounted into a horse with their Equite line, which is their tier 3, and they stay on a horse throughout. But the Sturgians don't mount a horse until their latter 2 steps in their Druznik. So it's important to note that when you're trying to level up the Vlandian Squire in the mid to late game in your actual army, they're going to survive, I think, a little bit better than the alternative ones that are going to be on foot. My personal opinion, if you're trying to level up your Squire and you're in that mid to late game, you're probably better off putting them into a garrison to automatically level up, or use your leadership skills, which will allow them to level up and maybe put them on their own standaway formation and have them just kill looters. Kind of pushes their level up quicker. But the Squire's got a little bit of an evolution over time. It got a shield, it got a better loadout with a helmet and its chest piece, so it's gotten a little bit stronger as time has gone on. It also has a mace in one of its loadouts. I think it's a sword and then an axe. Oh, no, it's another mace. So spiked mace on 2 of its 3 loadouts. Now, pushing over here to the Gallant, or the Gallant, we get another really strong unit. And this guy actually stays the line very well. Now, the big thing here, the big kind of army to beat, or unit to beat, is the Cataphract. Now, comparing it to the Equite has 100 polearm, and then 70 riding, and 70 one-handed. Comparing this back across to Volondia, we're looking at 100, 170. So it's a very nice skill set that really outshines by comparison to the Imperial line. I know that we could be comparing this to the Sturgians, but like I said, they don't mount up into those last 2 tiers. And even then, I think Volondia is a better shock cav than Sturgia. Now, when we jump to the Volondian Knight, oh, and also worth noting, I would give the Volondian Squire a rank of mid, because it's not necessarily super strong outside of getting to tier 3 as fast as possible. And it doesn't have a lot of ways to threaten things because of its lower armor. I think it can get killed a little too easily. In the early game, I think it's very strong, but I think after that early game portion, it falls off quickly. But I want to keep it at a mid rank. But for the Gallant, a high rank. And then for the Knight, it's interesting because we look at his one-handed at 100, and we look at his polearm at 110, and his riding at 100. Well, let's jump back over here to the Imperial line. The Heavy Horseman gets 150 polearm. With a 40 skill bump over it. So that does kind of put it a little bit heavier of a shooting bracket, I guess you could say, or of a hitting bracket. Also, it's got an armor of 27, 35, 26, and 31, compared to 17, 29, 35, and 33. So the armor is kind of a little wonkopotamus here, and the weapon loadout is a mace, followed by an arming sword, and then another mace. So we keep that double mace, single sword action well into the 4th tier, or I guess, yeah, tier 4 for the Volondian shock cap. So I still think that they are a high rank, and I think the same thing is true of the champion all the way down to a banner. The 4 of these are all high ranking, and I think it's because they also threaten differently than the Cataphract. One of the biggest differences between these two is their horse. The Banner Knight gets a Courser, while as the Elite Cataphract, the top tier shock cav for the Imperial Army, gets the Imperial Charger. So it's a bit of a drop in horse tier quality. That is unfortunate. Of course, they get the Imperial Scaled Barding, which is better than the Chainmail Barding of Volondia. But they also have a very limited kit. They get an Imperial Lance, then they get Knight's Kite Shield, Fine Steel Paramirian, and that is it. It's the same thing all the way around, just using the shoulder. So when we look back, though, at the Banner Knight, we get the Volondian Lance, the Reinforced Cavalry Kite Shield, and then the Ridged Arming Sword. And this evolves into either the Northern Spiked Battle Axe or the Western Mace. I think as a whole, this makes for a really strong, well-rounded unit once more. That's kind of been the saving grace of Volondia, is that it constantly has the ability to threaten on siege warfare, in close melee, in close cav-to-cav melee, where it's not using its polearms anymore. They're strictly switched over to one-handed weapon, and they also get a leg up in that. The Banner Knight gets 20 more one-handed skill than its Elite Cataphract counterpart. They sit at a measly 200, but a 200 to 220, that is some difference. When we take a look at the skill, we can see that it's one-handed damage at 30% and 14% speed, comparison to the Banner Knight at 33 and 15% damage and speed. So, Banner Knight is still good. Its armor is a little bit lower than the Imperial counterpart, and that's what we're going to expect, especially when we talk about the Imperial unit guide. Their armor is always going to be aces, but I think that the varying kit loadout of the Banner Knight and the overall staying ability and punching ability makes for a high rank soldier, especially in the Noble line. Like when you think of shock cav, you think of the Banner Knight and the Elite Cataphract. Those are the top 2 in my opinion. But this concludes our Noble line for Volondia, so let's just sum up our video now, kind of going over everything at a high level. So what to say, what closing thoughts do I have for Volondia? And I think that of all of the factions that I've played, Blondia is up there as one of my favorite because I enjoy the kind of Western European approach that it takes with the military. But with that being said, I find that Volondia bottlenecks very hard in that third tier. Remember, we talked about the Volondian crossbowmen only being a measly mid-tier, or mid-rank, sorry, with the spearmen and the infantry being in that low rank. It's very, very hard to deal with because the rest of your army is gated by 2 subpar infantry soldiers. Now, of course, those guys are then supplemented very heavily by an amazing noble line out of Volondia, where they just have just amazing cavalry that can just pummel anything. So you do get at least an anchor or a crutch that can secure your line. And if you use that cavalry properly, then you can really do a ton of damage by getting them to flank into the opposing unit's archers, or even countercharging their cavalry, or just doing whatever you can to really do a lot of damage to their army using that noble line. I think it's the saving grace of Volondia. Now, when we look at the rest of Volondian units, though, we get something that is very well-rounded, right? Everything has a solid amount of armor. Nothing, for the most part, suffers armor-wise compared to other factions. Other factions either are grossly under Volondia or just a little bit above. In fact, I would say that, as an average, Volondia is probably the second most armored faction behind the Imperials. Now, I think it's a little bit of a generalization, but I guess I'm just kind of talking if we're looking at the average of each one of their armor values. Now, looking at the bottom tier, the rank 5 for Volondia, we start to really get some pace being brought up with the Volgier and the Sergeant both being standout exceptional soldiers. And the Volondian Vanguard is a really good, solid, non-noble line cavalry, but I think that still that Volondian Sharpshooter does push against the overall viability of the range units in Volondia. I think that what's really going to be a telling thing for this army is when spear bracing becomes a thing in single player. It's currently in multiplayer, and when crossbows get a little bit more figuring out. Right now, they don't do any more or less damage per se than a bow and arrow, and bolts themselves have a static tier. They're always tier 1, and they don't do any additional damage via their tiers, like, say, the piercing arrows, so on and so forth. So once that gets figured out, I think that Volondian crossbowmen will be very different, and they'll have a different target, right? I want crossbows to do more damage to armor, and I want bows to do more damage to less armor. So it kind of balances itself out. Right now, that doesn't exist. So overall, these are my impressions of the Volondian unit guide here. I know this is one that a lot of you guys wanted to see here, so I wanted to get it out to you. Our next one will be on the Imperial Army, and that will conclude all 6 of our unit guides for Mountain Blade to Bannerlord. We will continue to do these as this evolves, though, so if there is a big kind of swap around a lot of the armor and skills of the units, I will do an updated unit guide probably when we do a full launch of the game. And one thing that I know a lot of you are going to make a comment about, I'm from Southern California, so the way I say the word cavalry sounds like cavalry to a lot of you. So if you hear me and you think I'm saying Calvary, I am not. I'm saying cavalry. It's just the way I say it quickly, because I am an illiterate surfer from Southern California. But as always, guys, thank you so much for watching here today. Go ahead and let me know in the comment section below what you thought about this unit guide. Do you feel that maybe the Billman, Billman is better than what I said, or the Volgier is garbage and you like the Pikemen more? Let me know what your thoughts are and what your experiences are using Volondia on the fields of Colorado. But as always, thank you so much for watching. Have a good one, and take care.
Hello everybody, it's Night, and today I want to bring you something special. This is the ultimate guide to trading, where you will be able to get all the information you need in every aspect of trading in one location. Except for one part of this video, you'll be able to find everything trading here. That is so you do not have to go searching all over and try to find everything you need. I will make sure that I timestamp this entire that you need, go right to that section and then watch the entire video again. That is why this video will also be very long, because it will go through every single aspect of the training when it comes to penalties, skills, caravan, workshops, everything that is why However, the lower amount of goods they will actually sell, the less money they will have to buy. Therefore, the higher prosperity, the more goods they will have to buy, the more money they will have. So therefore, it is better to have a higher prosperity than a lower prosperity. The reason why I mention this is a and I can see on this prosperity. Those are the villages bound to the town, not into any castles nearby. So therefore, by completing quests, you can actually increase a town's prosperity. The reason why that is important is because you never want to allow a town to get below 2,000 prosperity. It is basically a snowball. If you let a town get too low, it becomes extremely difficult to actually get the town to raise back up. Whereas if a town gets high, it is very difficult for the town to get down. The number one reason is conflict, and that is surplus food. As I explained, as the lower the prosperity goes, therefore the more goods or less goods that they can have, are lower. And that number, while a town might only have 1,500 prosperity, that surplus food bonus might only be 0.5. Whereas if you take a town that has over 5,000 prosperity, 6,000, that number could actually be upwards over 3. Meaning, it's that much harder or that much easier for a town's prosperity to go up. That is why it is essentially vital to pay attention to town prosperity in the beginning part of the game, so that way towns do not get too low. High town prosperity is a trader's best friend. So when you are able to try to complete their quest for them, and that is non-gang leaders. Gang leaders do not count. It is only merchants and artisans in town and the villages. Do not worry about the gang leaders. Some quests are easier to do, some are not. Some are just an absolute pain. When you have an easy quest, take it. Possibly train the troops, deliver the herd, caravan ambush, extortion by deserters. Very easy quest to do. Some are a lot harder. Needing help with bandits. Escort merchant caravan is a terrible one. One helpful thing that you can do is actually have a companion with you that can complete it for you. And that way you don't need to worry about it. This is my companion that will complete the escort merchant caravan quest for me. You need to have one that has scouting and leadership. that can be tough to do. Since it is very difficult to raise leadership, almost impossible to get it up that high for a companion. Scouting is not. Scouting is actually somewhat easy to do, especially if you throw them in a party. The two biggest problems is that they give out two different quests. The first one is something that is absolutely deadly to a town's prosperity, and that is dealing with bandits. That quest used to give a -5 to a town's prosperity. Was able to talk to Mexico and get that -2. It was more manageable. However, -2 is still devastating. Any village that is near a bandit base can get that quest to pop up. Now, you can go ahead and do the quest, which just means you need to kill off some guys that get into raid. It starts at 2 at the beginning of the game, and as you progress to the game, it moves up to 8 groups that you need to kill. However, it says if you need to kill step bandits, that is not correct right now. Any group of bandits, including looters, will work for any quest in the game, regardless of what the quest says. So it says mountain bandits. It does not matter. However, also, if you complete the bandit base, meaning at any time that quest can come back again. The number one way to deal with it is the bandit base. When you destroy the bandit base, and if this village currently has that quest, destroy the bandit base, that quest is automatically. Therefore, the trade. So if you're going to make also try to look and see if there is a quest close by so that heading out of the way, that often relates to money as well. I think this is where else you get between the candidates. However, Besides that, it's all virtually no health to gain. Unless you're going to Surgeon territory, it's not going to do anything for you, and it is not viable. Empire. The construction speed does not really matter. From there, it is an okay, but people don't. So once again, so therefore, the second best one is from 8 the 10% trade penalty is also very. That means that the barter trader, there is realistically only one branch that is able to work. And that is where you want to be able to get your points. So that is also you can build your own weapons. You will use athletics when you're sieging, and most of the time you're going to be riding on a horse. So having a little bit in endurance might be a smart move. It'll depend on your play style. Cunning can also be a decent one to have a couple points in if you choose. Intelligence. Everyone, charge! Is vital to a trader. 100% vital. If trade is your first most important skill, steward is your second most important skill, because that determines how many troops you can have. How many troops you have determines how many horses you can have without getting a hard penalty. So I very much go, steward is vital to a trader. 100% vital. If trade is your first most important skill, steward is your second most important skill, because that determines how many troops you can have, and how many troops you have determines how many horses you can have without getting a hard penalty. So I very much go into that. However, I don't put a lot of intelligence into that, and I will show you exactly how I do it. So normally the majority of your points will go to social. However, for this play, I'm going to show you exactly what I do when I play a character. The first thing we're doing is merchants. It gives me social and both points into the social. Next, I will choose skill with horses. It gives me riding, which I'm going to use. It gives me medicine, which the first 25 points in the medicine are extremely important because of the perk you get at level 25, which will not be covered in my video later on, but it gives you an extra 30% to your healing rate. So I like to have that. Caring for horses, and again, endurance. Now, endurance will be important later on, which I will cover in the skills section pertaining to riding, and you will see why I put it in the endurance. Also, caring for horses gives you steward. As I said, the second most important skill. With this one, I choose rope with the scouts. Once again, it is endurance with riding, but it also gives me archery. And at the beginning of the game, that is what I use to fight with shooters, is archery. And it also gives you a bow and arrows. No other skill is really advantageous to pick from in here than rope with the scouts. Lastly, this is where you can switch it up a little bit. However, for the most part, I like to stick with one. You can lead a caravan, which will give you cunning, tactics, and leadership. That is more late game. You invest in a workshop, which will give you blacksmithing, trade, and 1 into intelligence. Also decent, but not great. You can do famous escapade, which will give you endurance again, with a little bit of athletics, which will help out when you're, of course, later on doing sieges and you're doing bandit bases, and it gives you that roguery for turning in troops. However, I like to do treated people well. As you can see, it gives you social, charm, and steward. Those three are going to be used early game more than anything. Therefore, I cannot stress enough that while others may look good, you treating the people well is really, really good. For our last one, it gives you social, it gives you charm, which you will use at the beginning of the game early on with quests, and it gives you a point in leadership, which you can use later on. This is the setup that I always use. Urban merchants, skill with horses, caring for horses, rode with the scouts, treated people well, and you organize the travelers to break out. As you can see, every single skill is going to be usable. Every attribute point is put into something that is going to be usable. And let me reiterate something for you. You need to have 8 social points to get 300 in a skill in the entire tree. It is somewhat easy to put 8 points into 2 different trees. It is extremely difficult to get that into 3 of them. So you really want to try to concentrate on just 2, and this setup allows me to concentrate on 2. And you might say, well, why would you concentrate on endurance when the steward perk is so amazing? For a trader, I will explain to you why when we get to the skills section. You will remember the riding skill and how absolutely vital it is later on. Once you have created your character, you then need to decide how you're going to go ahead and start building him up. There are 3 routes you can take. One is you can start trading immediately. It's a little bit harder to do because you do not have the carrying capacity of pack mules and you don't have much money to begin with. The other thing you can do is you can quest, which is a really good way to build money to be able to start trading. Just get a few troops, go from town to town, village to village, and do quests. It is a very good way to do it. Lastly, you can fight. This is why my character is set up with riding and with bow, so he can go ahead and go after looters. Another great way to do it. I like to go ahead and do it that way because I can quest at the same time as I fight. Now normally I do not start seriously trading for the first between 50 to 100 days that I begin a playthrough. The first 50 to 100 days are used to go ahead and save up money, rescue your family, get companions, get your wife, set up workshops, and then if possible, start working your caravans. That is the first 50 to 100 days. Once I have that done, I can then proceed into the trading part of the game. When you trade, you will learn that there are places to go where some stuff is great and some stuff is not, where it is easier to buy than it is to sell. There is no one perfect system, however, there is general rules that you can follow. One of these days I might actually create a map to show you where each item is realistically best sold and bought. You, however, will begin to learn where it is. Horses are always best bought in Kuzite and Assyri territory and are best sold in Valandia. Cheese and butter is bought really well here. However, olives and grapes are sold very well here. Cheese and butter is sold very good through Assyri and Valandia, although in Assyri you can buy grain, dates, and fish really good. So as you can see, places have a very good spot to buy and a very bad spot to buy. Just like there are certain places in which you can buy hardwood, which is Batania, when all 4 of these towns contain a great amount of hardwood to buy. And hardwood is a great seller because you can make a lot of profit on it if you do it the right way. And that is buy low, sell high. You will learn the prices, and if you don't know all of the prices, you can always watch one of my 1000-day challenge videos to see about how I trade. I have 2 complete 1000-day challenge series up, in which you can just go over and start looking. Now, as each hatch is put into the game, it will seriously alter the economy. And that is, while some things might be very good, some things might be very bad. Grapes and olives are normally a very good seller over here. However, in 1.5.5, olives are selling pretty good in Crusade territory. Grapes are not selling as well. In 1.5.4, wine and oil were about the same price. In 1.5.5, wine is actually cheaper than it was, and oil is almost double the price as it was in 1.5.4. So therefore, each patch, things can change slightly as the economy changes. So once you have the gist of how to do it, you will have to alter your playstyle, as when they put patches into the game to change fighting or skills, they do the same thing with trading. Trading will change over time. The economy will change over time. So that is something you need to be extremely mindful about when you are first beginning a game. There's two things that are absolutely vital to trading, and those are your first two perks in the trade tree. As you can see, you will see these sitting at green, yellow, and red. These are what profit can be made off of these. In your inventory space, you receive this at the level 25 trade perk. For the town, you receive it at the level 50 perk. Now, these can be a little confusing. First of all, in yours here, this is directly related to profit. Just because this is green doesn't mean this is a great thing to sell. It just means that because you bought this so cheap, this is actually going to return you profit. As you sell it, it will go from bright green to light green to yellow, which means no profit. Now it will start turning red to mean losing money. Now, if you want to just sell to make profit, sell everything until it goes light green. That means you're going to get the most money available that you have. However, if you want to go with the most profit, do not pay attention to this, pay attention to this. This is the exact opposite of driving a car. Green is bad for selling. Yellow is so-so, and red is good. Over here, you want to go and flip the script. You want to get green, not yellow, and not red. So you always have to try to remember that. However, over here, these will be the same. As you go up, this will be turning from green to yellow to red, and which I will go ahead and show you. As you can see, this is red. It still does have some yellow into it. And as you continue to buy it, it goes bright red. So as you buy things, they will go from being a good price to going up to a higher price. And this is not a great city to show it, as they do not have a lot of trade goods. Cheap could be a good one to do. And it's not really showing it. I should have probably picked a better city. So what you always want to remember is this. On the player side, think opposite of a sign. Sell red. Possibly sell yellow. Never sell green. That is here, not here. Remember, these are different. This is profit. This is not how much you're making off of this. This number right here, as you can see, this is red. It still does have some yellow into it. And as you continue to buy it, it goes bright red. So as you buy things, they will go from being a good price to going up to a higher price. And this is not a great city to show it, as they do not have a lot of trade goods. Sheep could be a good one to do. And it's not really showing it. I should have probably picked a better city. So what you always want to remember is this. On the player side, think opposite of a sign. Sell red, possibly sell yellow, never sell green. That is here, not here. Remember, these are different. This is profit. This is not how much you're making off of this. This number right here is the overall global average of that item in every town in the game. If you hover over the number, it will tell you whether it is near, above, or below its average. That will work for everything except animals, which means horses, sheep, hogs, and cows. It will not work for them. However, as you can see, it will work for this.
Soldier, charge! Archers! Everyone, give him hell!
Hello, you.
Thousands of years ago, Karadia was nothing but forest. Vast rolling lands of trees and vegetation. An unruly landscape unclaimed by no one. Tribes fought for territory, riches and glory, yet it was always a stalemate in the end. The land forever longing for a power to rule over them all. One tribe in particular, though, were the Carrado. There was nothing all that peculiar about this faction. They fought like other tribes. They lived mostly like other tribes. Up in the hills, they weren't really much of a power. Yet one thing made them stand out. The lack of a sole leader. Calling yourself a king was shunned by everyone in the tribe after the tyrants that came before. Kings that were cruel, nasty, and they want to keep that past behind them. So naturally, the Carradioi was ruled by a senate, or group of elders, who would make the decisions and control the actions of the tribe. The Carradioi grew, taking over neighbouring tribes and factions and bringing them to their own, subsequently then needing to expand. And so they did. moving from place to place, conquering, claiming and growing their forces. At this point, little could be called an empire, yet the Calradoi were making huge strides in that direction.
Everyone!
The first true professional army in Calradia showed their prowess at any chance they got. The leader of their troops, or so-called emperor at the time, took the army wherever they desired, with discussion, once again, from the Senate. Arenacos was a leader of huge proportions. He rose armies, conquered land, and was beloved by the soldiers and people alike, and paved his way to glory on any occasion that arose. Almost the perfect emperor. Almost. To much of the confusion of the Senate, he would not or could not choose an heir. Someone to take his mantle when his time came to move to the next one. Someone to carry on his legacy. There was no one in the Senate that would take his place, nor the army who he saw fit to become emperor, and especially not his daughter. Unfortunately, he had not been blessed by a son, and although an empress wasn't unheard of in the Calradioi, his daughter, Ira, wasn't exactly the model either. Time passed, more tribes were subjugated and towns captured. Arenacos grew his power and his name, and it seemed the only thing that could catch up with him was age. After a decisive defensive victory at the borders of his territory, whilst being a glorious battle, little did Arenacos know it would be his last. Settling down after the campaign, he stumbled into his quarters, not feeling quite right, and was found later that night dead in a pool of his own blood. With the emperor gone, within no time members of the Senate, army, and his own family started to pounce on the position like rats to the bone, and scramble for power and hold claim to leadership. Three factions emerge. Lukon, a stiff-necked aristocrat who favoured the Senate over anything. Garios, a veteran of the wars in Britannia, loved by the army and famed for battle. And Regea, the wife of the late Arenacos, foreign mother to their daughter and blood heir to the throne. All three being backed by the Senate, army and people alike, yet all three feeling they do with themselves have the rightful claim for power. It seemed like civil war was inevitable. And this is where your story begins in Calradia, a lost kingdom clinging onto the power of the past. Three factions vying for control to be the central power in the land. The army, the Senate, and the people split and fighting for position of emperor. The empire taking after the historical faction, the Byzantians, the rebuilding of what was Roman and Greek cultures together, and of course meaning all three factions of the empire having similar troops and way of war. With heavy cataphract with lances, sabres and maces, the Empire were great at smashing through and disrupting enemy lines. The crush of their heavy horse, stopping for no one on the quest for victory, being a menace to not only archers, but cavalry and heavy infantry alike. Possibly the best all-round faction, the Empire also excel in heavy archers and infantry. Their Palatine Guard, whilst not having the range of many other archers of the different factions, make up for it in incredible accuracy and armour, not to mention their training, giving them the nerves of steel and being able to stand up against the strongest of enemies. Not just in ranged combat, but when the going gets tough, they aren't afraid to get dirty in hand to hand. The Empire's legionaries providing a fearsome fighting force on the ground. Large shield walls, 5-6 ranks deep, to defend against any oncoming missiles and troops. Also to provide a mobile wall of death that can roll through pretty much anyone that opposes them. Being such a powerful all-round faction though, it may seem the Empire has few weaknesses. Yet lighter troops can run rings around them if they're not careful. Well-placed longbowmen can keep them at bay, with horse archers harassing the legionary shield wall. Light cavalry providing hit-and-run tactics and wear down the slow lumbering enemy troops, so coordination is key. But the Empire is not so straightforward when it comes to the army. Minor factions spreading throughout, moving influence from neighbouring factions to the land of the Calradoi. Variations of barbarian weaponry, more guerrilla tactics and even coastal forces taking influence from Nordic factions, preferring axes over swords and round shields rather than the kite. Still, all fight for the Empire. A land that is rich in history, an ongoing battle for power and a struggle to break out from a chain of civil wars. The Empire have a strong foothold in Calradia. But for how long? Well, that is for you to decide. I really hope you enjoyed this different style of video. This was the history and lore behind the Empire. What faction do you want me to look at next? Hopefully I'll try and get all the main ones done before the release of Bannerlord in a week time. But make sure you go and join the giveaway, click the link in the description or the pinned comment if you want a chance for a copy of the game on release. All winners will be announced on Twitter and my community page on this channel on the 30th of March this week. Make sure you subscribe for more content like this, but until then, I will see you in the next one.
Calradia is ruled over by 6 vast cultures, with 8 major clans ruling all the cities and castles of the land. In Mount & Blade 2 Bannerlord, it is your job to interact with these clans for the main quest. But before you do so, you yourself start out as a minor clan, amongst a smattering of other minor clans across the campaign map. In our video today, we're going to explore those other minor clans and how they can be extremely advantageous to you in not just the early game, but throughout your playthrough as you grow your own kingdom. I'm going to cover the units of each minor clan, as they have their own unique unit line, the benefits that they can give you as the player, and where they're located on the map when they aren't part of another kingdom or part of another kingdom's wars. And again, some other tips. So let's dive in on my guide to the minor clans. Before I talk about where they are on the map, I really want to highlight the benefits of attacking these guys and why they should be important to you. Here is Dwayne of the Beni Zalal, and I've just defeated him in combat, shockingly enough. Now, right out of the gate, here is why these guys are so important. They are minor clans, just like you, and as thus, are not aligned with any one faction at the start of the game. This gives you an immediate progression in targets outside of the various bandits that swarm the lands of Calradia. Now you'll be able to attack a higher density of troops with far better loot. In addition, take a look at Dwayne's armor. He's stacked. This grants you a small chance to get his armor as a drop. As of version 1.2, that armor will more than likely have a modifier like cracked or rusty, greatly reducing the sell price, but still giving you some great armor in the early portions of the game. This extends to the troops as well, who will also have a nice array of gear depending on which minor clan you attack. The lake rats, for example, can have tier 4 or 5 chainmail halberds, while the Oathkeepers don't really have the nicest sets of armor, though it's clan dependent. In my experience, the further along you are in your campaign, the more of their loot that they drop. So, for example, day 450 versus day 50. In addition, one other little thing here. So rather than take this guy prisoner, I'm going to release him. That's going to grant me some charm experience. That is another huge benefit of this. So you thought, well, you're free to go. And, well, there wasn't any huge gain there. You also get some relation, which will help out when it comes to dealing with bringing these guys into your clan. On top of the loot, which we'll show more of in just a second, you're going to get a Grip of Renown, which is really important in the beginning of the game to progress to Clan Tier 2. At this tier, you can become a vassal, and it is the first tier in which you can gain access to fiefs. Progressing to Clan Tier 3 and being a vassal of the nation will guarantee that the ruler will award you a fief as soon as one is available, if you didn't get it in the previous tier. So there's loot, there's renown, there's experience, there's charm experience, but there's one final benefit, and I'd argue that this is probably the largest one. Prisoners. You can get so many prisoners from attacking the minor clans. If you're trying to level up your roguery, you can turn them into taverns for some quick experience gains. Also, it awards you a further amount of money for ransoming them. If you want more influence, if you're a ruler or a vassal of a kingdom, you can donate the prisoners if you so wish. Or, and this is probably the most important part of the video, and we'll go into it more in the latter portion when we discuss the troops, you can convert them to become a part of your army. And I cannot stress how huge this is, because currently it is the only way to acquire many of the minor clan units in the game, such as these guys right here. As you'll discover by the end of this video, they have some of the best troops outside of the noble lines for the respective factions. The Arboreals are some of the best archers, Triarii are amazing heavy infantry, Bullman Riders are outstanding cavalry, There's just tons of options, and it adds a lot of flavor to your campaign. I mean, for example, I have a Sturgia roguery-focused character that I play. I went on a journey through Aserai to find a companion, but ended up fighting a member of the Jawal and getting 15 or 16 Ghulman recruits for my army. It sort of creates this fun narrative of this Sturgian mercenary with troops from Sturgia and a force of deadly shockcat from a distant, mysterious land. I really love how the minor clans can fill in some of the gaps of your armies depending on the cultural playthrough you have in mind. You can see here, I'm a little bit later in the game, so I have a huge amount of prisoners from this one unit, and also I have a lot of his own prisoners to put into my army. But I'm just going to press done here so I can show you, sure, it's fine, so I can show you the loot, because the loot also, this, like I was saying, the further you are in the game, the more loot I've noticed that you actually get rewarded from that party. And this looks like a little bit more of the tier 5 and 6 stuff that I would have expected less of in the earlier portions of the game. So as you progress through, you'll actually get even more loot from attacking these minor clans. And even further, if I take a look over here at my party menu real fast, once this all loads through, I can go down to the bottom of this, and you can see I'm already starting to work on recruiting some Lake Rats and some Scolder units, some Hastati and some Principes. So you can really add a lot of flavor and variety into your army with a lot of the prisoners and troops from the minor clans. So a lot of what I've mentioned is really going to help you out in fighting these minor clans in the beginning of your campaign. But you're probably wondering, how do I find them? Well, you can click on any one of the minor clans by going to the encyclopedia page, going to clans, clicking minor, and let's just select Company of the Golden Boar. Well, I can click on this gentleman here, and then I can click on last seen here, and then press track, and now it's on my map to go and find him. But one thing you should know, if it does say part of, and then there is a banner here, and it will thusly color the banner of that clan, that is a part, that means that they are part of an actual kingdom, and you can't just go attack them unless you're a part of that kingdom as a mercenary or a vassal, or you're okay with going to war with all of Britannia. So for example here, the Gilman, who Dwayne was a part of, he's not part of any clan. There's nothing right here. But if I go back to, let's just say, the Forest people, I can see that they're part of Aserai, and their banner is colored thusly. A lot of people were asking about this, and I wanted to kind of clarify it before we jump into the geography. Let's go into the geographical locations of the minor clans across Calradia. Now, this will only be true for the first 50 or 60 days of your campaign. After that point, they'll join up with another faction or kingdom as a mercenary to help fight in their wars. As of the most recent patch, though, they'll constantly be switching depending on which factions need troops the most. So again, please take this with a grain of salt, and it's meant more to give you an idea of where to find them in the early portions of the game, kind of to guide you there if that's the specific faction's troops you want to get in the beginning or start of your campaign. If there's a point in which the clan finds itself not at war, or it's captured and then released, it'll more than likely spawn back in its cultural homeland, rebuild its army, then go out and fight again. So I'm going to break this down by culture, as there's typically 1 to 3 minor clans per primary culture. Even sometimes it's not even called Sturgian, they're called Nord or something of the sort. So we're going to pretty much break it up just like that so it's easier to follow. Our first clans are the ones from Valandia, and these make up some great early game targets to expand your army. We've got the Company of the Golden Boar here, comprised of levy troops that have opted to continue warfare rather than returning to their fields as farmers. And as such, they typically make their home in the northern reaches of Valandia, from Ostakin all the way down here to Ox Hall. Now moving further south, the other minor clan is the Brotherhood of the Woods, home of the famous arboreal archers. They actually have an interesting lore, starting out as a Robin Hood-esque band of peasants robbing from the rich and giving to the poor. And as their size and notoriety grew, they became just like any other band of bandits and mercenaries, selling their skills to the highest bidder. And you can find them along the southern reaches of Valandia and the mid to southern reaches, I guess you could say, actually. I've seen some of them as far north as Talviel Castle, over here even into Inbeth, as far west as Jacqueline and Galen, and as far south as Charis, all the way down over here to Gamerdan as well. To the east of Valandia lies the forested lands of Britannia, home to 2 more minor clans. Sharing a border with Valandia, there's a bit of an overlap with the Forest people, an interesting Sturgian and Britannian cultural hybrid known as the Vacan. These people specialize in slash and burn farming, using the ash as fertilizer. Predominantly farmers, they're located in a similar location to the Brotherhood of the Woods, around Tallyvale Castle, and then down once more to Gammerdan. But I'd argue that the key difference is that the Forest people will wander more north and eastward into Battanian lands, whereas the Brotherhood of the Wood will wander south and westward into Valandian lands. Secondly, they live like wolves, wearing no sewn clothes, eating no cooked meat, and sleeping under no roof. They start out in the center of Battania all the way up to the northern portions out by Nevyank's castle. In the furthest reaches of the icy northern lands lies the minor clans of the Sturgians and the Nords. The Skulderbrota, or the Shield Brothers, are an intensely serious mercenary company of Nords out of the Sturgian heartland. Relying on their extensive training with axe and spear, they are valued across the north by noblemen for their almost monastic approach to warfare and discipline. As you would expect, they spawn right smack dab in the center of Sturgia at Sibir. The Lake Rats, on the other hand, while culturally Sturgian, are found around the Great Lake below Sturgia. They are known for creating false lighthouses that wreck ships on the shoreline for their looting purposes. Their spawn can be a little funky, as mine spawned them, down here by Onira, but they will quickly make their way around the edges of the Great Lake, going to Omar, Varnavapal, down over here to Argaron, to Diathma, but pretty much just kind of run in a circle around the giant Great Lake here. In the far east, the Rolling Steppes are home to but one minor clan, and that is the Karakhergit. This nomadic clan refuses to centralize with the primary ruling faction of the Khazaits, the Urkanid Khans. This allows them to move fluidly through the steppes and sell their sword to whom they wish. You can find them in the beginning portions of the game in the northern regions of the Khazate territory. They will typically spread across the entire Khazate territory, coming down here into the Southern Empire, and over here as well into the Northern Empire a little bit as well. You'll just kind of find them in this nice big open area, the Khazate Empire land. Now in the southern territories, we have three more minor clans of the Aserai and the Darshi cultures. The Jawal, or Roamers, are a Bedouin confederacy throughout the Nahas Desert. Much like the Karagurik, they are a nomadic autonomous tribe that has eschewed the forward-thinking ways of the Banu Asra and hold on to the old Aserai ways. You'll find them around Kyra, but they'll typically head south to the periphery portions of the Azerian territory. Now the second minor clan is the Gilman, comprised of a subculture of Aserai and Khazate known as the Darshi, out of the southern and eastern deserts. They are both slave and slave masters, selling themselves to the order while retaining themselves as part owner. Kind of an interesting little dynamic. Their skill with mounted archers is second to none, and their lances rival those of Valandia and the Empire. You can find them in the westernmost portion of the Aserai lands around Sanala. Now, the Beni Zalal is the last minor clan of the Aserai, and not much is known of them outside of being a secret society. This clan is rooted in the central portion of the Azerian lands around Yakis and Quasira, but they roam throughout the entire territory as needed. Last but not least are the Imperial minor clans, with 4 minor clans stretching across the massive former empire. The first one we'll talk about is the Elefthera, or Free People. They share a close heritage with Sturgia as former slaves and debtors, but they can be found among the Northern Empire territories or in the frontier of the Sturgian lands. Also, the second clan is the Embers of the Flame, comprised of the religious zealots that wait for the return of Emperor Darusos. In the beginning portions of the campaign, they can be found in the Northern Empire way up here, but will move between Northern and Southern Empire pretty seamlessly. Third, the Hidden Hand is a mafia-esque minor clan that rules over the rural areas of the southern and western portions of the empire, and their territory is just that, pretty much the southern portions right when you start. Lastly, my favorite minor clan is the Legion of the Betrayed. They are made up of veterans from the Battle of Pendrake that clung to the old ways of the Imperial Army prior to the personal retinues that we see in the current era, and they make up the majority of the Western Empire with a little bit of the Northern Empire mixed in. The way I'd like to do this next section is reviewing each minor clan's respective troop line. They all get their own very unique and, depending on the clan, a quite strong set of troops. I'm going to give it 2 grades. The first will be the clan's difficulty when it comes to attacking them on the campaign map. Some clans are far easier to kill than the others, especially in version 1.3, which saw a massive overhaul to the loadouts of each of the clans. The second rating will be its comparison to my best units by troop type video I did linked in the upper right corner. For example, I'll be comparing the infantry of all the minor clans to the Valandian Sergeant, or the heavy cavalry to the Imperial Cataphracts. Let's take a look at our first unit. So our first faction is going to be the Company of the Golden Boar, and that is the Boar Novice, Boar Veteran, and Boar Champion. I'm going to rate these guys as moderate as far as difficulty goes, because I think that they actually have a good set of armaments. They've got a sword, a shield, and then varying levels of armor as they progress through their ranks. And I think that they're relatively easy to come by too in your Valandia campaign. They are a Valandia style minor clan, and you can find them for any clan. It doesn't really matter if you're Valandia or not. But I will give these guys, their units, an excellent rating. They are the best crossbowmen in the game. The Boar Champion has 200 one-handed. He's got 120 polearm, which really doesn't matter, but 180 crossbow and 120 athletics. To compare that to the Valandian Sharpshooter here, the Valandian Sharpshooter only gets 130 crossbow, and it's the same thing with the Empire crossbowman or sergeant crossbowman. So the Boar Champion is the best crossbowman. Now I will say this though, crossbowmen are at a weird kind of place in the game. Their crossbows don't do very much damage by comparison to the amount of shots that they can get out. Archers always kind of eke out above them just because they can do more damage over time than, say, a crossbow, which is stuck to doing a pretty set amount of damage as per its reload. So I still think that the Fian or the Aserai Archer or the next unit we're about to talk about outrank the Boar Champion until crossbows are fixed a little bit, but as it is, the Boar Champion is still the very best crossbowman in the game. So the other Valandian minor clan is the Brotherhood of the Woods. This is the dreaded Arboreal line. Now, I would rate these guys as easy when it comes to fighting them. They have very low armor. Their weapon is, I believe it's just a sword, if not a dagger, depending on which rank they are, and they don't have much armor outside of this. Even the Arboreal line, or the top end, the Arboreal, is very, very low armored. The biggest threat here is the fact that you are dealing with a lot of archers, and that can be punishing. Because the thing about the Arboreal is that it is probably the best archer outside of the Fian. If we take a look at this, 200 one-handed, 200 bow, and 140 and athletics. Ignore the crossbow because it doesn't use that. But I would again rate this as an excellent unit. If I take a look at the Fian Champion here, we can see that the Fian's got 260 bow, and then the Fian itself has 160. So it's got a place in between the two. It's even better than the Aserai Master Archer. So really take this into account when you're fighting these Arboreals. Anytime you pick up the Forester units, the Sprouts and the Saplings, you're going to want to keep them in your army and convert them all the way down into Arboreals. Arboreals you can't, they are tier 5, they will not convert for you, but you should try to grab as many Sprouts and Saplings as you can to get these guys up to their max level. Moving into the Battanian minor clans, we have the Wolfskins, with the Young Wolf, Seasoned Wolf, and Chosen Wolf. These guys I would rate as very easy. They have light armor, they still have bows, so you do have to worry about them, but riding them down is quite easy, especially if you have a large contingent of cavalry. And even if you don't, even just having enough footmen or responding archers can kill them quite quickly. They do have shields, so they can protect themselves a little bit, but again, I still find these to be one of the easiest minor clans to attack in the game. That also brings me to discussing their units, which I find to be quite poor. I would rate them among some of the worst ones in the game, to be honest. Taking a look at the Chosen Wolf, which is your tier 5 unit for the Wolfskins, 180 bow, one-handed with 140 athletics is okay to attack in the game. And even if you don't, even just having enough footmen or responding archers can kill them quite quickly. They do have shields, so they can protect themselves a little bit, but again, I still find these to be one of the easiest minor clans to attack in the game. That also brings me to discussing their units, which I find to be quite poor. I would rate them amongst some of the worst ones in the game, to be honest. Taking a look at the Chosen Wolf, which is your tier 5 unit for the Wolfskins, 180 bow, one-handed with 140 athletics is okay and all, but their armor is not exceptional. They're not going to last the long haul if you convert them. They might be a really good early unit game just to kind of get something in your army that is relatively inexpensive and easy to acquire, since you're going to be killing the Wolfskins in droves, but I personally find these guys to be a unit you can absolutely pass on. The other Battanian minor clan are the Forest people, with the Recruit, Expert, and Veteran Foresters. Now these guys I would also rate as very easy. They are simply archers with a very low amount of armor. They are maybe a little bit harder than your Wolfskins because the Veteran Forester, for example, has a little bit scarier of a stat line, but not enough for me to give them that moderate tag of difficulty. Overall, I would find these units, again, to be pretty lackluster. You get so much more value out of the Arboreal, which has a better set of armor and a little bit better armament than the Veteran Forester, and you're just you're better off going with either a Noble Line or an Astrite Master Archer, even if you don't want to touch the Arboreal. You can use the Foresters if you do want to get some quick, good, or at least solid archers. I just find them, again, another unit to pass up on when it comes to the minor clans and all their unit types. Moving over to the Sturgian minor clans, we have the Lake Rats in the Recruits, Veterans, and Wreckers. And I would actually give these guys a pretty decent difficulty rating at moderate. They're essentially like Sea Raiders, but the Veterans and the Wreckers are a bit better because they have a lot better armor and a little bit better armament than your standard Sea Raider. But when it comes to their overall troop viability, they are excellent. The Lake Rat Wrecker is a beast. 160 one-handed, 200 polearm, 140 throwings, and 140 athletics. If I were to compare these guys to the Sturgian Veteran Warriors, they're pretty much better stat line with just a little bit less armor. So I think that if you're playing through a Northern Empire or a Sturgian playthrough and you get a lot of Skulder or Lake Rat in your area, getting a lot of Lake Rats is going to be huge. The other Sturgian minor clan are the Skulder Brodva, with the Recruits, Warriors, and Veterans. Now I'm going to give these guys an easy rating because of the fact that even though they're very similar to the Lake Rats, they use throwing axes versus javelins. And in my experience, javelins do far more damage and tend to be a little bit more accurate. Now, as far as their overall recruit viability, I do want to give them that excellent rating. But I'm unfortunately going to have to go with moderate on these guys, because they still are a very solid troop choice. But the biggest problem here is if you take a look at the Veteran Brodva, he has 180 two-handed, but he has no two-handed weapons. He still has a good polearm at 150 in throwing and athletics at a good considerable amount of skill points. But the biggest problem is, again, no two-handed weapon. Where these guys really shine is their Skulder Warrior Brodva, with 80 polearm and a really nice set of armor at just tier 3. If we compare this to the Sturgian at tier 3, he outclasses him armor-wise leaps and bounds. Moving over to the Khazate lands, we've got the Kara-Hergit with the Kara-Khazate line, with the Nomads, Riders, and Elders. Now, these guys I'm actually going to give still that moderate level of difficulty with a word of caution. Try not to fight them in a huge quantity, or else you'll find this difficulty bump up to hard quite quick, because you are dealing with a large amount of archer cav, and they will take you down quick if you cannot deal with them. So moderate to hard is probably what I'm going to give them here. Now the recruit viability is also, again, quite well. If you take a look at the Khazate Elder, you're looking at a unit that pretty much sits in between the Khan's Guard and the infantry choice. There's just a non-noble unit choice for the Khazate. And look at this, 100 one-handed, 100 polearm, 200 bow, and 200 riding. Looking at that compared to the Khan's Guard, just a little bit less on a lot of these stats. Of course, the Khan's Guard has a much better polearm and 60 more bow. But if you're looking to get some really solid archer cav for your unit, for your army, and you can't get the Khan's Guard, getting these guys is going to be a really solid addition, and you really are not going to be disappointed. Moving south into the Aserai, we've got the Jawal, Recruit, Camel Rider, and Bedouin. Don't mind the weird glitchy icons here for these guys. But I would mark these guys as quite easily. The Recruits are on foot, very low armor, and it kind of progresses all the way up through the chain, even to the Bedouin, which has very light armor. You can take these guys out quite easily. You do have to worry about their throwing weapons. They do have those, and they have them at a very high skill, even at the very bottom with the Jawal Recruit, having 150 throwing and 250 athletics. And then that scales up here to 200 in the Bedouin. Now, as overall recruits, though, I find these guys to be extremely lackluster. I think that there are way better Aserai units across even the Beni Zawal or in the Gilman, and I think they're totally something you can pass on. The second of the Aserai minor clans is the Beni Zalal, with the Recruits, Soldiers, and Royal Guard. Now, I find these guys to be easy to moderate depending on how many Royal Guard are in the army, but honestly, I find them to be so lightly armored that taking them out is quite easy, especially if you have a large amount of archers to really focus them down and shoot them off their horses, because they are just using throwing weapons. They're not going to be able to take as much out of you as, say, archer cavalry will. Now, as far as their viability goes, I think that they kind of are on the poorer side, again, very similar to the Jawal. The Royal Guard itself just sits simply above a Mameluke heavy cavalry, and when I take a look at this, they have 140 throwing, crossbow, polearm, and 160 riding. But if I'm going to get a unit, I'm probably going to get the Mameluke heavy cav, because I prefer the bow over the throwing and pretty much lackluster combat skills. Even taking a look at the Ferris, which gets really amazing combat skills, really great throwing weapons, and a really nice set of armor, I think that the Mameluke and the Vanguard Ferris just kind of outshine the Royal Guard. But I will say, though, if you want quick access to cavalry, it's not going to hurt you to put them in your army. I just think that there are better options for an authorized strict playthrough. The last of our Aserai minor clans is the Gilman, and I would actually rate these guys as quite difficult to deal with, because as soon as they hit their rank 3, they become very formidable. The Coleman is a little bit lightly armored and easier to deal with, but the Gilman and the Ghoulman are a very strong opponent. So I'd be very wary of these in the earlier portions of the game, but as your army kind of grows up, you can deal with them a little bit better. Now, as far as the recruit viability, fitting their difficulty, I think it's quite good. And this is, again, because they ramp up so quickly. The Gilman is a very strong unit. At rank 3, it has really nice armor, at a tier 5 archer armor, as well as a nice set of barding. But then if I look at the Ghoulman, he has amazing armor as well. He has a camel, which is kind of goofy and fun, but he sits just above the Mameluke archer when it comes to his stat line with 130, 130, and 150, comparing that, of course, to the heavy Mameluke archer at 130, 130, 130. So they're a little bit faster, and they're built more for combat with more polearm and one-handed. So if I wanted a true shock cav unit for an Aserai style playthrough, the Ghoulam really kind of fits that niche. Focusing on the central portion of Calradia here in the Empire, we have the Hidden Hand with the Pawn, Hand, and then Puppeteers. Now I would mark these guys as easy. In fact, they're my preferred minor clan to attack in almost all of my playthroughs. And thusly, when I take a look at the recruit viability, I actually mark it the worst almost of any minor clan. And it's mainly because the Puppeteer, while he does have some pretty nice armor, he's got 180 one-handed, which is cool, 200 throwing, which you would think is great, and 100 athletics. The problem is that he's got throwing daggers, and as of right now, the throwing daggers are extremely lackluster, and he doesn't have a shield. So this unit is a very short-range unit with no real staying power. I think you should absolutely avoid recruiting the Hidden Hand, but kill them in droves. Another Imperial minor clan are the Embers of the Flame, with the Oathkeeper recruits, experts, and then veterans. And these guys are also just as easy at the Hidden Hand, if not even easier. Taking a look at these guys, they have absolute terrible armor. They have near nothing on them of real worth. They have just an absurdly high athletics. And these guys just recently got a pass in version 1.2 and 1.3 with better armament to tell you how bad it was before. The recruit viability, again, kind of falls in line with the Hidden Hand. The veteran Oathkeeper is, in my opinion, garbage. He's got 180 athletics, which is cool, but no other stat is good, which makes me believe that his stats have to be a little skewed or messed up right now. So hopefully in the future, this will become a viable or at least a good unit in some regard, but right now, even his armor is terrible as he progresses through the rank, because they keep the same monastic robes that fit in with their zealot kind of lore. But I definitely think you should be passing on the Oathkeepers for recruitment, but again, kill them in droves. The third Imperial minor clan is the Elefthero, and these guys are quite easy to deal with. They are very lightly armored, and their stat line is not awesome, and they're pretty easy to come by. I found them in almost every portion of the Empire, no matter what I did. So getting up close and personal with these guys, the Hidden Hand, Embers of the Flame, going to be a great way to increase all those stat lines we've talked about. Their recruit viability, again, falls right in line here. They are absolutely garbage. They have gotten a pass in 1.2 and 1.3, and they went from being really cool, awesome centerpiece, kind of very Sturgian, Nordic-looking units, to these guys. So they have taken a very huge jump down in quality, and unfortunately, again, I would not recommend you recruiting these at all. Our very last minor clan to talk about is the Legion of the Betrayed. Now, I'd give these guys a moderate difficulty because they still are some very good foot soldiers. They will predominantly have a lot more hastati than principes, and those will actually kind of help out in really reducing their durability and making it easier for you to kill them, and also giving you quite a good bit of loot. Now, the recruit viability, though, is through the roof. Taking a look at my video here where I discussed my favorite heavy infantry unit, the Triarii is without the best unit in the game. 200 one-handed, 160 polearm, 160 throwing, and 100 athletics. Comparing this to an Imperial Legionary, it has better all of the stats I just mentioned. Even better armor, in my opinion. Comparing the two, it just is a sure fit for that best slot of heavy infantry. These guys are trucks, and you can get them in a really good vast number by just converting them through hastati. And hastati themselves are still very good units. It does say that these guys have throwing, and I know that the Principes do have javelins on their back, so they still retain their throwing abilities. I believe the Triarii, just like the Legionnaire, has a bug where it does not have javelins. But I have still seen sometimes it spawns with javelins, so I think that there is a bit of a bug in there with the Triarii, and I'm giving a little more time here to them because they are just that much more incredible than any other unit in the game when it comes to just strictly heavy infantry. We've talked about the veteran sergeants here with Valandia. And Valandia does have, again, really solid units with those veteran sergeants. But the veteran sergeant, just the overall viability of it is really great with its shield, with its polearm, with its mace. But it does not have throwing javelins in the way that the Triarii, the Principes, and the Hastati do. And the level of armor it has is even better than that of the sergeant. So I truly believe the Triarii is the best foot soldier in the entire game. Now, the last thing I want to cover before closing this video out is how to recruit these minor clans into your brand new budding kingdom. Well, you discover them just like we've talked about earlier in this video, where you find them on the map and talk to them. Take, for example, the Beni Zalal. I can see that they are not part of another clan as far as a mercenary goes. So I can go and recruit them and make them a mercenary. But you can still do this, for example, with the Embers of the Flame, who are part of Britannia. Karabos here, I can see he is at Omar, which is where I'm at, and I'm going to go talk to him in the keep. So we're going to have a conversation with him.
Nothing but forest. Vast rolling lands of trees and vegetation. An unruly landscape unclaimed by no one. Tribes fought for territory, riches and glory, yet it was always a stalemate in the end. The land forever longing for a power to rule over them all. One tribe in particular, though, were the Karadoi. There was nothing all that peculiar about this faction. They fought like other tribes. They lived mostly like other tribes. Up in the hills, they weren't really much of a power. Yet one thing made them stand out. The lack of a sole leader. Calling yourself a king was shunned by everyone in the tribe after the tyrants that came before. Kings that were cruel, nasty, and they want to keep that past behind them. So naturally, the Karadoi was ruled by a senate or group of elders who would make the decisions and control the actions of the tribe. The Karadoi grew, taking over neighboring tribes and factions and bringing them to their own, subsequently then needing to expand. And so they did. Moving from place to place, conquering, claiming and growing their forces. At this point, little could be called an empire, yet the Karadoi were making huge strides in that direction. The first true professional army in Karadia showed their prowess at any chance they got. The leader of their troops, or so-called emperor at the time, took the army wherever they desired, with discussion, once again, from the Senate. Arenakos was a leader of huge proportions. He rose armies, conquered land, and was beloved by the soldiers and people alike, and paved his way to glory on any occasion that arose. almost the perfect emperor. Almost. To much of the confusion of the Senate, he would not or could not choose an heir. Someone to take his mantle when his time came to move to the next life. Someone to carry on his legacy. There was no one in the Senate that would take his place, nor the army who he saw fit to become emperor, and especially not his daughter. Unfortunately, he had not been blessed by a son, and although an empress wasn't unheard of in the Caradoi, his daughter, Ira, wasn't exactly the model leader. Time passed. More tribes were subjugated and towns captured. Arenacos grew his power and his name, and it seemed the only thing that could catch up with him was age. After a decisive defensive victory at the borders of his territory, whilst being a glorious battle, little did Arenacos know it would be his last. Settling down after the campaign, he stumbled into his quarters, not feeling quite right, and was found later that night dead in a pool of his own blood. With the emperor gone, within no time members of the Senate, army, and his own family started to pounce on the position like rats to the bone. A scramble for power and hold claim to leadership. 3 factions emerged. Lucon, a stiff-necked aristocrat who favoured the Senate over anything. Garios, a veteran of the wars in Britannia, loved by the army and famed for battle. And Regaea, the wife of the late Arenacos, foreign mother to their daughter and blood heir to the throne. All 3 being backed by the Senate, army and people alike, yet all 3 feeling they do themselves have the rightful claim for power. It seemed like civil war was inevitable. And this is where your story begins in Caradia, a lost kingdom clinging onto the power of the past. 3 factions vying for control to be the central power in the land. The army, the Senate, and the people split and fighting for position of emperor. The empire taking after the historical faction, the Byzantians, the rebuilding of what was Roman and Greek cultures together, and of course meaning all 3 factions of the empire having similar troops and way of war. With heavy cataphracts with lances, sabres and maces, the empire were great at smashing through and disrupting enemy lines. The crush of their heavy horse, stopping for no one on the quest for victory, being a menace to not only archers, but cavalry and heavy infantry alike. Possibly the best all-round faction, the Empire also excel in heavy archers and infantry. Their Palatine Guard, whilst not having the range of many other archers of the different factions, make up for it in incredible accuracy and armour, not to mention their training, giving them the nerves of steel and being able to stand up against the strongest of enemies. Not just in ranged combat, but when the going gets tough, they aren't afraid to get dirty and hand to hand. The Empire's legionaries providing a fearsome fighting force on the ground. Large shield walls, 5, 6 ranks deep, to defend against any oncoming missiles and troops. Also to provide a mobile wall of death that can roll through pretty much anyone that opposes them. Being such a powerful all-round faction though, it may seem the Empire has few weaknesses. Yet lighter troops can run rings around them if they're not careful. Well-placed longbowmen can keep them at bay, with horse archers harassing the legionary shield wall. Light cavalry providing hit-and-run tactics and wear down the slow lumbering enemy troops, so coordination is key. But the Empire is not so straightforward when it comes to the army. Minor factions spreading throughout, moving influence from neighbouring factions to the land of the Caradoi. Variations of barbarian weaponry, more guerrilla tactics and even coastal forces taking influence from Nordic factions, preferring axes over swords and round shields rather than the kite. Still, all fight for the Empire. A land that is rich in history, an ongoing battle for power and a struggle to break out from a chain of civil wars. The Empire have a strong foothold in Caradia. But for how long? Well, that is for you to decide. I really hope you enjoyed this different style of video. This was the history and lore behind the Empire. What faction do you want me to look at next? Hopefully I'll try and get all the main ones done before the release of Bannerlord in a week. But make sure you go and join the giveaway, click the link in the description or the pinned comment if you want a chance for a copy of the game on release. All winners will be announced on Twitter and my community page on this channel on the 30th of March this week. Make sure you subscribe for more content like this, but until then, I will see you in the next
We should have known something was up with 2020 when Mount & Blade 2 actually came out. Bannerlord is a game that seems kinda simple at first, but involves a lot of complex decisions, like what color should your undershirt be, and should you ride a camel because it's funny even though they kinda suck? Fortunately, you can have all your decisions made for you by joining a faction. Factions are collections of clans that all try to maintain some form of visual cohesion on the battlefield, though that can be kinda hard when your party has 53 different types of infantry with no easy way to sort them. Still, joining a faction has several advantages. You can own land, force friendly armies to fight for you, and develop a deep-seated hatred of your chosen liege. But with so many factions to choose from, which one is the one for you? You'd probably be better off just picking the color you like the most rather than taking my advice, but here it is anyway. Every fantasy world needs a generic empire. In Bannerlord, the creatively named The Empire is split into 3 factions because that way they can say it technically has more factions than Warband. Following the mysterious death of Emperor Arenikos, who was presumably assassinated because his name was hard to say, his wife Rahagaya, which is not an improvement, declared that she should be the new empress because she was the rightful heir. 2/3 of the country got a real kick out of the idea of a woman having power, but the southern portion of the empire thought, you know what, maybe the emperor should be hereditary because that always works out well. Rahagaya also has a daughter named Ira, who is a top marriage prospect because her horse has really good armor. You may wonder why the daughter of the Empress would marry a guy who has no castle and makes his living by wandering around killing homeless people, and she wonders that too, but I passed a charisma check, so she doesn't get a choice. The Southern Empire's troops are blue, which is my favorite color, and the name Rahagaya kinda sounds like a bionicle, but she'd probably be one of those bionicles that has a lot of blue pins showing, so I cannot in good conscience condone joining her. And also, if you say anything positive about her faction, you get an army of people who've never had an original thought in their lives spamming simp in your comments section. Speaking of old used up jokes, Lucan is the leader of the Northern Empire, a faction that believes the Senate should control the Empire, because that always works out so well. Like, come on, dude. You're in a Roman Empire analog and you're really going to advocate for democracy? Okay, Grandpa. If he only would have used the classic Roman red as his faction's color, then I'm sure everyone would think he's the best faction and be defending the
The Calradian Empire has been in a long state of decay. Invasions have weakened the Empire, and their enemies have been taking land piece by piece. Internal strife has also left Calradians in a vulnerable state. To make a bad situation worse, the Calradian Emperor Arenikos has just been murdered by an unknown assassin, and due to his reluctance to name an heir, the whole Empire has exploded into a civil war. To the north, the Calradian Senate under the leadership of Lucan claimed to be the true heirs to the Empire and wished to restore the ancient rule by Senate. Before his death, Emperor Arenikos had supported Republican ideals of the past and empowered the nobles of the Senate. The Southern Empire is led by the widow of Emperor Arenikos, Empress Regea, who claims that hereditary rule is the only legitimate choice and that the Emperor's daughter should rule once she comes of age. The Western Empire is commanded by Gyarios, a prominent general who fought against the enemies of Calradia his entire life. His men rallied around him in his call for imperial conquest, and they believe that he should rule because only he is strong enough to defend the Empire. With a new civil war already started, the weakened Empire is in a precarious position. Far to the south is the Sultanate of Azerai, ruled by Sultan Unquid, who rules over the Bronze Desert called Nahasa. The lands of Azerai were recently a collection of various rulers, each with their own petty fiefdoms. But with the weakened empire to their north, they have band together as a confederacy, electing a sultan from among the richest clan. The surrounding desert acts as a shield of aggression from the Empire, who wouldn't dare send their legions to be harassed by the expert Azerai cavalry and be cut off from their own supply lines. Instead, the Empire has previously suppressed the Aserai by establishing power in the region through making clients and allies among the clans, keeping them divided among themselves. Now that the Aserai are united, they look poised for conquest, but the Sultan must always be wary of the many other ambitious clans. In the dense forest northwest of the Empire is the home of the Battanians, who are the native people to most of Calradia. The Battanian people are strong warriors and are masters of archery and ambush attacks, an essential combination as they have been subject to relentless raids and invasions from neighbors in every direction. Throughout the long history of Battania, there has always been a crowned High King at the capital of Dunmanok. Their current High King is Caledon. Their High King is a fierce warrior, and like many of his people, he idolizes valor above all else. But the position of High King holds less authority than many other rulers. It's said that if you go to any Battanian hill fort and ask the local noble, "Whose kingdom do you live in?" his reply would be, "Mine, of course." The High King Caledog has made efforts to centralize power and increase his authority, but time will tell if it's enough to stabilize the Battanians against their numerous foes. To the far north in the frozen woodlands is the warlike people of Sturgia, who have mastered raiding with their excellent swordsmen and axemen. The many different cultures that make up Sturgia joined into a confederation just 100 years ago. Though Sturgians are fiercely against monarchy, they are led by a prince named Ragenbach. The title prince was traditionally used for military leaders, but in recent years has effectively come to mean king. Over the last centuries, Sturgia has grown rich from trade, with people venturing from the south to purchase honey, iron, and most importantly, furs. Their woodlands have proven to be a very valuable resource, as the fur trade has founded many major towns along the rivers, which saw huge economic growth from the trade. Ironically, their own wealthy lands could be the target of many raiders. On the western coast is the Kingdom of Vlandia, ruled by King Derther. The Vlandian people are not natives to Calradia and came from overseas to seek their fortune as mercenaries. They came to be known as Vlandians after their most famous warlord, Viland the Bold, or Valandian in Calradic, gained fame throughout Calradia. Not long ago, the Vlandians were loyal mercenaries to the Empire. Their heavy cavalry fought alongside the Empire's soldiers against the Aserai, the Battanians, and other enemies. As time went on, the Empire could no longer afford to pay large amounts of silver to their Vlandian mercenaries. Instead, the Emperor would pay in land. But over time, the Vlandians occupying this land formed families, built houses, farms, and fortresses, and became a very powerful faction within the Empire. When the time came, it was relatively easy for King Ulsric Ironarm to rally his barons and declare himself king. He captured the old imperial capital of Baravanos and secured much of the Western Empire. Now, with the Empire once again in shambles, the Vlandians may again take more of the Empire, but internal strife between the Rhodoks and the Nords may prove a challenge. In the eastern steppe is the Khuzaites, renowned for their horsemen and their archers who've prospered from raiding the Empire. The Empire had not taken these raids lightly. Many ambitious would-be Khans ended up perishing from the blades of an assassin, or found themselves at the mercy of another ambitious clan paid by the Empire. However, just 2 generations ago there was major change. Due to another conqueror rising further east, the nomadic tribes consolidated under the rule of Khan Urkun and expanded westward rather than be crushed in the eastern conquest. Now the land that the Khuzaites once raided is the land they call home, and after the death of the Great Khan, the stability amongst the various clans has lessened. His descendant Khan Munchug still rules, but many of the clan leaders have aspirations to become the next Khan. Thank you for watching. I'll be hosting a Bannerlord giveaway starting in the next few days, so stick around to be notified for that. Hope to see you next time. Goodbye.
Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord has just hit early access, and the learning curve is real. In my first 10 hours of playing, I spent more time dying and probably crying than I want to admit. But in this quick little video today, I want to go through 8 real quick tips and tricks that I learned in my first 10-15 hours that I just wish I had learned at the very beginning. This is to help you guys that are jumping into the game over the weekend or that are just now getting into early access and you can't really kind of break the hump of that learning curve. This will kind of give you a little bit of a leg up on it. Now, these aren't anything catastrophically mind-blowing about the game. It's just kind of some nice little things you either probably wouldn't have known because the game doesn't really do a good job of displaying them to you, or you wouldn't have known because you didn't play Warband and you didn't just kind of have this built-in knowledge already. I personally haven't played Warband for years, so this took me a long time to kind of learn. So we're going to start with the character creation and just some points on that, and then we're going to jump throughout the rest of the game. Here we are at the end of the character creation screen. So our first topic I want to talk about are skill points. Now, in my playthrough, I believe I had 2 or 3 on these 3 top ones of Vigor, with a lot of other skills spread around all over the place. My biggest advice is to stick with 1, if not 2, maybe 3 if you're really good at the game, weapon skills, and then spend the rest through endurance, cunning, social, and intelligence. For instance, in this build right now, I would be going predominantly with one-handed, using my polearm while I'm also doing a lot of riding. I think riding is a very important skill, and it's a come-all for any type of character you make. Another really important one I found is that scouting really helps out when you're trying to find hideouts across the campaign map, and tactics really help out when you're using your actual army when it comes to attacking said hideouts. Now, the rest of these abilities, social intelligence, could depend on what kind of character you want to make, especially when it comes to trading and stuff like that. But really only focus on 2 at max, probably weapons. If you are very familiar with the combat system, you're very comfortable with it, you can probably get away with a 3rd weapon. But I went with 2 more points into 2-handed. And if you're playing on any difficulty harder than very easy, you're going to find how punishing 2-handed weapons are. You can get one-shotted way too easily without a shield, and the 2-handed weapon almost kind of rewards you getting one-shotted by it, almost encourage it. So unless you're really ready to play with 2-handed weapons, I would not encourage it. Go with one-handed, go with a shield, and then polearm when you're on horse until you get more familiar with the game. Going further on skills, there's 2 things you need to kind of worry about or at least look at. You have got your focus points. You can use focus points for increasing your learning limit in individual skills. Characters can only 1 focus point every time they level up. Here's your level bar right here. That's going to give you access to more focus points. But it says right here, your learning limit. This is your learning limit. So your character can only learn up to this amount of skill points in this specific skill based off of your focus points. Pick, for example, Steward. I've got 0 focus points in it, and my intelligence is very low, much not like myself right now. But, in addition, you also have attribute points. You can use these points to increase attributes. You'll gain 1 free attribute for every 3 levels you gain. So obviously, level 3, level 6, 9, so on and so forth. And then as you click here, you can see, of course, what they pertain to, one-handed, 2-handed, polearm. But here's the important thing to know about an attribute. Increasing Vigor makes it easier to learn bound skills and also raises their learning limit. So your learning rate increases as well as your learning limit. That's not something I learned right off the bat, and as you can see, I spread my focus points way too thin in my Vigor category. They should really have 0 in 2-handed because I have really no interest in investing in 2-handed. So use your focus points on the skills you really want to focus on to both increase that learning limit and your learning rate so that you're gaining skill points faster or experience faster in that respective skill. Now, our next tip, our 3rd tip, is going to be about tournaments. And tournaments are really important to do. So you want to go to any major city. All these large names are your major cities. You'll click on the city. You'll go to the arena. And if there is a tournament that's active, you'll see fight in tournament. If not, and you want to find a tournament, enter the arena, let this load on in, and you'll be able to ask the arena master, or tournament master, are there any tournaments going on in nearby towns? And he'll tell you typically 2 that are quite close, Ametatus and Sanala. So when you come back out of this, and you scroll back out, you take a look at your map, you can see where these people are. So Sonala down here and Amitatus up there. And why you should be spamming these tournaments is that for two reasons. One, it's going to get you better at the combat in the game. You can do practice fights and just fight people, but the tournaments are a great way to do this because you don't lose anything if you do lose, if you don't bet on yourself. And the biggest thing you get from this are items. Now, these items are of course awesome to have on your character because why not? You want better items. But take a look at this sword. This sword sells for 1,000. This helmet sells for 1,000. I won another helmet that sold for 3,000 and I sold it even though it was a really good helmet. So you do get really good items, but most importantly, you can use those items and sell them and get a really good surge in your own income. Now our next point, our fourth point, is going to be about all the many types of bandits you see in the game. Looters are the very base one that you'll encounter, and they'll almost always run from you. You can increase your running speed by having more horses in your inventory, but as you progress up through forest bandits and mountain bandits and sea bandits, all those sea bandits being like the top tier ones, they become more and more challenging. But the biggest benefit of attacking all of these minor little looters is that you get loot from it, which is obvious, but you also get peasants, which can be a nice low tier addition to your army because they cost no wage. But most importantly, when we bring up our party menu, you can help train your infantry. And Imperial Recruit is what you're probably going to be used to getting in the beginning of the game. If you right click on any unit, you can see your the encyclopedia deployment tree of how they upgrade and in what direction. So this will help you kind of upgrade your characters depending on what makes the most sense. You know, my Imperial Equite, I want him to become this Imperial Elite Cataphract. And this is what's going to allow you to take your tier 1 units and specialize them in the specific ways you want to. And that, killing those little looters and those small bandits and sea bandits and so on and so forth, are going to help you just get a lot of really quick levels on these guys so that you then can progress them through their respective upgrade trees. Keep in mind though, before we kind of close this little section out, some upgrades require things. Like for instance, putting these Vigila recruits upwards to their Equite does require a horse. So you keep in mind what you have to upgrade for your respective units. You might not have the ability to upgrade them until you have a horse in your inventory. Our next subject is going to be about companions, and I recommend you get one as soon as possible, in the very first city if you can. It will cost you quite a bit, but I don't think you should worry about that because the companion allows you to do a lot of things. One of the most important things though is that you can use your companion to take care of little side quests that pop up around the game as you jump from town to town. You can currently see that Yarly Coalbiter here is solving an issue because I have sent him along with 2 members of my army on their own quest. This allows you to drastically spread out the amount of quests that you can do at one time by having myself undertake one quest and my companion undertaking another. The hideout quests to clear brigand or bandit hideouts, you'll find as you progress, become very, very difficult because you're only taking a portion of your army. Instead, you can take your companions and send them off, and we'll talk about that in our next section. And that is diversifying your companions. You don't want to have a bunch of companions that can simply fight in combat. That's not really going to do you a bunch of favors. Instead, you want to have companions that have a number of different attributes so you can assign them to different roles in your clan. For instance, if you have a companion with high leadership and you assign them to the quartermaster position, and you personally don't have a high leadership, this will allow you to increase your army and your party size. Furthermore, if you have a companion with high tactics, then that companion can be sent out to clear out hideouts that we were just talking about. Now again, like I said, those hideouts are quite difficult to do in the beginning portions of the game, even the later portions of the game, because it takes a certain portion of your army at random. The best way to really deal with a hideout is to organize your party in a way that best suits you. Now, we don't have 100% confirmation if this does guarantee that you'll take you plus 9 of your top guys, but this seems to be the big consensus across the community to help out with hideouts. But if you send a companion plus 10 soldiers out to go deal with the hideout on their own, more often than not, they will deal with the hideout and you won't have to worry about it rather than having to suffer through a random party that just doesn't do well against the hideout and you end up dying. Another really good tip is commerce and trading. Those things are really important to the overall climate of Bannerlord, but it's something that you can do on your own when you're just kind of running around from town to town, doing some quests or running to tournaments. If you hover over the buy icons, if you even click out, you can see more. It'll tell you, can buy at Zionica for 26. So rather than buying olives for 39 here, I can go buy them at Zionica. But as you kind of look at some of these, you'll see stuff like this, that you can sell oil at Poros for 94. It's going to cost me 60 to buy them here. I can buy all, let's just say 10 for easy math. I can buy 600 of them, or I can spend 600 here and sell them at Poros for, again, rounding up, for 100 a piece. So use this menu to really get a good idea of what to buy and sell as you move around the map. It helps if you kind of have a little notepad and you can write these numbers down, or which targets are you're going to be focusing at to sell things. Now, keep in mind, the higher your trade skill, let's go ahead and take a look at that skill, the more that you'll be able to divulge when it comes to taking a look at your buy-sell skill. This trade skill will help you get more profit. You can use these individual skills to learn more and more about increasing your sell price or your buy price. So if you are investing heavily into commerce, you've done trade skill. Next up is our discussion about the encyclopedia. Now this is something that isn't really transparent in showing you in the games. If you press N, you get the encyclopedia. And this is the little menu that pops up when you right-click on things for the most part. But this is a really important menu, and it's mainly for your very first main quest, right? Let's take a look at that quest real fast. Investigate Neretzi's fall. You have to talk to a bunch of nobles to find out more about it. So if I bring up N, I press Heroes, and if I scroll down this list, select Noble, and then I'm going to choose my culture, which is Valandia, which is pretty much the things that are more over than me, I suppose. I get a list of all of the Valandian nobles, myself included, right there. So I can take a look and let's just click, okay, well, he was last seen near Larnach. I can click Larnach, then I can click this button, track. X out, scroll out, and we can find Larnach was over there. So you can use this to pinpoint specific nobles, and you can, okay, well, Larnach's way too far away from me, I'm not going to go over there, and you just go back to that list and pick and choose another one, pick and choose another one. So we'll jump over here, we'll press the back button, we'll press the back button, okay, real quick, Addis. Last seen at Medini Castle, and we'll track that one. Roll out, Medini Castle, it's right down here. So use the encyclopedia to learn more about the game, but also use it to complete some of your quests. It took me forever to realize that that's how I could pinpoint my main quest and finding these nobles. It took me forever because I was just seeing a noble run across the battlefield here or across the campaign map, and I talked to him, and he was able to give me some information. So it was just by freak happenstance that I discovered that. So I strongly encourage you to take a look at your encyclopedia. Last but not least is my note to stay in your starting area. Now this does seem counterintuitive because you will get pulled to multiple portions of the map, but try to kind of settle back in one region just for a little bit. And the main purpose behind that is, as you go and do these quests in these respective little towns, or do tournaments or quests in these big cities, you'll start to gain favor. And as you gain favor, you can recruit more troops. Take, for example, Keneros here. I've done like 3 things here in this location. So take a look. I can recruit Imperial Heavy Horsemen. Now, if we take a look at this, that is tier 4 of the Heavy Horse recruitment option. Otherwise, I would just be able to only recruit these guys. And you can get an idea for what you can recruit, right? It says you don't have high enough relation to acquire this troop. You have 0, you need 20. In this case, I have 10, and I need 24 more Imperial Horsemen. So using this allows you to really expand your army without having to fight a lot of battles. You can use your companions, send them out, do these little tasks. You yourself can do the tasks. So rather than leveling up your troops, take advantage of all these quests that are making you money anyway, and then capitalize on it by recruiting higher tier units. So in closing, I hope that this video really helps you out in kind of getting your feet wet, or at least getting a better foothold on Mount & Blade, Bannerlord. I'm having a lot of fun with this early access, and a lot of you guys have actually given these tips to me while I was streaming or just after the fact and just kind of little side conversations. So thank you to all who have helped me with this. This game is very dense, and I really encourage you to press escape, jump into the options menu, and look at your keybinds. It took me forever to realize that if I'm on my horse, I have to press X to couch my lance. And even further, some lances can't be couched. It has to say it in the item description in order for it to be couched. Or press backslash to sheathe your weapon, or E to kick or hit a shield bash. So there are a lot of little tiny complexities in this game that you kind of have to look for and really dive under. But I hope this video really kind of peeled back the veil a little bit to make the game a lot easier to jump into. But as always, guys, thank you so much for watching here today. If you have any other little tips or tricks you'd like to share with the community, please go ahead and leave a comment below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, all that action. But as always, have a good one and take care. Creating a kingdom is the ambition of any new player to the lovely medieval sandbox that is Mount & Blade 2 Bannerlord. But the process of doing so is not so straightforward, and by the time you get powerful enough to realize that you can just take any old castle, you might be dealing with a few global superpowers that make this a much harder endeavor. So in this guide today, I'm going to illustrate how to quickly create your own kingdom utilizing portions of the main quest and some other tricks along the way. This is a little bit of a min-maxing power guide, so if you have a set role-playing approach you want to take to the game, maybe borrow some tips from this. Don't go, hog wild on this and get disappointed because you, again, kind of min-max your approach to creating your own kingdom. But as always, please remember the game is in early access, so a lot of this might get fixed in the coming patches as we go through the next year of EA. If these steps drastically change, I will absolutely be doing an update to this guide. Let's get started in character creation because that's going to be the quickest portion of this guide probably. So the character creation portion is actually not important. You can make whatever character you want, whatever culture you prefer. You can take a look at my character creation guide on what I prefer for culture selection. I'm just going to make a generic Empire character like a He's not falling here because the point of making him. So we'll make this guy real quick and choose whatever skills you want. If you want to be a trader, make a trader. If you want to be someone who is particularly good at frontline combat, then make that character. You don't necessarily have to make any one. All of the steps that we're going to talk about are pretty universal across every single class, so just kind of have fun with it. Don't feel like you have to be constrained to any specific build to make this work. So we've created our character here. He's just a generic Empire character. That's what I'm going to be using as the blueprint for this is Empire, but this works again, like I said, with any culture. Just simply adapt to the culture as you see fit. So now that we've created our character, let's jump into the game. So here we are in the early game. I mean, I'm just freshly out of the training field. So what you want to do from this point is amass a quick little army of 10 to 15 recruits. I did Empire for this example, but honestly, you can do anything. Just about every culture has some way to do the next step we're going to talk about. But mainly those 10 to 15 units is to make sure that looters won't always harass you in your personal trade route. So that is your next big step here, is setting up a quick, early, easy personal trade route. For example, buying pottery in Poros and then selling it to Lycaron up here, and then buying clay in Lycaron and running it back and forth between these two is a really good way to make a lot of early money. You'll get like 300, 400, 500 dinar each time you do it, but as you get more money, you can buy more mules, you can buy more pack horses that allow you to carry more money back and forth. So I think that this is a really good starting if you're Empire. But what if you're another nation? Well, let's just kind of zoom out here, Bob. If I come over here to Kazate, running Baltic Hand down to Makeb, you can do stuff like fish. From Baltic Hand down to Makeb is a great run. A number of other things, I think fur and flax down to Makeb is a great run. Makeb, though, bringing meat up to Baltic Hand is great. There are a lot of trade goods between these two that really benefit. So this is a really quick, easy Kazate one. If you're Sturgia, let's go over here, Revel has got just a run on fish. So you can also jump to the little small villages here. I don't think, yeah, flax, and this one should be fish. Yeah, fish. So you just kind of take some fish and flax from these two locations, even in Revel itself, and you run it down over here to Epicoritia, or down to Rotai if you want to make a bit longer of a trip. But those are a big good one for both Valandia, I'm sorry, not Valandia, for Sturgia, or even Empire if you want to run that route up there and get involved with this portion of the Empire. Now, Britannia has a ton of hardwood, which is no pun intended. So you can run hardwood all throughout Britannia, into Valandia, into the Empire, or actually even into Sturgia. There are portions of Sturgia that are really hungering for that hardwood. So I believe Sionon over here to Varnavapal is a Varnavapal is a really good trade route if you're doing Britannia. Now, Valandia, Oxhall to Sargo is a really good one. You can do, or you can do, not stock, what's it called? Those things like horses, or cows and sheep. You can run them livestock, that's the name. But Sargo in general has a high demand for a lot of different commodities. So you can actually run a number of stuff to Sargo. Fish from Gaeland, stuff over here from Provend. You can run so many things down to Sargo that this can be your main hub as far as your terminus for your trade route throughout Valandia. Now, Asrai, on the other hand, is just running with horses. That was a bad one. That was a bad pun. You can take horses from any portion of the Asrai land into any portion of Valandia, which has got high demand for them, or actually portions of the Western and Northern or Southern Empire over here, because they do have also a high demand for horses. So hopefully that gives you an idea of some personal trade routes you can run. But outside of that, I'm personally privy to tournaments, so I always recommend searching these out. But only do that after you've amassed a good 5 or 6k by trading, unless of course there's tournaments in the trading towns that are in route. So if I click on Poros right here, alright, well there's no tournament, so I wouldn't run it. I'd run up to Lycaran and see if there's a tournament, and I didn't. So once you've gotten 5 or 6k there, you want to buy an army of up to 20 soldiers and find yourself a good utility companion, not a combat companion. So my recommendation would be either a healer or a scout. I'll go to the encyclopedia, or a hero. N is to open up the encyclopedia, by the way. N to open the encyclopedia, go to heroes, go to wanderers, here we go. Now, scouts will help with visibility, so you can see things from further, you can see hideouts, you can also see what armies are comprised of, what their prisoners are consisting of, as well as their wounded and their themselves. So you get a little bit more visibility, and you can see again further on the map where they are in relation to you. Now, healers will help your men recover faster and also dodge outright death instead just become wounded. So you don't need to worry about getting the absolute best version of these companions, but I dig into the encyclopedia here and get an idea of who's in your local area, and then just kind of go after them. I mean, even going a bit further, after you've gotten 20 men, it's not a bad call because you'll be just ransacking looters in the next step anyway, so you can kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And the reason I say not to worry about the absolute best companion is because even if you get near to the best, they'll still level up over time. This is the beginning of the game after all, and the other ones will probably populate as you get further into your playthrough. So if I take a look here, we lucked out here. We got the Scholar. I'll just type in the Scholar. And the Asrai Scholar is the best healer, so this is a good surgeon here. Gives us 122 medicine. But we also have, what did I produce? We have a decent enough scout in here somewhere. Yeah, she's 100 scouting, and she's also got crossbow skills. So, and she's over in Revolt, that's pretty close. So I would say take a look at your companions, see what's close, go scoop them up, but don't worry about it not being the absolute best one. And even if you decide, you know what, this is just not working out, it's not the best one, I want the best one, I'm sure it'll populate in your game eventually. The Wanderers do kind of come and go and more populate over time. So don't worry. Oh, ooh, we can get the Smith. That's fancy. We got a nice Smith companion there. So don't worry too much about the level of competency of your companion in the relevant specialty. Let's jump over to what you do after you really kind of set up your companion in your army. Okay, you have your companion, you've got 20 or so men. Get those 20 men upgraded to tier 2 or tier 3 and try and split the difference depending on your preferred archer's preference. for Empire, I did an even 10-to-10 split of archers and infantry. And you'll do this by auto-resolving, or at least personally fighting, as many looters as you can. Just get yourself leveled up quickly and get some cheap loot to sell. Capture the prisoners and ransom them at taverns for some additional supplemental income, stuff like that. A quick tip on this though, make sure you're holding down Alt when you're deciding which pack of looters to attack. These are villagers, of course, so it's not really going to be the case, but we can kind of mosey around and look for some, but I'm in a specific spot I don't want to move. But if you find some looters that'll have prisoners on them, more often than not they will be peasants, but sometimes you'll get a nice big contingency of things that are pretty hard to come by. So I killed a pack of looters that had these Principes, Hastati, and Triarii, and you can't get those. Those are the minor faction units, and they're actually quite good. So take a look at that when you're running around the playfield or the campaign map. Try and attack the looters that have prisoners, because again, you might get a huge surge in your units here. But once you've upgraded, you'll probably reach clan rank tier 1, which I have. As you can see, I've got 55 troops here. But if that's the case, go grab more troops. Not too many that you can't sustain either from food or wages. Just kind of find a nice balance. And also, if you've been doing tournaments, you should have some decent equipment. So taking a look at my character, I've got this nice southern ringmail, I've got this cool iron nasal helmet with Imperial coif. I've got some good gear here going right now, at least. And I've got a nice little reserve of cash. It's by no means a lot, but I still have accrued some money doing my tournaments and what have you. So once you have your nice little kind of semi-elite central fighting force, again, I've split here the majority into archers. I've got, what do I have? I've got like 14 archers, then a good grip of infantry. There's 11 here, 12, another 6, brings us up to 18, and I got the Equite here. So I've clearly kind of progressed this a little bit beyond the 20 unit cap, but you can, again, just get them to around 20, get them to a nice Imperial infantryman and an Imperial archer. That's a good split, maybe even a little higher if you can. And a good tip here is when you get recruits, they gain experience as a group. So batch upgrade them. If you upgrade them one at a time, like I've tried not to do here, but I've done it every so often. Like these Imperial veteran archers, there's 2 of them. I should have really held on to a group of these and do them as a batch. It'll cost you more up front, sure, whatever, but you won't have 1 or 2 kind of like straggling upgraded units that might just get focused down and killed. And also, it'll help the others gain experience more succinctly. So try and upgrade in batches when you do. So we've done that. We've gotten our army, we've gotten our companion. We're pretty much good to go. I've cheated, I've gotten 2 companions. Now, here's your next big step. And this one's going to be kind of tricky, and I'm sure a lot of people haven't touched it. So pop open the encyclopedia, and it's time to go minor faction hunting. Every single faction has 1 or 2, maybe even 3 minor factions in their area that everyone starts at war with. These minor factions go on to color the various mercenaries that help out countries that are that need aid, that are really losing in their fights. So you need to get the drop on this step pretty quickly before they all sign mercenary treaties and are part of a major faction. Thus, you won't be able to go to war with them. Just to reiterate, if you don't get to this step quickly, you can't fight the minor faction because they'll be part of a major faction. Furthermore, as long as you're not a mercenary yourself of a major faction, you're free to do this step without recourse. No one's going to get mad at you. So let's take a look at the minor faction. In this example, we're going to hunt the Hidden Hand. Let's briefly go through the other factions and why I chose mercenary yourself of a major this step pretty quickly before they all sign mercenary treaties and are part of a major faction. These minor factions, and it's time to go minor faction hunting. Every single faction has 1 or 2, maybe even 3 minor factions in their area that everyone starts at war with. These minor factions go on to color the various mercenaries that help out countries that are that need aid, that are really losing in their fights. So you need to get the drop on this step pretty quickly before they all sign mercenary treaties and are part of a major faction. Thus, you won't be able to go to war with them. Just to reiterate, if you don't get to this step quickly, you can't fight the minor faction because they'll be part of a major faction. Furthermore, as long as you're not a mercenary yourself of a major faction, you're free to do this step without recourse. No one's going to get mad at you. So let's take a look at the minor factions. In this example, we're going to hunt the Hidden Hand. Let's briefly go through the other factions and why I chose the Hidden Hand. And we'll take a look here. The Hidden Hand is mainly comprised of, let me bring them up, minor, there we go. So the Hidden Hand is mainly comprised of the Puppeteer line. Actually, even go to that. I can spell. So the Puppeteer line is pretty nice. Hidden Pawns, Hidden Hands, then Puppeteers. It's really an easy target. These guys have one-handed weapons, some pretty meager armor. I mean, this is a tier 5 unit, and that's its armor. So pretty light, and they have throwing daggers. So again, it's an easy target. Also, their leader will charge your lines immediately. So killing him will net you a chance at some high tier loot, and you can ransom him as well as the rest of his folk. The point is to essentially kill these guys en masse to rank up your renown and net you a lot of really solid early game income as well as experience for your armies. So let me display how I hunt these guys down. So we're going to go back to the home portion of the encyclopedia, and we're going to go to either clans and select minor clans like I've done here. I'll just redo that. So minor, empire, Hidden Hand right there. Or you can go to kingdoms, select an empire one in this example, scroll to the bottom, and you can see who they're at war with. Hidden Hand would be an example here. So once we're at the Hidden Hand menu, we're going to click each one of these leaders and the notables, the members here, and get an idea of where they are. Keep in mind that some of them will be more jacked than the others, with like massive 60 or 80 man armies. That's usually the faction leader. But there's usually always 1 or 2 nobles with a small 10 to 30 man army. Even outnumbered, as long as you're playing to the culture's strengths, your culture's strengths, you'll be fine in taking them out. And killing the leader fast really helps in causing a landslide win for you. So let's select Sovos of the Hand. Okay, well, he's last seen near Thorios Castle. I will click this, then I'll click this button for track. And it's evident on my map. There it is. And well, there he is. And I had clearly already set this up beforehand, but that's how I'll hunt these guys down. Bring up the encyclopedia, find the guy. Okay, Ulbesos of the Hand. He's near Physion. Track. Oh, he's somewhere around here. So that's the best way to kind of hunt these guys down. Let me quickly go through the other factions just to kind of help you guys out if you're not playing Empire. So here we are back at the minor clans menu, and I'm going to do this by faction or culture for the most part. So we can see here the Hidden Hands and then the Embers of the Flame. These two guys, this is the Puppeteer line for the Hidden Hand, and then the Oathkeeper line for the Embers of the Flame. And these guys are all pretty easy for the most part, so if you're playing Empire, choose one of them. I would not recommend the Legion of the Betrayed, because this is the Hastati line that we took a look at. They have way good armor and a lot of throwing weapons, and I would not recommend the Eleftheroy. They kind of have a really cool theme as far as being like a mounted cav force, but take a look at these dudes. I mean, even the low grade guys, they're pretty low in armor, but they get pretty high in armor fast, and they're all shock cav, so they'll roll through your infantry force pretty quickly. So that is your Empire minor clans. Let's take a look now at the Battanian. Where are they? Good. So Battanians are kind of interesting because they have the wolf skins here, and these guys are actually pretty easy to focus on. They get their cool little wolf line. They have very light armor, and they're all archers. They do have some good combat skills, though. Be wary. One-handed skill of 180 and a good athletics at 140. So they will kind of come hunting for you. The good thing here is you want to just get the drop on them, charge in, do some damage fast, or else they will pluck you apart with arrows. So try and make sure that anything that you, if you're Britannia and you're chasing after the wolf skins, make sure you've got shields on your unit. Now for Valandia, scoot on back here. Valandia has 2, Brotherhood of the Woods and Company of the Golden Boar. So Brotherhood of the Woods is, I think, the easier of the 2. They have this fancy little arboreal line, sprouts to saplings to arboreals. Now keep in mind, they will have Valandian recruits also sometimes in their forces. All of these will have the native forces of the towns, typically a part of their armies, but for the most part, especially in the beginning of the game, they only have their faction special unit. And same thing with the wolfskins here. This is mainly an archer line. Now the other one, the Company of the Golden Boar, These dudes, let's go, it's boars, are all crossbows, and they have shields themselves. And they also have pretty decent stats. One-handed 200, two-handed 120, polearm 120. So, in my opinion, they're a little bit more difficult. They are manageable, but I would try to maybe steer clear of these guys and choose the Brotherhood of the Woods if I could. Now let's go over to Sturgia. Sturgia's got some interesting ones. We're also going to click Nord here. Oh, there, yeah, it's forest people. I'm stupid. So you've got 3 here. And I would say you want to start with the forest people. These guys are the Forester line. And they do have some pretty jacked top tier units that have heavier armor, but they are mainly, for the most part, Sturgian archers, if you want to think of it that way. And they have a pretty fast drop off on their armor between these 2 ranks than to this one, which is a much heavier armored focus. So kind of be careful here with Sturgia. They have a pretty beastly little force for even their weakest one, because their other one are the Scolders. Let me get to them. Let's just go back here the manual way. Are the Skolder Brovta, which is Shield Brothers. And their force is, again, a little bit more advanced. Their first ones are pretty light armored, but they jump up in armor quickly. And then their last ones are pretty beastly. These guys are pretty equivalent to the Sturgian shock troops, which are very, very strong infantry that can mulch through elite cataphracts. So I think that the Shield Brothers should be one you steer the most clear of. These guys can do a lot of damage. And there's your other one here is the Lake Rats. Now the Lake Rats are interesting because they also kind of borrow from the Skolder line as well as some of the Elfthroi. So these guys, I would again try to steer clear of. In my experience, Lake Rats are kind of funky because they have this weird dynamic of not having their own units. So I would try to not really kind of play with the Lake Rats. Our last 2 lines are for Khazate and for Aserai. The Khazate line is a pretty straightforward one here. It's going to be, obviously, as you would have expected, horse archers. And I think as long as you have matching amounts of horse archers, you should be okay. They're going to be a little challenging because of the nature of horse archers and the more recent patches that buffed up their accuracy. Then lastly, we have actually quite a lot for the Aserai here. So we've got this 2, then we've also got this 3rd one. So honestly, the Gilman are the hardest, the Jawal are kind of second in line, and the Ben Zawali, or Zalal, I would say are the easiest of the troop here. So let's look at the Ben Zawals. Get that right? Oh, Zalal, my bad, I'm so sorry. I added a W for no reason. Again, horse archers, but in my experience, I've seen way less of their royal guards and way more of these 2. So they're, I think, a little bit easier of a target. Then the other one here are the Jawals. And these guys, they pretty much just have light armor and polearms, and the camel riders are terrible. They're god-awful. So you can actually ride them down quickly if you are an Aserai specializing on a lot of horse archers or cav. You can really get them down easily. And then even their Bedouins are very, very easy to pick off. In fact, actually, in my opinion, I wrote this down wrong. I would say that the Jawal is the easiest one, and the Ben Zilwal or Zalal are the middle ground one, with the Gilman being the hardest one, because they are some pretty good shock cav that even on their tier 3 have some pretty good armor and pretty good staying ability. And then as I jump up to a Gilman, they are just disgusting. 200 riding, 180 polearm, 180 one-handed, and very, very good armor. So I would stay away from these guys if you're doing a minor faction in Aserai. But now that we've kind of set up that minor faction war and we're at war with minor faction, that's how you're going to get a lot of your early money and renown. Now that we've gone through the ins and outs of getting yourself a good amount of money, renown, experience, and gear, let's go into another big step, because this character is going to act as the governor of your new home. Marriage. It's a terrifying concept, but don't worry, you can chop her head off if she doesn't produce any male heirs. So pop open your clan's encyclopedia and go hunting for a lovely milady. I'd try and find someone with good steward, trading, and other management skills that you'd like to help shore up for yourself. Your own steward is going to be through the roof, but you might as well have a good governor for the future. You will need it. So you jump over to heroes, you jump over to female, and then you would sort it by your culture. I'm going to do empire, and I'm going to choose Sora because I've already scoped this out. Really high steward, very high trading, so she can do a number of things even before I get my own empire going. She can lead a caravan if I so wish. So I've chosen this lovely mistress in the Northern Empire for my save. So let's step through the actual marriage process. And it does involve some save scumming before, because I truly believe the dialogue system is not fully fleshed out yet. So please do take this with a grain of salt, because as we get more information on how traits work and other improvements to the game, this might become entirely obsolete. So here's my save where I go through the first set of conversations. So approach the gates, request, continue. And we're going to talk to her. You basically have to do this twice, and saving before every set is the best thing to do. So to get to this point, you have to approach a single lady, a single being operative here, and ask to court her. And then you leave the castle, then go right back in, and you're at this stage in the conversation. So I'm glad to have the chance to spend some time together. And you'll need to get all 3 successes here, or she'll pass up on you. She'll give you like a corporate level rejection. At this time, we're still analyzing all candidates. But once you get all 3 successes, you have to wait a day or 2 before you initiate the conversation again. So I'll just try and BS my way through this right now and see how it goes. Don't worry. Critical fail. Yeah, she's not gonna like that. Ineffective. So I failed right here, but I do have a save. Let's jump over to that one. So here's that save. Again, you have to wait a day or 2 before you get, or after you get all 3 successes before coming back to the castle. So I'm going to go right back in, and it's going to be the same thing again. Go to her, talk to her. It's a real life dating sim, and I love it. Then you're pretty much going to go through this. Perhaps we should discuss our future together. Yes, well, I've been thinking about that, and you're going to do what you can. We'll choose this. I've noticed that selecting these actual little, like, okay, use my generosity trait to try and get this to work. I've noticed that that doesn't help me or hinder me. Just simply clicking on it will do you just as fine. But clearly I did not get a success here. Once you get both successes, again, you have to get both, she'll ask you to get the blessing from your father, or from her father. And this can get tricky because depending on who you select, that father is probably a powerful noble and often some distant war. So we'll right click her and we will see. Well, Sora is a member of the Argos clan, a noble family of the empire that is backing Lucen in the civil war. She has a reputation of being moralistic. Click this clan, and then I see the leader is Manteus. Where's Manteus? He's near Sanopia, Crack, and way over here. But I had to chase this guy down back and forth between here and the Khazate lands because he was, again, a powerful noble leading an army. But if you have to do that, just simply kill looters on the way, look for any minor factions you're hunting, assuming they haven't joined another faction, and keep doing what you're doing. Any money you gain is going to be necessary for the wedding dowry. That's right, wedding dowry. So in this save, I finally hunted the father down, which sounds ominous, but you're going to pop into a dialogue with him. Get that going here. I ask your name. I wish to discuss final terms of marriage with Sora. Very well then. And you can see she's on the offering block. But so this part, again, you're offering a dowry. And I'm not sure if this is dependent upon your charm skill, your clan tier, your renown, whatever, but I only had to pay 4.5k. Or so, and as I kind of went through this earlier. Oops, sorry, wrong. You want to pulp it from this portion. That'll do. I'll just say it's that. Make it even. But again, this is where you're pretty much going to gift this, and you now have her as your wife. You've married her. The barter offer was accepted. You go back now to basically claim your bride. Approach the gates, request entry, and take her to your party. Take her to your bed. And here she is. So, the nice thing about this is, for one, this does not go against your companion cap. This is outside of your companion cap, which is pretty cool. So from here, you can do a number of things. You can strip her down and sell her gear, but I kind of wouldn't approach that. With how much prices are fluctuating, I don't think that's advisable, because by the time you get to this, that might not be something that's in the game. They might have patched it away. So I just took her gear and made it my own since she had 0 combat skills. It's a bit of a cheesy way to get a lot of gear, and I honestly did not do this for the gear. I did it to have a solid character for my future cities and castles. Just so happens she had badass tier whatever the hell 6 gear. So, which brings me to the next stage in our grand birthing of a nation. You have the baseline all set up, a good core army, a solid amount of money, some decent renown, and hopefully you've picked up a few companions along the way. Your next steps are going to be a bit of a grind. You need to get to clan rank 3 up here. Clan tier 3. So set yourself up as a mercenary if you'd like, attack more minor factions, keeping in mind that they will become employed and unemployed by various factions. Just make sure you're keeping track of the clan's banner and if they're part of a faction by selecting them in the encyclopedia. Also, keep doing tournaments, and I'd strongly advise setting up 1 or 2 workshops and or caravans. As of the creation of this video, they've just nerfed pottery workshops, so don't go setting those up like crazy. But you want to have a solid amount of income before we begin the next step, which will landslide all quickly. So you want to be in a strong financial position before we proceed. And it's worth noting, during that grinding stage, you should be completing Unaretzi's Folly quest, because you're going to want to get your main quest to just about the end. And we'll touch on that once we jump forward to Clan Tier 3. I feel like I'm hosting a cooking show where I talk about making a turkey, turn around and pull out a fully cooked one out of the oven or something like that. But before we go ahead, I do want to point something out. You can get your own kingdom by becoming the vassal of another, waiting until Tier 3, winning a fief through the voting process, and then leave the kingdom. He does say it's supposed to like relinquish them to the ruler, but I think that might be a bug right now, so I don't think that's a very reliable way. And you can do that for the main quest to establish your own kingdom as well. You support the claim of another kingdom. Regardless, let's kind of rehash the steps up to this point. So you are Clan Tier 3. You have 100 plus troops. That's very important, the 100 plus part. You have a good deal of income coming in, and a nice set of companions. Tons of kids too. A nice set of companions. I recommend having a sieging companion, an engineer. That's only going to make the next step that we're going to do easier. Now, keep in mind, right now, this clan role for the engineer seems to be bugged, but I want this to be somewhat timeless of knowledge. I imagine they're going to patch this in, and the engineer will help you out. So the last thing you have to make sure of is that you progress the quest all the way to this stage. You have to assemble all 3 pieces, and you have to choose to either go to Estania or Arcegos. Now, Arcegos is going to be the gentleman for fracturing the empire, or supporting someone that wants to fracture the empire. Estania is the one that wants to reunite the empire. I went with Arcegos for this just because I felt like it fit my narrative of trying to create your own kingdom, but technically you could go either way. So you have to be here. This is very important. So once you're there, once all things are kind of met, time to go fief shop. Now, basically, you want to find a fief that is under garrisoned either by recent conquest or is in the interior of a nation that has borrowed from the garrison for their war. Before this point, I was a mercenary of the Western Empire, so I actually took a look at this location, and it was pretty under garrisoned. Not that under garrisoned, but I liked its location the most. It's pretty secluded, it's far away from things, and that's why I chose it. This is for the Western Empire. But let's say you want to be Valandia. Drapin Castle is a really good one. If you are Sturgian, this one over here, Boostikol Castle is really solid. If you are these guys, because the Kaysar Castle is really solid, and honestly, the majority of the Aserai locations are pretty good. I mean, honestly, they're pretty kind of nice and secluded. You could choose something like this, like Berthial or Alan. But the big thing about this is you want to be kind of far away so they can't just rally an army to you immediately. So before you siege a castle, you have to declare war. And to declare war, you have to jump over here and you have to either attack a lord or a village. I would not recommend attacking the village of the place you're about to inherit because you're going to start your kingdom there. These guys are going to start at -30 relations. So either finding a lord to attack that's close to where you want to go, or a village that's close to you want to go, that's probably the best bet. I'll just raid this, and I'll send my troops and let it do its thing here. Actually, it was pretty good for auto-resolve there. And we'll just fix that there. So, now that you've done this stage, it's now time to get involved in a siege. you're going to jump down here. You want to siege the city or the castle. I recommend castle because it's easier. You can actually siege a newly captured city. They will be pretty easy to take care of. But you besiege the castle. Make sure you have enough food before you do this. That's going to be pretty crucial. I've stocked up heavily in food. Siege it. But once you complete getting your castle, you need to go turn in the banner. So let's jump ahead a little bit once more. And I apologize for a lot of jumping ahead. This whole process took me about an hour, hour and a half, and I don't want to have you guys sit through every single bit of that. So once you've taken your castle, you have to jump and go and turn in the quest. Okay, we've sieged and defeated and won over our castle. We now have our own kingdom for all intents and purposes, but there's more we have to do. Western Empire is at war with me, and they're going to just cook my goose right now. So let's go back, not to the Lord's Hall. I don't want to go there. Go to the dungeon, manage prisoners. We've put all of our prisoners in there, and go to the garrison real quick, and we've put in the majority of troops into this garrison that you won over for winning the castle or city if there were any prisoners. So we've got enough guys. Let's get going here. We've got some good speed. We don't want to be weighed down by anything if we can avoid it. So what we have to do is go to one of these two locations. Go to whatever one's closer. Just keep these two locations in mind when you are trying to get back to turn the quest in. So you're going to run all the way. You have to pretty much kind of watch where you're going, though. You don't want to get caught. They're probably going to just completely ignore us, and that's good. You just want to get up to Marnoth. And don't really worry. They're going to siege your castle. They're going to assault the castle. As long as you get this in before that happens, you're going to be just fine. And I got it done, so we'll see what happens right here. Hopefully it works again. But you want to make sure also that you have 100 troops by the time you get to this point. I'm dealing with my woundeds recovering right now, so hopefully we'll get to 100 by the time we get to the city. If not, just recruit a couple more troops in the city, go in and out of the city, and you'll be good. We'll be at 100 for all intents and purposes at the cross. Okay, we're just now under attack, so we should be all set. Fuck. Gather the banner pieces. How can I create my own kingdom? And we are done. Oh, it's gonna give me this part. Create your own kingdom. You got all these. Make sure all these check marks are set. I think we actually have to jump out of the city. Okay. I've done everything you asked of me. I'm ready. There we go. We're done. That was it. Honestly, it was actually a really intense moment when I was doing this. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. But once you do that, you're set. You have made your own kingdom. So jump to the kingdom button, go to diplomacy. We're no longer at war. We still have our fief and we have our castle. Let's jump back to our castle real quick to close this video out. Okay, we're back at our castle. We've turned in. We have our own kingdom. We are our own superpower. Now, having a castle is not obviously as advantageous as having a city in and of itself, but we still have a lot of income coming in from our caravan, from our pottery shop that we set up, any kind of stuff that we've done to kind of help supplement our income. Now, the biggest thing you want to do is get your influence up and start enacting some policies. And your influence, you can gain that by doing tournaments yet again, by dealing with your looters, fighting those minor factions. Just worry about your influence so that you can start working on stuff like, enacting your policies. Things like the big one is going to be Council of the Commons. Each notable yields 1 influence per day to the settlement owners. So you've got your own settlements. You've got your own notables in them. Make sure you're going ahead and boosting up the amount of influence you're going to get from that. It's going to grant you a ton of influence. In addition, you also want to be picking up soldiers from a lot of these neighboring towns and bring them into your garrison and just kind of build this thing up. You want just enough that things aren't starving, but just enough that you can also hold it if something happens with the army. But guys, that's it. You now have your own kingdom. You are solidified. You can create your own legacy from here on out. I know this video had a lot of little nuanced parts. It was very dense. It's probably the longest guide I've done thus far. And this video took me about 4 to 5 days to really kind of create all the saves and make sure I had the right narrative to show you guys how to do this in a 3D format. One last thing though before we close out our video, it's up to you to kind of decide how you want to grow your fledgling nation, how you want to run it. So you can get other clans to join you by either persuading them if they're under a certain clan tier rank, I believe like 2 or 3, or by paying them to join you if they're higher than that scale. So having a high charm skill in this is going to really help out with the persuasion process, and possibly even the monetary amount will be higher planted. I encourage you guys to have a lot of fun with this. Play it in the role-play sense if you want. You don't need to kind of game the system and min-max this, even though this is a bit of a min-max approach. But if you have any questions, you get snagged or stuck on anything, please by all means, guys, do leave a comment below so I can help you out if best I can. If you have any questions, again, as always, though, thank you so much for watching here today. Don't forget to like, subscribe, all that kind of action. And if you haven't picked up the game, you can go ahead and choose the link in my description for Fanatical. It'll give you a Steam key, and you will thusly have the game and give me a 10% commission on your purchase. It's a nice little way to support the channel if you don't want to do it. But again, guys, thank you so much for watching here today. Have a good one, and take care.
Archers! Everyone, give him hell!
Hello YouTube and welcome back to another Dare to Game video. Today we are covering the final faction in our lore series, covering all the factions in Mount & Blade Bannerlord. Today's topic is the Empire. If you haven't seen the rest of these videos, I strongly suggest checking them out, as I have covered each and every faction, and there's a lot of interesting information for each one. But with that in mind, let's dive on in and learn all there is to know about the Empire. The once great but now declining faction that at one point almost controlled all of Calradia. At the start of the game, the Empire is engaged in a brutal civil war, with three factions vying for power: the North Empire, the South Empire, and the West Empire. Based on the Byzantines from ancient history, the Empire seems to resemble the Vlandians, specializing in heavy infantry and cavalry. However, where the Vlandians' tactics is to mow down the enemy with charge after charge of heavy horse, the Empire requires a more tactical, opportunistic approach. Unlike the Vlandian heavy horse, whose knights carry shields and one-handed lances, the Empire heavy cavalrymen carry large two-handed lances and no shields, as is normal for cataphracts. This leaves them open to volleys of arrows during a charge. However, if you're tactical about your approach and don't leave your horse units open to ranged fire, you can decimate your foes. So as I mentioned before, the Northern Empire, the Western Empire, and the Southern Empire are the three pieces that make up the Empire faction in Mount & Blade Bannerlord. Each empire has its own leader and certain unique features, but for the most part the culture is the same. So I will go through each one of the leaders and territories, but military and cultural information will be universal. So let's start off with the Northern Empire. The Northern Empire shares a border with the Battanians, Sturgians, and Khuzaits, as well as the two other splinters states resulting from the splitting of the Kalratic Empire. This empire is led by an influential senator who wants the Senate to assume his right to appoint the new emperor. His name is Senator Lucan. Senator Lucan Astakos is the ruler of the Northern Empire, leader of the Astakos clan, and a claimant to the emperor of the Kalratic Empire. During the reign of Emperor Neretes, Lucan served as a junior officer as part of the emperor's staff, participating in the Battle of Vendraic. As the Sturgians stormed the imperial camp, Lucan escaped as part of Arenikos' group of soldiers back to safety. The northern third of the empire is ruled by Lucan, who represents a long-standing oligarchic trend in imperial politics. It holds that strict adherence to imperial law is the best guarantee that the empire will not become a tyranny. Oligarchs like Lucan also tend to believe that only landowners can have the extensive education, experience in government, and stake in property to really understand and appreciate the law, and thus the Senate should be supreme. Lucan favors a return to an oligarchic Senate, and is politically opposed to the militant populism of Garios, while fundamentally opposed to the hereditary monarchy of Regaea. His two imperial contenders. Senators found themselves confronted with populist radicals who would do away with the oligarchy, or feudal aristocrats who would back an absolute monarch and do away with the Senate. Thus, the Senate elected Lucan as emperor, despite the military and aristocracy separately raising their own claimants, drawing the border for a three-way civil war that would follow. Lucan's claim to unify Calradia as emperor relies on him holding the support of what remains of the Imperial Senate. Because of their support, Lucan asserts that he is the only one with legal precedent to be emperor, and Istiana validates this claim in the main questline, referencing that Lucan understands the Empire's laws and traditions better than any of his opponents, making Lucan, by most accounts, the most viable claimant to the Imperial seat. So let's move on to the Southern Empire. The Southern Empire shares a border with the Azurai, Khuzaits, and the Vlandians, as well as the two other splinter states resulting from the splitting of the Kalratic Empire. This empire is ruled by Regaea Petros, the widow of Emperor Arenikos, who claims the throne for her daughter Ira, the only child of the late emperor. Empress Regaea Petros is the ruler of the Southern Empire, leader of the Petros clan, and a claimant to the Empress of the Kalratic Empire. Regaea is widowed and was the wife of Arenikos, the late emperor, who was suspiciously murdered. She is considered by Istiana to be the cleverest of the three imperial claimants. Besides being the widow of Arenikos, she is the mother of his daughter Ira, now her own heir apparent. The southern third of the empire is ruled by Regaea, widow of the murdered emperor. For her, politics is everything. All men want their families to inherit what they have, and if you loved Arenikos, then you will support the rights of his heirs. Arenikos was indeed loved, and also there are some Calradians who believe that the endless squabbling and civil wars can only be overcome by a king, or, if necessary, a grand queen. Regaea favors a hereditary monarchy over the imperial title, with a more feudal system of absolute governance under the emperor. Regaea believes politics and history is defined by the law of succession, hereditary claims and dynasties that define right from wrong, and believe that the Kalratic Civil War is a result of the fundamental law being broken to prevent her and her daughter Ira from succeeding the popular emperor Arenikos. Regaea's claim to unify Kalradia as empress is purely feudal, and the matter of contention that sparked the Kalradian Civil War. As Emperor Arenikos was assassinated before he could select his heir, or whether there would be an heir at all, as the Senate traditionally appointed emperors, Regaea asserts that, as his wife and the mother of Ira, whom he might have been grooming for rule, she is the rightful empress, and the only claimant whose succession is not a matter of ambition, but purely civic duty. And lastly, we move on to the Western Empire. The Western Empire shares a border with the Battanians and Vlandians, as well as the two other splinter states resulting from the splitting of the Kalratic Empire. This empire is led by a veteran who wants the veterans of the empire to choose the new emperor themselves. Garios Kamnos is the ruler of the Western Empire, the leader of the Kamnos clan, and a claimant to the emperor of the Calratic Empire. During the reign of Emperor Neretzes, Garios was a soldier who fought in the Battle of Pendraic, and barely escaped with his life, allegedly hiding in the woods with his fellow survivors to escape their Battanian persecutors. He views this experience as the formative movement behind his later populist ascendancy as emperor claimant in the Calratic Civil War. The western third of the empire is ruled by Garios, a charismatic general who represents a long-standing populist trend in imperial politics. He is deeply loved by his soldiers, both for his solid record in winning battles and for his insistence that his veterans be compensated in land afterwards. He often demands that the people should settle key issues, but in practice, this usually means an assembly of his soldiers, where his veterans can be counted on to shut down opposition. Garios represents the populist faction of the Calratic Empire, and has the backing of most of the former empire's more esteemed soldiers and commanders. During the waning days of the empire, he allegedly pushed for key reforms such as veteran land grants and popular trial by assembly, as these policies were likely blocked or gridlocked by the oligarchic forces of the Senate and feudal influences of the aristocracy and former emperors. His ascendancy as claimant for the empire is likely a combination of his popularity with the imperial armies and his populist political agenda. Garios' claim to unify Calradia as emperor is based on his own disdain for his predecessors and the Senate. He blames much of the empire's recent decline on incompetent oligarchs and aristocrats, whose ancient laws and traditions keep them in power by right of blood or wealth, rather than merit, intellect, or ability. Despite this, though, Garios is purportedly opposed to the oligarchic puppet Lucan and the aristocratic agitator Regea. Garios supposedly governs his own third of the empire by force of his army, and is described as putting down opposition with his soldiers. Thus, Garios, separate from both Lucan and Regea, who rely on tradition and inheritance respectively, believes in the law of might makes right, as his basis for being emperor. The Calratic Empire is not a monarchy. The Calradians insist on this. The emperor, formerly just a military commander, may have taken on most other affairs of state as well. Rather than be elected every few years by the Senate, he may now rule for life, and often be succeeded by his son. The popular assemblies that once divided key policies may have withered away, and the Senate, a gathering of landowners, may have far less power than it did in centuries past. But it is not a monarchy, because it is absolutely forbidden for Calradians to be ruled by a king. The empire is what happens when a league of city-states conquers a continent. A community once led by free farmers with relatively equal wealth now has vast gaps between the rich and the poor. Institutions designed to prevent one man from becoming a tyrant come into conflict with the necessities of unending warfare, which require unified command. Without any smooth means of succession, the death of an emperor has always been a potential crisis. Usually the emperor nominated an heir, the Senate ratified his choice, and the people, meaning the army, acclaimed it. But this did not always happen smoothly, and the succession was often settled on the battlefield. The current conflict, which broke out when the late Emperor Arenikos was assassinated, is the latest of these imperial civil wars. As far as territories go, the Northern Empire has 6 towns, 8 castles, and 11 villages. The Southern Empire has 7 towns, 7 castles, and 32 villages. The Western Empire has 6 towns, 8 castles, and 31 villages. So it should be easy to tell that the North definitely starts out with the weakest territory and infrastructure-wise, and the Southern Empire starts out in the best position. The Empire is a well-rounded faction, and one of the easiest factions to play. You normally get dropped into Empire territories. They also boast strong, diverse infantry with high armor, and a nice balance between one-handed and two-handed troops. As far as military strengths go, they have well-armored archer units with the option to go for Palatine Guards, one of the best archers in the game, or very well-trained crossbowmen that are also very well-armored. Overall, they have a very diverse fighting force, and although they are not perfect, they do, for the most part, hold their own against the other strongest units in the game. In addition to this, as a specialist troop, elite cataphracts, the highest level cavalry in the Empire, are one of, if not the best lancer troops in the entire game. They have deadly charges, but do lack maneuverability. But what they lack in maneuverability, they make up for in high damage and strong armor. The Empire also has the added advantage of the Imperial Legionary troop, which is, by most accounts, the all-around best heavy infantry troop in the game. As far as military weaknesses go, the Empire does have limited options in the light cavalry or mounted skirmisher department, having really only one option, that being the Imperial Fusilieri, a mounted archer. On the bright side, they are an excellent unit with fast horses, accurate bows, and durable, comprehensive full-body armor. Their other weaknesses is their polearm units, the Imperial Elite Manavliaton. Despite having great armor, good weapons, and overall good stats, they lack one thing that can be a significant weakness depending on the situation. Namely, they ain't got no shields. Overall, militarily, the Empire is the easiest faction to play as when it comes to combat, because their army is so well-rounded and can be recruited from any military settlement, not just the faction you're a member of. As previously mentioned, the Calratic Empire is loosely based on the Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire. The Byzantine Empire was a vast and powerful civilization with origins that can be traced to 330 AD, when the Roman Emperor Constantine I dedicated a new Rome on the site of the ancient Greek colony of Byzantium. Though the western half of the Roman Empire crumbled and fell in 476 AD, the eastern half survived for 1,000 more years, spawning a rich tradition of art, literature, and learning, and serving as a military buffer between Europe and Asia. The Byzantine Empire finally fell in 1453, after an Ottoman army stormed Constantinople during the reign of Constantine XI. So that does it for this lore video about the Empire from Mount & Blade Bannerlord. I hope you enjoyed it and found it useful in answering any questions you may have had, or just helping explain what these lamellar-wearing, scale-obsessed lunatics are all about. The Legion of the Betrayed are the last remnants of the Empire's standing army. Before Emperor Arenikos had died, he abolished the Empire's standing army and instituted a new law requiring the nobles of the Empire to have their own private armies. It was a popular law with the nobles as they got more power, and it was cheaper for the Emperor, who now didn't have to pay for the upkeep of the Empire's armies. But the Legion of the Betrayed detested this change. They loved the old traditions of the Empire, their standards, and their legion's history. To them, this new system was the reason why the Empire was being destroyed. Now, the Legion is a shadow of its former self. They have been left to find work as mercenaries for anyone who pays, working for both Imperial and foreign lords alike. The Hidden Hand are one of the many minor factions in the Calradian Empire. They are a criminal organization and they operate in the rural areas south of the Empire. By donating large payments of gold and helping to silence political enemies, they have allied themselves with many of the most powerful merchants and senators in the Empire. Many members of the Hidden Hand spend much of the year pretending to live a respectable life in cities as traders, with the knowledge that even if somebody finds out their goods are stolen, the authorities are paid well to look the other way. While not living in cities and being traders of stolen goods, they are often working as bandits actively stealing goods, or extorting locals under the guise of offering protection. The Aleftheroi, otherwise known as the Free People, are the descendants of runaway slaves and wanderers of the Empire. They have settled on the Khuzait frontier and over decades have begun to live very similar lives to the Khuzaits. As time has passed, the Empire has found it increasingly useful to hire this ragtag group of soldiers for their knowledge of the frontier. Under the contracts of the Empire, the leaders of the Free People have become enormously wealthy and powerful. But even though this group now owes loyalty to the Empire, they often remain hostile towards the authority that the Empire has over them. The Embers of the Flame have been a prominent religious faction in the Empire for nearly a century. After the saintly teenage Emperor Darusos was killed and overthrown by one of his generals, the Embers of the Flame have rebelled against the Empire and have been extorting the local populace to survive. They claim to be waiting for heaven to resurrect Darusos and bring about a great cleansing of the land, which will bring the Empire into a new golden age. The Wolfskins are a warrior society with a long tradition in Britannia. Many of the most famous Battanian warlords and nobles have been a part of this society, where the members live like wolves. To be a member of the Wolfskin, you must wear no sewn clothes, eat no cooked food, and sleep under no roof. As long as you are a member of the Wolfskins, you are immune from being prosecuted by law. Unsurprisingly, it has become a common occurrence for Wolfskins to rob travelers and caravans, and to commit crimes which they cannot be charged for. The Skolderbrotva, or the Shield Brothers, are a highly skilled mercenary company with family ties to the Prince of Sturgia. To join the Shield Brothers, you need to be vouched for by an already existing member. This mercenary company takes melee training very seriously, and they have trained some of the best infantry that Calradia has to offer. Inside their camp, life is almost monastic. They allow no women within the encampment, allow no amusements such as gambling, and forbid any member of the company from spending the night outside of their encampment without special permission. On the marshes of the Great Northern Lake in Sturgia are the Lake Rats. The ranks are mostly made up of fugitives and criminals who would rather live as thieves than do honest work. They make their living from what they call wrecking, which is done by luring ships onto the shores with fake beacons and lighthouses. After they plunder the loot from the ship, they either kill or ransom the crew. The ships themselves are taken apart to construct their wooden shack housing. The Lake Rats are undoubtedly one of the most violent and lawless organizations in Calradia. The Sons of the Forest, or the Forest People, are a militarized, semi-nomadic group of farmers who practice slash-and-burn farming. The slash-and-burn method is extremely damaging to the land. It's done by burning down a portion of the forest and using the nutrient-rich soil to produce better harvests. This type of farming requires far less labor, but it makes the land useless after just a few years. Once the land is exhausted, they move on, and by burning in remote regions where their soldiers are able to withstand the local militias, they're able to get away with paying no tax on their illegally claimed land. The Jawal, or the Roamers, are Bedouin nomads that claim to be Azarai's protectors of the old ways, and they compose poems to mock the other clans of the Azarai who gave up the freedom of their tents for stone houses. The Jawal Confederacy claims a huge amount of the Nahasa Desert to be their territory, and they demand steep fines for any traveler or caravan passing through their lands. To most of the Azarai, they're considered more of a nuisance than the protectors of the old ways. The Gilman are a mercenary company from Azarai comprised of slave soldiers. In fact, you cannot even enter the service of the Gilman without first selling yourself into slavery. Despite being slaves, their members are often quite wealthy. They wear fine silk clothes, use exotic perfumes, and have expensive purebred horses. The Gilman are considered by most Calradians to be some of the finest cavalry around, but they truly excel as horse archers and are without doubt the best that you can find. The Beni Zalal are located in Azarai and are self-proclaimed keepers of the secret who watch from the shadows. They are certainly living up to their self-proclamation of watching from the shadows, as not much is known about the Beni Zalal. We know that their ranks are made up of soldiers from all walks of life, from slaves to nobles, but their purpose and goals are unknown to anyone outside of their organization. The Company of the Golden Boar is Vlandia's biggest mercenary company. Their ranks are mostly made up of levies who don't adjust well to civilian life. Their troops are undisciplined and violent, and as such, they're a scourge to any of the countryside that they temporarily settle at. But they do have redeeming qualities. Their members are famously expert crossbowmen, and they hone their skills on a daily basis. They're also known for valuing their contracts and will never break a contract, no matter how bad the odds may be. The Brotherhood of the Woods is a long-running rebel movement in Vlandia, where the peasants fled from villages and towns to the woods to rob from the rich and give to the poor. But like most rebel organizations, it has evolved over time due to desperation into making use of extortion, terror, and deals with corrupt officials to survive. Now, the Brotherhood of the Woods are little different than any other bandit group. The Karakuzates are a clan of Kuzates that are fiercely loyal to their old traditions and refuse to integrate into the new ways of life, no matter what security or riches submitting to a Khan might bring. To this clan, living in cities and castles would mean giving up their freedom. They would be forced to pay tributes and give up their best soldiers as levies to the Khan. Without anyone above them, they are free to raid, kidnap, and steal from the Empire or anywhere else that they see fit. So, now you know the lore and history behind the minor factions, let me know which minor faction is your favorite. As always, thanks for watching. I hope to see you next time. Goodbye.
This is Strat Gaming, and what I have for you today is a complete guide to the different cultures of Bannerlord. We will be testing culture bonuses, looking at spawn locations, as well as attribute and focus point combinations from the starting selection. There are 6 different cultures to choose from, so let's go in order and start with Vlandia. If we choose a Vlandian character, we will get +5 renown from battles, 15% more income while serving as a mercenary, and 10% production to castles, villages. For the drawback, calling parties into an army will cost 20% more influence. Let's take a look at how these actually work in game. When we win a battle of any kind, we are rewarded with renown. In this case, we auto-resolve a battle with some bandits and earn 3.4. Hovering the mouse over that value, we can see the base renown gain of 3.25 plus the culture bonus of 0.16, which is 5%. Once we become a mercenary, we will have a contract rate per influence.
In today's video, Strat Gaming is going to show me how to create a kingdom. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Not in my swat, you bastard.
Thousands of years ago, Karadia was nothing but forest. Vast rolling lands of trees and vegetation. An unruly landscape unclaimed by no one. Tribes fought for territory, riches and glory, yet it was always a stalemate in the end. The land forever longing for a power to rule over them all. One tribe in particular, though, were the Karadoi. There was nothing all that peculiar about this faction. They fought like other tribes. They lived mostly like other tribes. Up in the hills, they weren't really much of a power. Yet one thing made them stand out. The lack of a sole leader. Calling yourself a king was shunned by everyone in the tribe after the tyrants that came before. Kings that were cruel, nasty, and they want to keep that past behind them. So naturally, the Karadioi was ruled by a senate, or group of elders, who would make the decisions and control the actions of the tribe. The Karadoi grew, taking over neighbouring tribes and factions and bringing them to their own, subsequently then needing to expand. And so they did, moving from place to place, conquering, claiming and growing their forces. At this point, little could be called an empire, yet the Karadoi were making huge strides in that direction. The first true professional army in Karadia showed their prowess at any chance they got. The leader of their troops, or so-called emperor at the time, took the army wherever they desired, with discussion, once again, from the Senate. Arenakos was a leader of huge proportions. He rose armies, conquered land, and was beloved by the soldiers and people alike, and paved his way to glory on any occasion that arose. Almost the perfect emperor. Almost. To much of the confusion of the Senate, he would not or could not choose an heir. Someone to take his mantle when his time came to move to the next life. Someone to carry on his legacy. There was no one in the Senate that would take his place, nor the army who he saw fit to become emperor, and especially not his daughter. Unfortunately, he had not been blessed by a son, and although an empress wasn't unheard of in the Karadioi, his daughter, Ira, wasn't exactly the model leader. Time passed. More tribes were subjugated and towns captured. Arenakos grew his power and his name, and it seemed the only thing that could catch up with him was age. After a decisive defensive victory at the borders of his territory, whilst being a glorious battle, little did Arenacos know it would be his last. Settling down after the campaign, he stumbled into his quarters, not feeling quite right, and was found later that night dead in a pool of his own blood. With the Emperor gone, within no time members of the Senate, army, and his own family started to pounce on the position like rats to the bone. A scramble for power and hold claim to leadership. 3 factions emerge. Lucon, a stiff-necked aristocrat who favoured the Senate over anything. Garios, a veteran of the wars in Britannia, loved by the army and famed for battle. And Regaea, the wife of the late Arenacos, foreign mother to their daughter and blood heir to the throne. All 3 being backed by the Senate, army and people alike, yet all 3 feeling they do themselves have the rightful claim for power. It seemed like civil war was inevitable. And this is where your story begins in Calradia, a lost kingdom clinging onto the power of the past. 3 factions vying for control to be the central power in the land. The army, the Senate, and the people split and fighting for position of emperor. The empire taking after the historical faction, the Byzantians, the rebuilding of what was Roman and Greek cultures together, and of course meaning all 3 factions of the empire having similar troops and way of war. With heavy cataphracts with lances, sabres and maces, the Empire were great at smashing through and disrupting enemy lines. The crush of their heavy horse, stopping for no one on the quest for victory, being a menace to not only archers, but cavalry and heavy infantry alike. Possibly the best all-round faction, the Empire also excel in heavy archers and infantry. Their Palatine Guard, whilst not having the range of many other archers of the different factions, make up for it in incredible accuracy and armour, not to mention their training, giving them the nerves of steel and being able to stand up against the strongest of enemies. Not just in ranged combat, but when the going gets tough, they aren't afraid to get dirty and hand to hand. The Empire's legionaries providing a fearsome fighting force on the ground. Large shield walls, 5, 6 ranks deep, to defend against any oncoming missiles and troops. Also to provide a mobile wall of death that can roll through pretty much anyone that opposes them. Being such a powerful all-round faction though, it may seem the Empire has few weaknesses. Yet lighter troops can run rings around them if they're not careful. Well-placed longbowmen can keep them at bay, with horse archers harassing the legionary shield wall. Light cavalry providing hit-and-run tactics and wear down the slow lumbering enemy troops, so coordination is key. But the Empire is not so straightforward when it comes to the army. Minor factions spreading throughout, moving influence from neighbouring factions to the land of the Calradoi. Variations of barbarian weaponry, more guerrilla tactics, and even coastal forces taking influence from Nordic factions, preferring axes over swords and round shields rather than the kite. Still, all fight for the Empire. A land that is rich in history, an ongoing battle for power and a struggle to break out from a chain of civil wars. The Empire have a strong foothold in Calradia. But for how long? Well, that is for you to decide. I really hope you enjoyed this different style of video. This was the history and lore behind the Empire. What faction do you want me to look at next? Hopefully I'll try and get all the main ones done before the release of Bannerlord in a week. But make sure you go and join the giveaway, click the link in the description or the pinned comment if you want a chance for a copy of the game on release. All winners will be announced on Twitter and my community page on this channel on the 30th of March this week. Make sure you subscribe for more content like this, but until then, I will see you in the next one. A long time before any of us players stepped into Calradia, the Empire ruled, controlling lands and subjugating peoples of anyone that stood in their way. Not yet was there a power to test them, a faction of pure brute strength that showed all that much to test their armies, until Valandia. They didn't come from this known land, in fact, not one land in particular. over the oceans. From different places of faraway lands came lost souls, pirates, wanderers, and a populace with a lust for adventure. Scattered and without missions, these people became mercenaries, taking silver from powers to help them in their wars. And one faction that took on a great number of mercenary fighters was the Empire, using their sellswords to quell uprisings and guard frontiers against aggravated tribes stepping over their mark. And due to the vast wealth of the Emperor at the time, their bands of mercenaries grew to a scale of almost sole armies built of paid foreigners. For years did these men fight for the Empire, adopting their heavy cannon, large kite shields, and strong infantry. Yet nothing would last forever. Soon, with the Empire's expansion, recruiting paid soldiers to guard their borders became harder and harder, and soon the silver started to run dry. In an attempt to keep these now well-skilled and equipped soldiers fighting under their name, the Empire gave them land, grants and titles, creating nobles from these once mercenaries and lost warriors. And whilst this worked for the Empire short term, unfortunately they did not foresee the long-term repercussions. One of the first warlords to come to Paradia was Bannerlord. A fearsome warrior who made his name fighting for the power of the land back in the Empires. So, as the travelers settled in the newly given towns, they took the name Valandians. The Valandians led good lives, farming, trading, building villages, to towns, to fortresses. They took wives, and they started bloodlines of their own. Over time, the Valandians grew in number, and also confidence. Osraka in arm, a strong-willed terror of a man, proved himself to be worthy of fame throughout the new peoples and declared himself as king. He seized the imperial capital of Venus and took on the coastal towns, capturing and taking them for himself. And so this became the true start to the Valandian Empire. Throughout the years, the faction reigned with power, strength, and of course, fear. Now with the decline of the empire itself, the land left without an unequal struggle and strength to give more and more land. Then now came Dorport, compound of decades to now, war after war, foe after foe, defeating and conquering. But he became strong. He had engraved his name in the legacy of power and already he was stuck. But being the nature of power, as now a huge empire, dissent started to fall in the Valandians. Barons pushing their own agenda, gaining land for their own rather than the good of the faction itself. Parties splitting up to create their own minor factions to take on control of the world. Dorport knew if he was going to keep his power, and more importantly his life, there was much more fighting that had to be done. And that is where we enter into the game. A story of lost wanderers turning into a faction to rival that of the Empire. You may have noticed the similarities between the Valandians and the Empire themselves. I mean, the use of heavy cavalry, which in some cases are superior even to the Empire's own. The heavy foot infantry and of course the use of crossbows in numerous situations. The Valandians are based on the feudal states of early medieval Europe, in particular the Normans. They were Norse raiders who settled in France to go on to, of course, create a life and a kingdom of their own, taking Sicily, the Holy Land, and of course, England itself. These warriors used their horses to break any enemy line that stood in their way, the couch lance being the weapon of choice, crushing through anything, wood, steel, or flesh. Now in the campaign itself, you'll find the Valandians control a large proportion of the map, more than any of the other factions, and this shows their vast growth throughout the years. Yet it doesn't make it easy, in fact having the opposite effect. There's fiefs and lands that aren't loyal to their king, proving to be troublesome from the get-go, forcing players to quell and put a halt to any hostile behaviour within their own faction and reign. One of the minor factions players may encounter during their time with the Valandians are the Golden Boar, a company of, you guessed it, mercenaries, ready to fight for whoever has the most coin. The Valandians are a powerful faction, used to steamroll through anyone they encounter, but be wary. Many of the men fight for whoever gives them the best deal. Keep the troops happy, keep the kingdom. Simple as that. A tale of wanderers, mercenaries, and kings. Will the Valandians regain their power in the centre of Calradia? Well, that is only for you to decide. make sure you join my giveaway for Mount & Blade 2 Bannerlord, which will conclude on the 30th of March, ready for release. Click the link in the description or the pinned comment if you want a chance of winning. But either way, I really hope you guys enjoyed my second video in the history of Carradia, looking into the faction lore on the lead up to Bannerlord's release. The reception on the Empire introduction last night was incredible, and I hope this really lives up to its predecessor's quality. If I did, make sure you leave a comment and you like the video itself, as it really helps the channel. But until then guys, I will see you in the next one. Before the Valandians, before Sturgian, even the Empire, Carradia was sometimes referred to as the Green Wastelands. Hordes of forest covered the land, carpeted in wood and a shadow of what it is today. The Empire hadn't conquered all. The Sturgians hadn't raided from the north to capture vast areas of land, and the Valandians hadn't broken off from their masters to create their own clans. There was no outside threat, just one people, one group, the Battanians. The Battanians ruled the land, the first to come and settle in Carradia, and many say will be the last to leave after all the war and bloodshed ends, if it ever does. These people were not one united faction. They didn't have the legions like the Empire, or the warlords like the Sturgians, or the tundra hordes like the Khuzes. The Battanians were many tribes. They had split over centuries of skirmish and friction. Alliances could be made and broken within months, lands taken and then stolen back in a matter of days. Being small warring tribes, the Battanians would often pillage and loot neighbouring villages, not only for goods but just for the joy of it. Whilst they idolise valour, they aren't strangers to mischief from time to time, going on night raids to take whatever they desire, and through this came a skill that they could use in later battles to come, when they came, the others. Soon the simple life became the survival life. When the Empire came, the tribes couldn't carry on their primitive ways, some banding together, some joining the enemy, and some scattering completely, forming more cohesive groups to defend their lands from the outside invasions of the Empire and their Valandian mercenaries. Battle after battle fought, the Empire gained more land, capturing more settlements, and the Battanians were losing their towns, their homes. They soon realised that taking the Empire's legionaries out in open battle wasn't possible, or at least not probable. So they utilised guerrilla warfare. Their experience of night raids and mischievous stealing and looting gave them the much needed skills to ambush passing patrols, send scouting parties to Empire camps to call for opportune attacks, and using scorched earth tactics to slow the invaders. Sure enough, soon they started to regain their land. The Battanians' past and forest dwellers honed their skills in hunting and strength, with wild savages dressed in very little armour, ambushing passing soldiers with their great falxes, and longbow used better than any other, keeping the enemy at a distance and finding their target with acute precision. The Empire were no longer the only powerhouse in Carradia. The Battanian king, Caledon, he was a colourful figure. Yes, he was ruthless in battle, yet had somewhat of a wicked sense of humour, taking prisoners from fleeing Valandian soldiers, then cutting their throats just for the enjoyment. But he was strong, uniting tribes for a common enemy. Yet not all the tribes were so happy to compare. The Wolfskins were young warriors, eager to prove themselves, yet taking no advice from anyone but themselves, wanting a life of freedom from the ropes of vassalage, yet not shying away from war or violence. Staying true to their name as wolves, eating raw meat, sleeping wherever they stood in the forest and wearing no robe, almost seeming themselves exempt from the laws of men. There were often stories of cattle going missing in the night, being found the next day sleeping with fires with teeth marks of humans on the carpets. Whilst brutal, the Wolfskins are not alone. Battanian is a strong force to the but also the neighbouring tribes, using their name and ideals, proved to be a real threat to anyone that wanted to get too close to the deep forests of Carradia. That is where your story begins as an adventure, crossing to a survival, thriving, throughout your playthrough, as these soldiers, whilst they can and will fight, often results in battles can be swayed by just that one well-timed utilising terrifying infantry to scare the enemy into submission, or if all else fails, dismember them with a sharpened two-handed axe. So, the battalions were of course based off the Celtic people of Western Europe. The Picts, the Irish and the Welsh, using a mix of mythology and history to create a warring nation of tribes and savages. Whilst technologically inferior to the likes of the Empire or Valandians, the Britannians are not people to be sniffed at. With large forts that have stood for centuries and complex structures that even give the Empire's architects a run for their money, the Britannians, although do have weakness. Their cavalry can be outmatched by pretty much all but the Sturgians, and their infantry, if caught in open battle, can somewhat prove to be outplayed by many of the heavier opponents. Yet the Britannians do have some tricks up their sleeves. For example, their Oathsworn that can even put legionaries to the test, with javelins, large shields, heavy axes and swords, and even spears in defense of cavalry or strong formation fighting. You will also experience many of the other minor tribes throughout Britannia, more than a lot of the other factions you'll find throughout the world, all having their different ideals and way of war, but really under the name of the Britannians. They had a life of simplicity, but they were thrust into the fires of war. Men, women and even children fighting to defend their homes and take back what the Empire took from them, setting up ambushes and using raids to gain a foothold in the ever-moving land of Calradia. Will the Britannians regain and grow as a power in the wake of the Empire, or will they fall along with the rest? That is for only you to decide. After the news of Bannerlord's release date moving forward a day, the giveaway for the game is nearly over. So make sure you enter by clicking the link in the description or the pinned comment on this video. But stay tuned for tomorrow as I bring you the Aserai in all their form and prowess. If you missed my lore videos on the Empire and Valandia, there's a playlist with them all on my channel, so go and check them out. But thank you so much for watching. Make sure you like the video for future content like this, and until then, I'll see you in the next one. We have spoken of the lush green lands of Calradia, where tribes roamed and grass grew. But today we head south, where the emerald horizon turns to dust, where nothing grows but storms, and where dunes rule the world. Surrounded by a bowl of mountains, only the brave pass over, as the few passages to the desert lie guarded by generations of men. These men are like no other. They fight like no other. They live like no other. They call themselves the Aserai. Often referred to as the Bronze Desert, the southern lands of Calradia are home to dozens of clans and tribes throughout. Acclimatized to the heat, scarcity of resources, and adapted to live in these extreme conditions, the Aserai rule their sandy homes with little lust for expansion. Their name comes from the legendary patriarch Azura, who was claimed to be the ancestor of the Aserai tribes, and rose to fame for protecting the deserts against foreign invaders, but strangely enough, the Empire not being one of them. At the height of the Empire's rule, even they preferred not to venture their legions into the sun-baked wastes. Legions were too slow and consuming to pass through into the deserts on patrols, let alone invasions. Water was so scarce, apart from the few oases, which of course were inhabited by the tribes, or the odd flash flood that would pass through every now and then. So instead, the Empire made allies with the clans, trading resources for protection. Imperial caravans would pass through the deserts, for trading of course, and since the Empire refused to venture so far, any tribe that protected these carts of wealth and riches would receive payment for their troubles. But the Empire did not care who did it. They didn't care which tribe was responsible for their caravan's protection, and they would pay whoever took up the offer. So because of this, the Aserai tribes would fight, wage war against each other to gain control of this rare opportunity in the land, as it made the few powerful tribes so very rich. After years of fighting, the tribes saw the Empire's reign was dwindling. Payments were getting less and less, and more were they having to resort to raiding and capturing the caravans for themselves. But whilst one income was lost, another rose its ugly head. Banu Hulan, a sultan from one of the richest tribes in the Aserai name, decided it was time to change their tribes, expand northwards, and now was the opportunity. With the Empire falling, civil wars breaking out across Calradia, a confederacy was born. Tribes coming together under one banner for the sole aim of conquering. And so the game begins. Stepping into the seat of sultans before, whilst what initially seems at a disadvantage, the Aserai have only up to go. Literally. Defending your lands and moving into others, creating an empire of your own with the help of some of the best bowmen and cavalry in the game. The Aserai are based on the Arab tribes, just before the great Islamic conquest of the 7th century. This gives the opportunity for Bannerlord to tap into the wide variety of units, tactics and history behind the tribes. Fighting initially in the dunes, craggy mountains and oases, but soon being able to push up north. Now of course, like later relations of the Saronids, the Aserai will be using plenty of javelins, setting up lines in battle to hurl pointed sticks at their enemy at any chance they can get. Along with this heavy close-ranged firepower, the Aserai do have powerful archers as well, their veterans being some of the best in the game. Not having the range of such like the Battanian Rangers, but having powerful and more importantly faster firing bows, getting off multiple arrows in the time it takes for other factions to lose just one volley. Their veteran archers also don't shy away from melee. With heavy armor and strong sabers they can cut down any light or medium armor troops, and even defend themselves to some extent against cavalry. Speaking of cavalry, the Aserai aren't too shabby in this field either. They specialise in light lance cavalry running rings around the enemy, couch lancing into the backs and speeding away at a moment's notice. In their roster also having the ability for heavier armoured cavalry to give out crushing mace blows or stay back with horseback bows. They're a very versatile force for all types of terrain. Although the Aserai have never been famed for their infantry, they always seem to be weaker in the field. Flimsy shields and not all that much hitting power behind their short swords, except when it comes to the Aserai guards. These heavy shock infantry can dish out really strong blows with their bardiche on any unfortunate passerby. In prolonged combat and against archers, they're pretty vulnerable, but for instant heavy damage they output a significant amount, being able to take on units that greatly outnumber them. During your time as the Aserai, you will find a number of sub-tribes and clans throughout the game, controlling the land and taking space for themselves. While similar in tactics and retinue, they all have their different ways of life. The Gilman, for example, are a brotherhood of slave warriors. They represent the forerunners to the Mamluks, who many people will recognise from Mount & Blade Warband, which of course is set 200 years after the events of Bannerlord. Whilst the desert is a harsh and wary place, it's home to some of the most formidable foes seen in Calradia. With strong, versatile armies and sultans of extreme wealth and resources to expand north, it seems nothing will get in their way. Yet the other tribes and factions of Calradia seem busy, squabbling over their own land, and are yet to think twice about the menace below. And that is the Aserai. We're coming to the end of our history and lore videos from Mount & Blade 2 Bannerlord as it releases tomorrow. I'll be putting up the Kurzates tonight and the Sturgeons tomorrow, just after the release of the game itself. So if you want to check that out, make sure you click the subscribe button and put a like on the video if you enjoyed it. And I want you guys to leave comments on what faction you're going to be starting as down below. But until then, I will see you in the next one. In the dark, cold forests of the north, something stirs. A people left untouched for centuries, a wealth seen like no other. These people roam the woods, hunting, building, trading, but most importantly, training. Training for the day when the others arrive. The Sturgeon Forest not only are home to the people of the same name, but also an abundance of resources and wealth, especially furs. Of course, the Sturgeons are well known for their furs, and this is no secret. As the Empire expanded eastwards, more and more traders came from far and wide to sell and trade such valuables. Villages became towns and towns cities. Alliances were made and enemies were vanquished to create new territory, taken from tribes that already lived there. As the people from the Nordlands came to settle, starting with just a collection of groups, the Sturgeons soon became an empire to hold the north from anyone that tries to take it from them. Raganvad, the Sturgeon prince, is famed for his brutality, not letting anyone stand in his way and getting whatever he wants. taking it into his own hands if matters get bloody and doing whatever he can in his power to make them that way. Feared and somewhat respected, he rules the Sturgian people with an iron fist in the hopes to push down south and expand the ever-growing Sturgian Empire. He is known for his ability to punish, but lack of knowledge in how to reward, making him a fearsome leader. Yet the people under him may not always be so loyal, especially when coin is at hand. Unfortunately for the Sturgians, there is very little known history about them in the game. Whilst they, yes, came from the Northlands, they aren't exactly the Viking type that many assume, mostly based on the federation of city-states known as the Kievan Rus, located in today's Russia, Belarus and Ukraine. So really they're more of a Slavic than Scandinavian peoples. But then, where did this style of armour and weaponry come from, similar to the Nords of old? Well, the famous Varangian Norse left behind a lot when visiting Russia and made their mark on their art, arms, and of course, armour. Now this is a good indicator of where the Nordic style weapons, shields and armour came from. And yes, of course, there are massive amounts of embellishment when it comes to the armour, especially using myth and legend combined with real history and a bit of fantasy to draw from as well, bringing together the Sturgian prowess to life. Now you will find the Sturgian forces are mostly made up of infantry. Whilst yes, they do have their own cavalry and archers, the foot soldiers are what give them their name across Calradia. Trained in formation fighting, shield walls and line marching, these are formidable warriors. They have better morale and discipline than most other forms of infantry throughout the game, so you'll rarely see these guys run from battle and often fight to the last man. Whilst the Sturgians as a whole aren't really the Nordic tribes, they do have a few minor factions that could fill the gap for you. Skjoldabruder are a mercenary brotherhood based on the Jomsvikings of the Baltic. Whilst these fearsome warriors were possibly legendary, it goes that they were some of the best pagan fighters around the 10th and 11th centuries, fighting for whoever paid them good enough coin. And yes, this does mean even Christian lords that gave them the right payment, they could be seen fighting alongside. The Sons of the Forest and Bannerlord are another minor faction in the Stygian Empire. They're a semi-nomadic clan, known for keeping themselves to themselves deep in the depths of the woods. These are based on the Finnic tribes of old. Throughout Calradia, and especially the Stygian territory, you'll find many unique factions to make allies with, trade, and even make enemies, all with their own fighting styles and soldiers. But who will you join? The snow is cold, and the steel is even colder. A land of waste and icy deserts. Many can survive the north, but only few can thrive. Will this be your chance to prove yourself as the new Stygian warlord? I know it's been a while. I did all the other Bannerlord lore videos before the release of the game, but I never actually got round to Stygia. And then I sort of got caught up making actual videos for the game, and so many people have asked me, where is Stygia? But here it is, at last. I really hope you enjoyed the video. Remember, there's still an amazing deal going on for the game at Games Planet. Using my link and the code LORD5, you can get yourself a bigger discount than any other store. So if you don't have Bannerlord yet, and it looks like your sort of thing, make sure you go and pick it up there. And of course, that helps support Tailwoods, and a little bit goes to me as well, so you support the channel. So thank you so much for watching. Make sure you stay up to date with the channel as I'm going into more in-depth troop trees in my newer series. I started yesterday with the Empire, but I'm moving through each minor faction as well. So even the Empire is turning out to span across multiple videos. So we've got a lot of content coming. So go and check them out if you haven't already. But until then, I will see you in the next one. Mount and Blade's a pretty popular game, right? I mean, I think the people that watch this channel tend to agree with me on that, but because of its popularity, it's had a lot of clones in the past. Some have been great, some have been absolutely terrible, and some you probably just never heard of. So today I'm bringing you three games that, let's be honest, aren't Mount and Blade. But they use pretty much the same mechanics. Most of these, or should I say all of these, are built on the Mount and Blade engine, using what Terrorworlds created and then sort of mix and matched it with a few other stuff to make their new game, some more successfully than others, some basically just making a paid-for mod, and others making an actual fully fledged game that actually brings something new to the Mount and Blade type game genre. Now, there are quite a few of these that I'm not going to be covering today, but if you like the idea of this video and want to see more, make sure you leave a comment down below and I'll get on there. But without further ado, here are 3 Mount and Blade type games that you probably never heard of. Alright then, lads, let's have at 'em. Number 1 is the most recent. This is the Viking Way. Now, you probably or most definitely won't have heard this because it came out 2 weeks ago from when I'm recording this video. The Viking Way is made by KK Softworks, who actually will have another entry in this list. You take Mount and Blade and you go the Viking Way. Now, of course, the Viking
Personal thoughts on Bannerlord as a game, both good and bad. With over 3,800 hours in the bank, I feel confident enough to give a fair assessment up to this point in the game's development. And at the very end, I'll share some suggestions that I think would really help to improve its quality and enjoyment. If I had to describe Bannerlord in a single sentence, it would be a very long one. It's a medieval simulation with a deep combat system, but it's also an RPG with many skills to level up, hundreds of perks to choose from, and thousands upon thousands of possible character builds to invent. But it's also a kingdom management simulator, a story generator, and countless many other things. None of these aspects of Bannerlord by themselves is particularly unique. Mordhau and Chivalry both have great combat systems. Skyrim has limitless character builds. The The Total War franchise games all have campaign maps for conquest and expansion. And while Bannerlord has some romance, Kingdom Come Deliverance also covers that, not to mention these gems on Steam. But no game that I can think of attempts to bring all of these elements together in a single package. Bannerlord's strengths are also its weaknesses, but more on that later. Let's start with the good. When starting a new game, we're greeted with many options, from culture to how we look, and even the backstory and starting stats we spawn with. Character creation is extremely important in RPGs, and Bannerlord is no exception. I've had some fun creating characters like Julius Caesar, Elon Musk, and even Lord Farquaad from Shrek. Needless to say, the customization is vast, and by the time we reach the endgame, we'll have gone through thousands of choices to reach the final character build. Prefer to fight on the front line as a common soldier? You can do that. Are you conservative? Sword and shield are a safe bet. Are you a maniac? Grab a two-handed axe and get after it. Are you old like me with crappy reflexes? I suggest bow or crossbow. Perhaps you're of noble stock and prefer to lead an army instead. An intelligence-focused build would be a better fit. Not only can you recruit a larger army, but their wages will be significantly reduced. I could talk about different builds for hours. It's what keeps me coming back for more after all this time. But the options and freedom don't stop with character creation. As our campaign progresses, we have many paths to pick from. We could avoid combat altogether and become an oligarch, creating monopolies of certain trade goods, recruiting massive fleets of trading caravans, and even buy towns and castles from other nobles and turn them into money printers. How about traveling town to town, competing in local tournaments to gain fame and fortune, or completing quests for a local kingdom, trying to earn relations and favor until we can join them as a mercenary or vassal. But my personal favorite, playing as a rogue bandit-only party from the steppes, looting and pillaging everything in sight. I hope it's obvious to see that Bannerlord offers myriad options for how to play in your own style. Let's take a closer look at some of the more polished aspects of Bannerlord, starting with the melee combat system. I'll be the first to admit, I sucked at melee combat for a very long time. It's fast-paced, brutally unforgiving, and completely addicting. There are some options to make life easier, such as turning down the AI skill, reducing the incoming damage you take, and an auto-block option, but I'm a masochist and I never bothered using any of these. Once a basic level of proficiency is reached with blocking though, the dopamine spike begins. It can be a ton of fun to join a shield wall and push forward, or even fight on the periphery and rolling up the enemy's flanks. Mounted combat is a blast as well. It brings back memories of playing X-Wing on Windows 95. Riding through 1,000-unit battles at full gallop, thrusting archers, crashing into the rear flank of an infantry formation, it never gets old. Even to this day, I still get cut down in battles frequently, either from a random projectile or simply being outplayed, giving me that urge to keep trying to continue to hone my skills. There are certain aspects of Bannerlord where the attention to detail is amazing. It's almost a work of art. Two examples that come to mind are crafting and the maps. There are 1,519 weapon parts to unlock between 12 different categories. While not all 1,500 are unique to each category, there are still thousands of good weapon combinations to be had, from legit builds like the Executioner's Axe and the almighty Satan's Tooth, to the memes become dreams build such as the Umbrella Dagger or the pike length BDSM spanking paddle. There's something for everyone. It's incredibly fun to customize weapons for specific needs, like a long axe to destroy shields during a siege or a short mace for close quarters combat. But even smithing pales in comparison to the map design. Towns are huge with tons of intricate details and NPCs roaming about, breathing life into them. It would have been easy to create cookie cutter layouts for each town, changing a few assets and the color scheme, then calling it a day. Instead, we get scenes like this. It's easy to get sucked into the world. But now we must pivot and look at the darker side of Bannerlord. Okay, not literally. I mean, we need to look at its shortcomings. As I mentioned earlier, Bannerlord combines many things into a single game, but suffers from being a jack of all trades and master of none. Take for example the previous section covering these beautiful towns. Most people don't realize how well done the maps are because there's no incentive to explore them in the first place. Most tasks can be completed from the campaign map without ever stepping foot in a town. And there's no reward for those intrepid explorers who actually walk the map. There's no loot, no quests, and no reason to look around. One of my biggest complaints with Bannerlord is the grind. While the devs have done a great job making progress in this area, there are still several others that need some love. Smithing has seen 2 or 3 major overhauls in the last 2 years, but one thing that has remained constant is the weapon part unlock grind. In order to unlock parts, we need to craft or smelt weapons. It's a very logical system. The problem is it can take up to an hour or more per weapon category to unlock all parts from scratch. There are 12 categories in total, so I'm sure you can do the math on that one. While working on unlocks, there isn't much else to do. We simply craft, smelt, wait, and repeat. 4 hours. Smithing isn't the only grind to worry about though. Certain skills are dreadfully painful to level up. Tactics, for example, is the current worst offender. You gain Tactics XP when your troops get kills in battle or when you sacrifice troops to avoid battle. In one campaign, I had maxed out how fast XP is earned for this skill, and after 30 years of constant warfare and conquering the whole map with my main character, I was still 30 levels short of the final perk. That's well over 150,000 kills over the full campaign, and with nobody left on the map, I had nobody else to grind against. Sometimes I feel like Bannerlord puts the MMO grind to shame. One final point on this topic. Companions. These are NPCs we can hire or marry to help us in our campaign. They can lead troops in battle, run their own armies, manage lands that we own, or even fill roles in our main party like scout or surgeon. In order for companions to be useful, they need to level up skills and take good perks. Some skills are relatively easy to level up, but the majority are incredibly tedious and painful. For example, a good army captain needs plenty of combat skills to be useful. We could equip them with a weapon and put them on the front line in battle, but more often than not, they get 1 to 3 kills and then get killed themselves. In order to reach the higher levels, they will need hundreds, if not thousands of kills to get there. Playing with death enabled, they have a base rate of 2% to die each time they go to 0 HP in battle. Let's say they only need 500 kills to reach the goal and average 2 kills per battle and die 25% of the time, which is actually being very generous. They usually die more. It will take 250 battles to get the XP, but also they will go down in battle 125 times. At 2% chance, the expectation value of dying before they get there is 2.5, which means they would have to be pretty lucky not to die. It forces us to take these companions into babysitting battles that are completely unnecessary and a huge time sink. While the previous issues are concerning, they're also much easier to fix than the next topic, the AI. We have to break this up into 2 sections, starting with the combat AI. There are times when the AI makes smart decisions, but the vast majority of the time they don't, leaving me scratching my head. Okay, they're not that bad. For example, all small battles against melee troops devolve into a single blob hive mind strategy where every unit seeks the shortest path to the target no matter the cost. You end up with something that looks like this. Much more concerning is the army versus army battle though. Enemy cavalry will either charge straight ahead no matter the odds, or they sit idly while getting picked off one by one. Enemy horse archers follow much of the same logic, attacking into impossible odds, but at least they circle around the outside. They often bug out and run straight through a shield wall formation to certain death. When the time comes for the shield walls to finally meet, it turns into a giant meat grinder. This ordeal generally lasts no more than a minute, which is insane for a 500 versus 500 troop battle. With casualties piling up quickly, there's no time for tactics. It's all about piling as many bodies into the fray as you can. Combat AI isn't the only concern though. The campaign map AI is equally egregious. They suffer from the same hive mind tactics that melee troops do in combat. I've seen many instances where a large army wouldn't siege a town because it was too distracted chasing tiny parties that can outrun them easily. I've seen armies begin a siege with a much larger enemy force only seconds away from them, causing them to get captured and lose everything. But the worst offenders can be seen while trying to run a kingdom. Allied parties will rush to the closest enemy siege to try to defend, then suddenly switch targets and end up defending nothing. After the AI takes a fief, they will quickly move as far away from it as they can, all but ensuring a tiny enemy party can swoop in and take it back. There's very little focus on defending recent conquests, and it feels like you're playing with headless chickens. It doesn't stop there though. While at war with several kingdoms, your allies will incessantly call votes for more war with other kingdoms. While I'm not sure if this is a bug or a feature, it can oftentimes be harder to expand your kingdom because of your vassals rather than your enemies. Before we get into improving the game, I want to cover one final topic because this is probably the biggest issue facing Bannerlord. While the other issues covered are concerning, they can for the most part be overlooked. But this final point cannot. I'm referring to the dark void that is the late game content. Once you've established a kingdom and recruited a couple nobles to your side, the game has literally nothing else to offer. There's no new mechanics that open up, no random events to add a challenge, no diplomacy exists for the weaker kingdoms to team up and oppose you, no new missions to complete, nothing. There's literally nothing. The only thing left to do is to conquer the world, and as we discussed already, the campaign map AI is awful and presents no threat to you. Sieges become routine and boring, handing off fiefs to nobles boring, raising kids to adulthood takes decades, oftentimes well after the world is already conquered. There's one thing though, and it's probably my favorite part about Bannerlord, restarting a new campaign to try something different. I need to preface this next section. I have no experience in game design, programming, or running a game development studio. My expertise is limited to collecting data and making these silly videos for YouTube, and I'm not naive enough to think I know better than others who do this for a living.
Everyone is stupid except me.
That said, I do have some ideas that I think would really help make Bannerlord a better, more well-rounded game. For starters, something needs to be done about the late game. I think some inspiration can be drawn from Paradox in terms of anti-blobbing. Enemy kingdoms could team up together to stop or at least slow down the rapid expansion. I would also love to see some RNG events, such as a faction forming within a kingdom and splitting off into their own rebellion, or maybe a massive invasion from an off-map culture that would spawn 5,000 troops and start taking fiefs to establish their own kingdom. Literally anything would be better than the current void that exists. Alternatively, I think a few more campaign options would go a long way. I'll take a page from several mods here for inspiration because they are incredible ideas. Serve as a Soldier is a mod that allows you to join an army from day one and progress up the ranks. It would be a really fun experience to play an entire campaign as a lonely soldier, working your way up the ranks to eventually commanding the whole army and perhaps starting a coup to take over the kingdom by force. The Fubari mod adds several mechanics to a bandit playthrough that would be a great addition to the base game. Being able to take over and own hideouts as if they were fiefs would be a great start. Building up a criminal network inside towns in order to extort locals, sell illegal goods, and even assassinate nobles could add a lot of flavor too. And finally, Realistic Battle Mod has a great fix for the combat AI. Rather than being hive mind suicide robots, troops actually fight more methodically, almost as if they fear death. It does slow down the pace of battles a bit, but that opens up a whole new world of advanced tactics and strategies that aren't possible in the base game. A quick side note, relying on mods to fix a base game is less than ideal, but I'm pragmatic and I don't give a fuck. If it helps you enjoy the game more, then who cares, right? So what do I actually think of Bannerlord in its current state? If you could tell from the amount of game time approved, I love this game. However, it's been a love-hate relationship from the start, going from hopelessly addicted to it to driving me back into EU4's warm embraces, only to rebound back to Bannerlord soon after. I think there's enough content in the game in its current state to have a great time. The fact that you can make countless builds to try out and take several different approaches to a campaign gives Bannerlord a ton of replayability. However, given the amount of content that's still missing, the massive list of bugs that have not been squashed, and the underwhelming AI, I don't think it's for everyone. If you're the type that gets triggered easily by an unfinished product, then I would pass on Bannerlord for now. The full release is coming in late October, but even then, I think it's unlikely that most of these massive issues will be addressed by then. However, if you can look past these shortcomings, I think you'd be pleasantly surprised as to how much fun it is. Or if you're not opposed to using mods to customize your ideal experience, then go for it. This is truly an example of a game where the concept is so amazing that the flawed execution isn't enough to drag it into the dump. Thanks again to Tailworld for sponsoring. No, I'm just kidding. There's no way in hell they'd sponsor me after all this shit I've talked. If you decide to take the plunge, I highly recommend clicking this video here to learn everything about melee combat on Flip. Thanks to everyone who financially supports this channel. You are amazing. And even Lord Farquaad and Schweck.
Bannerlord! Kill them all! Die!